Bonjour, bonjour. Comment ça va? How is everybody doing? Right, let's quickly see if I can get this thing to work like what it ought to. I think I have to fire this up. Oh dear, talk about go around the houses. Right, so I'm going to here, turn that off, put this here, click on that. Oh, God damn it. Click on that and pin it. There we go. Thanks, Wagyu, for the information on how to do that. There we go. So, I haven't heard back from Robbie yet about a connection to Manny. So, I'm sure he can get that from the link in the chat. Anyway, so hopefully he'll be able to come in and give us some more SynthPlex coverage, which seems incredibly interesting. Actually, it'd be nice actually if we could go back to that Oberheim pop-up. Have a closer look at some of that stuff. Look pretty cool. So, I don't know if I can't remember if they had a stretch there or not. We'll see. We'll see. Anything's possible. Dog walking on my feet. So, barely had time to go and grab yourself a coffee before it all kicked off. Oh, getting the right mouse. Robert! Hello, dear. You alright?
Hi, yeah, fine. How are you?
Running around like a blue ass. Yourself?
Yeah, all right. Just about awake.
There he is.
Try that.
Here he is.
Oh, God, are you here already, Robert? Hi, Robert.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Chuck.
Yeah, it's terrible. I'm like part of a furniture.
Yeah.
Well, I'm liking my asthma a bad smell.
My asthma.
Sorry.
Oh.
You're not allowed to make any sounds tonight at all.
No, but,
Unless that was you after a curry.
but that's the capacitor going in the console.
Oh.
That's yeah. Well, the annoying thing is there are no spares for those because Bayer stopped making the foil that those capacitors were made out of for polycarbonate film about 20 years ago.
Stop mumbling and say that again in lovely clear syllables that we can all hear.
One of the integral parts of the component are no longer manufactured. So replacing them is just like taking a different one and...
It's fucked then. Never mind, eh?
No, it's fine. It's only a high-pass filter. Don't care too much about them being different. And I mean, some of them are already replaced them on. And
Is this your swanky analog console that you have? This really old vintage thing.
Yeah, it's for lovely console that Ben got rid of because it was having too many problems.
Oh, and you took it on. Oh, that's actually quite nice in a way, isn't it? It's quite romantic.
I was stupid enough to get it on the lowest bit on Vimeo.
And who did he get it off? Did you say Ben as in Ben Simpson?
Ben Edwards.
Ben Edwards,
Oh, Ben,
right, I
yeah.
see, right. No, oh, yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
And he clapped his hands and ran off quickly.
No, he was like totally honest that it basically needs a full service, and he was getting annoyed with it being relatively big, and not a lot of channels for that, and him constantly not having enough space.
So you moved it into your little flat.
Yeah, I have it in my bedroom, taking up a quarter of a space.
So you sleep on a beer crate and
No, I haven't got rid of a bed yet, but it has crossed my mind a few times. Well, I mean, if I go to Cairns and pick up that Surge modular, and for YC45, I definitely have to get rid of a bed.
yeah, he's not going to let you have those, though, is he?
I know,
Well, the surges still technically belong to somebody, but the YC45 you can have.
What's a YC45? I'm sorry, I've missed something there.
Yamaha organ.
Oh, all right, okay.
Crazy Horses by the Osmonds.
Oh, that. Right, okay, yeah.
That little puppy.
it's a lovely
Well,
piece of
that
furniture.
had an Odyssey on top of it, though, didn't it? So all the they're from the Odyssey, weren't they?
No, it was from the ribbon controller on the YC45.
Oh, all right. I've been bamboozled.
But the top of the range Yamaha organs, you could play the ribbon like as an extra manual for some sounds. And you could also make effective bird song in sort of a Tritonian way on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kensington, that was a very beautiful show that you co-hosted there. That was one of the most enjoyable Pro Synth networks in a long time. It was just great.
Yeah.
I mean, not people droning on about yet another fucking plugin. It was great just to see all that stuff going on and people running around. I'm glad you managed to get the technology to work, and it was beautifully done. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I nearly
It was
didn't
great.
make it because the show had started and I wasn't here. I was still trying to get the Mac Mini to fire up. It started doing that again. So
Just hit it with a hammer.
yeah, it seems to. I just won't turn it off. But hopefully, Manny will be back in a minute. We'll get to see some more SynthPlex.
Oh, that'd be cool if you can manage it.
Yeah. So Rob's going to send him the the link of this now it's up, so that they know. Because I don't think they even knew that the show had ended, because they weren't in. They weren't connected when Robbie had to terminate. So there you go.
They'll work it out, or they won't. So
Yeah.
it looked cool though. That Synclavier thing's really quite fascinating, even if it is expensive. That was the
I'd like
Synclavier
them to-
name is back. That's
Yeah.
that's as cool as having the Oberheim name back.
Having started watching Lupop's video, it's actually quite cool because it also allows to do FM with the samples
Yeah.
in there and other random stuff.
Which is
it's
really
like-
harking back to the original Synclavier.
No, but that was completely separate because the sample voices were a different thing than the FM voices. Well, like
Yeah,
a-
but I mean, it had both
Yeah.
were in the case. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I haven't gone that far whether there's any description about the sampling trying to emulate the old converters or anything of that note, or the original behavior of it's just a modern thing. But either way, VFM is unique enough to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about the Synclavier and mono sampling? I remember reading something that the sampling was mono, which, I mean, this is ages and ages ago. They've almost certainly updated it beyond it. But don't jump in, Robert. Because did it mean? Because at that point, I'd got it in my head that the Synclavier, you could only play one note of a sample. You all you could do was play one single note. It was monophonic. and that's what I understood. And I don't think that's right, is it? It just meant that it was simply mono sampling, like a W30 is mono sampling. You couldn't sample the stereo waveform; you sampled the mono waveform. End of.
Yeah.
You plugged a microphone in the back and you sampled whatever you got, or a line input. Right, so that's what it was. So and then you could play it polyphonically from the keyboard.
So the history is there. They started originally with only one monophonic line of sampling in pristine quality.
Meaning what? As in
so
monophonic, or you could only play one note.
Yeah, the former rather than the latter of your description.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah.
That is how it started, and it started as direct to disk. So you basically would record actually to a hard drive, and it wouldn't use RAM because RAM was expensive. So it would actually stream in real time then the sample back from the hard drive.
Streaming back in the 1980s?
Yes, which is why there's only one voice, because trying to access two things from a physical hard drive, when you're still worrying about your read head position, what wasn't going to happen.
Right.
So they then later developed a polyphonic sampling and the complex routing, but originally the first version of 100 kilohertz at 16 bits only was one monophonic voice.
Right. So I wasn't wrong, but it changed.
Yeah,
okay. Dieter Volker's just said in the chat it did stereo sampling, which I think must have come later on.
Yeah, because there was lots of different reiterations of the Synclavier over the years.
They constantly upgraded it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
they probably had to.
Yeah, I mean, also it started out with the custom-made, in New England, Massachusetts designed mini computer, not a microcomputer, and then eventually they moved over to their own custom hardware. No longer
those cheaper samplers, though. I mean, samplers like the S900, the S950. They must have given them all a kick up the arse. And then as soon as the S1000 came out, which definitely had stereo sampling, they must have all gone, oh fuck. Oh, what do we do now? I mean, it's £1,800. I mean, who's going to buy a Synclavier?
The 900 already sounds amazing.
It does, yeah. I mean, all those old, but that was what, a 12-bit sampler. The S950 is 12-bit. The S1000 is 16-bit and stereo.
Yeah. I mean, the S1000 definitely quality-wise would compete properly.
Yeah.
But the 900 was already good enough quality that it was hard arguing to buying another 8-voice expansion for your Synclavier for like 100,000 or buying an S900.
They were quite exciting days, those, when that technology was coming along, and each manufacturer brought something else out that was that little bit more. That's cool. We don't seem to get that these days, do we? We get lots of lovely new gear, but there's not an awful lot that makes us take a step back and go, ooh. Oh wow! Oh wow! Just getting excited about the descriptions of what it can do. Reading Sound on Sound magazine, I remember getting really excited about the D50 when I read that in the magazine. Oh, I can't wait to get hold of those. And then actually sitting down with the D50 and going, it sounds amazing, but how would you use it? I couldn't work it out.
Yeah.
The wave station. The first time I played a wave station, I'm still amazed I haven't got one in here, because it's one of those synths that I just thought, I've got to own one of these, and I never have. They were so exciting. There were such exciting things, and these days it's like exciting. Like the most exciting thing that I think that I've seen in years and years that makes me go, oh, that is just amazing, is the OBX8. And why? Because it's like a synth that was designed 40 years ago.
Yeah.
That's slightly bonkers.
Well, when stuff was coming out back then, it, in many cases, it'd be, it's the first keyboard or synthesizer to do this, or it's the first machine to do that. Now, the ones that are coming out is a combination of something that's gone before.
All of it.
based on something from before, always from before. Not always absolutely new, groundbreaking stuff.
But I mean, also a lot has to do with, if you think about digital sound processing, many of those ideas started in the 50s as theory, and it took until the late 80s for them to, or mid 70s for them to slowly start appearing, late 80s to properly appear.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of groundwork already laid and thought out, and it took for technology to catch up with the actual software design, so to speak, or at least the intellectual design was there, how to do it. Nowadays we have the technology has gone beyond, but still don't. Now we're out of ideas. It's more of a problem.
Yeah, if anything, yeah.
I suppose that's pretty true. Yeah. But we can enjoy the fruits, because we also have to. I know this has been said many times. We're in a time now where actually we're really spoiled for choice. We really are spoiled for choice. You know, I mean, in the gap between Pro Synth Network and this starting, I was watching the Sonic State thing on the West Pest and the East Beast, and you just look at those little boxes and go, I'd have died for those years ago. And now I still think these are wonderful things. Great little boxes. You know, great little boxes that don't cost an awful lot. You know, you think way back when you had to spend 600 quid for an SH101 or a Poly 800, you know. It was like, well,
600 for
we
101.
learn.
It's less than you're spending now.
Well, what was I think the original retail price was $599 for an SH101, wasn't it?
Oh, now you're asking.
Well, probably with inflation, it must have caught up.
It was still a fair chunk of cash, no matter which way you dress it up.
They would no.
Yeah, Robert, get on the old interwebs and find out what the original asking price.
About 178 quid or 199 quid an SH.
Was it that? Was it as cheap as that?
Yeah, but that wasn't cheap back then.
Yeah, but
Not really. Not really.
no, I suppose it wasn't. But
No.
I bet compared to other stuff, it was, which is why there are thousands of them out there.
Yeah.
So
like a really
249 in 1982. Well,
249 from where?
1983.
Dollars or pounds?
Pounds from.
Pounds from.
Which magazine this was from? What does it say?
Yeah, 249.
Well, yeah, that was in '83, so it was already a bit later.
We'll see what Soho Soundhouse was selling it for.
Maybe I'm thinking of later on. I mean, this is why, you know.
Paul Holmes said 249. Yeah, it
Yeah.
sounds about right. Maybe I was a bit over the top.
But, you know.
249 in 1983. What does that make in?
You could buy a second-hand car for that, no problem.
Let's go in last year's money. £900 in last year's money.
Last year's money.
I mean, we could try this year's money.
£900. It's still a fair chunk. Yeah. I mean, my Poly 800 cost $349 when I bought it, and I bought that again. I think from Soho Soundhouse.
Well, like I've said before, this house,
which became turnkey, of course,
was the same price as a CS80, brand new CS80 in 1976.
That's mad, isn't it? Yeah.
So it was the price of a house.
Well, the house was a better investment in the long run.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, had to hang around a while, but
especially where you are, Kent. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
you can
yeah,
sell
yeah.
that and move up north and have a lovely, nice house and a great big wad of cash in your bank account.
Yeah, mind you, in town's getting pretty pricey as well, isn't it? It's getting a bit silly.
Well, everywhere it's all levelling out. I mean, levelling up. It's levelled up the wrong way. What's actually happened is that the north is getting more expensive. I was talking to a couple this morning who were coming to a swimming event at Ponds Forge. They'd parked on the street I live on and asking me if it was okay to park there. I said, well, where you are, yeah, you're not on private parking spaces, you're not in the restricted area. So, yeah. Oh, we got chat. I said, you sound like you come from over the hills. And went, yeah, we come from Wigan. And we got talking, and we were talking about new developments in Wigan. They were talking about, flats where the rent is, £750, £800 a month, and they wonder why they're standing there empty.
Yeah.
But ultimately, what that does is it means that the other rents go up. The in inverted commas affordable rents go up from £300 a month to £450 a month. It's suddenly that bit more expensive, and it all just comes that way. I mean, there'll be people in the south who think £450 a month in rent is probably peanuts and would love to be paying that.
Yeah.
But Andrew, did you just say bore at Native? Yes, so much. I wasn't calling Robert a bore. I didn't call him a bore then, did I? I didn't, did I?
No.
Jim, what did you hear?
Yeah,
I
but
think
like
he needs to go to the loo. Everyone needs to go to the loo, Jim. Don't
like
you?
Like I said before, those tiny little bloody houses that they're building out the back that are affordable housing.
How much?
385,000.
I mean, how is that affordable?
Yeah.
If I was a teacher in the southeast of England,
They're 12 foot wide, for Christ's sake. They're 12 foot.
I mean, it makes me laugh. If I was working in that area, I'd get £3,000-4,000 a year extra.
Yeah.
For inner London or outer London waiting.
Yeah.
And it would not make up the gap. So how do people who are school teachers in that area actually afford to live? I can't work it out. I really can't work it out. Anyway, but I've gone off on a tangent that I didn't mean to go off. And this is all to do with synth prices.
Yeah, well, it's kind of related, isn't it? Because
Wagyu, yeah, but you live in Switzerland, Wagyu.
yeah, but you're looking at the price of vintage analog now, and they're trying to match the housing market. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, somebody out there has just gone. Oh, well, here's a thing we can ratchet up.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Native's got to quickly disappear. But wasn't because I called him a bore, Jim. I didn't.
Something's happened.
Is somebody else going to jump in? Is it just me and you, Ken? Oh well,
It's just
empty blocks.
you and me, mate. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe his analog mixer's caught fire. Making some horrible popping noises, wasn't it?
Oh, that was a poor dear. Well, we better hope that not Ken's wife, your missus is all nicely tucked up, I'm sure, with a nice bottle of wine, watching Netflix. So, Robbie's missus, hope she's all right.
Yeah, no, she's okay.
Stranded in the middle of Suffolk.
I mean,
somewhere.
technically, they could have hobbled that car home. It's only one glow plug gone. It just would have been a bit, would have been a bit rough. That's all.
Oh.
It would have made it home. Turn me mic volume up. Oh, let's have a look.
Whose mic volume? Mine or
Mine.
Kent's?
Mine, apparently.
Yours? Oh, you sound fine to me. I can give
Does that sound any better?
Yeah, you're
Is that?
much fuller.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got your baritone back.
Deep, rich tones.
No, I agree. The relative decoupling of national economies has baffled me for decades. Local economies, but yeah, I think it's weird. You can still buy. I mean, my brother lives in Harpenden, in not far from St Albans. He has a 4-bedroomed house there, which he bought for £4,500 and it's already doubled. And very soon it will nudge above the million for a 4-bedroomed house. That's split. So he says once the kids are pissed off and they've gone to university and they're living their own lives, he will sell that house and he will come and live in the north of England and have a wad load of cash. And I think, well, I bought a flat at the same time in Sheffield, and mine's not increased in that amount. It's increased nicely, but nothing like that. It's weird.
Yeah.
I know the southeast is an alien land to me. It really is. I just don't understand it.
I wouldn't try.
No.
So there's a big bit of green just on the other side of the road here,
Mm.
and it's been used as it's an arena. They call it Hook Road Arena, and it's been used for staging. If there's a circus in town or.
Do you mean opposite your house? Isn't that school sports field?
No, not there. You go up the alleyway and across the road,
Right.
and there's a bit of green, bit of grass there. Apparently,
Okay.
that's just been sold, and they're building a housing estate on that and all now.
Oh, never mind. Oh dear, oh dear.
So,
The council obviously thought that it was more important to get some cash in the kitty than have nice green spaces for people to walk their dogs around.
Mm. So the whole London thing is now past us, and it's on its way south. Still charging along. Well, until it gets to all the places where all the MPs live, and then it'll stop. No housing estate's been built round them.
Yeah, funny that.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, surprise.
Sometimes I have to be grateful about where I do live. I can jump in my car and in 20 minutes, traffic permitting, but 20 minutes, be out in the middle of the Peak District, and be hills and open spaces and things. And actually, the city I do live in, Sheffield, it really is extremely green.
Mm.
You see signs that the South Yorkshire Forest, and people giggle. Yeah, actually, Sheffield is just trees everywhere. It's built in a bloody forest. Sheffield is built in the middle of a forest. There are trees everywhere, and it's and we've got to be glad about it. And there are lovely, large, open spaces where you can go and just walk around without worry. The council are not going to be building houses on that piece of nice open land. Why? Because it doesn't belong to them.
Yeah.
It belongs to the Duchy of Norfolk. They're not going to let them build on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that. That's why
Well,
everything.
all this round here
Sheffield.
used to be-
Why is there so much Norfolk in Sheffield? Norfolk, Arundel Gate, Norfolk Place, Norfolk Square. Why? Because the entirety of the land is owned by the Duchy of Norfolk, not Sheffield City Council.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
That's all right.
I've
I was just going
droned
to say, this all used to be farmland out here.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the farm got sold, all the farms. There was 2 farms altogether. And then they knocked down all the mental hospitals, and it's just been housing estates, one after the other.
Yeah. Well, Keith in Watford has just said, yeah, I noticed that as I drove into Sheffield. Yeah, it's true. You drive in, you come down the Parkway, and you have a look out over the Sheffield city centre, and what you see is lots of trees. It's quite bizarre. I'm so used to it, I don't really notice it these days, but I suppose other people go, yeah, God, look at all these bloody trees. There's trees everywhere. It's amazing.
It's funny, because I always dreamt that one day, when I got older, I'd have enough money that I'd be able to buy a nice big, like 6-inch reflector telescope or something like that, and put it out in the garden and look at the stars. Because when I was a kid, you could just about make out the arm of the galaxy. It's quite faint, but it was definitely there if you stared long enough.
Yeah.
Now, I
No
can't
chance.
I can't even see the.
Can't even see Venus.
Well, Venus you can see. I must admit, because it is very, very bright. But you can't. There's at least 5 of the stars of Ursa Major have gone. You can't see them for love nor money.
Really?
From the light pollution. Yeah, just can't see them anymore.
Oh, see, I've not noticed that. But you see, you do see that in Sheffield. But if you drive out, like I said, 20 minutes into Derbyshire,
Yeah.
into the Peak District, really, where you're much further away from it, and then it opens itself up, and then it becomes like, oh, you can see the Milky Way, but there is still light pollution there because Sheffield is very bright. You got Manchester on the other side chucking out a load of light as well, but
Yeah.
the best I ever saw was in the Lake District, actually, where just walking from the campsite in Langdale, the National Trust campsite in Langdale, to the Dungeon Gill Hotel, if anybody knows it, walking up there, and it was like, I can't see a bleeding thing, but you look up in the sky and you go, oh,
Mm.
that is just awesome.
Yeah. You see now, what I have out the back is just you just have this huge yellow dome of London, and that dome has got bigger and bigger, and it's covered the entire horizon out the back now.
Yeah.
And where it used to be really dark, going down towards Brighton way,
Yeah.
the yellowy dome has been coming that way as well, and they've now met up, so now it's just a big, solid yellow glow in the sky. You know. And that's what nighttime looks like out there.
There isn't any.
There isn't any, no.
Mm. Oh.
So that's the sad
Perhaps they
nature
could
of
move.
it.
Perhaps they could move parts of London to Siberia, where they've got lots of space.
Yeah, yeah. So outsourced London.
Source London.
Not
Oh
a bad
dear.
move. Yeah, it's quite the metropolis now.
I like the fact that you've got your Christmas decorations up in the corner there behind the CS80. It's casting a lovely orange glow in a diagonal right across it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be attached to the wall, and it's just fallen away. And I go, oh, forget it. It's just like, sod it. Can't be arsed. Keep sticking it to the wall, keeps coming off.
Oh, maybe you can book a slot on the James Webb channel. Yeah. Or we could just ask Dave Walker. If you're not familiar with Dave Walker is one of the regulars at EMOM here in the north of England, and he's also not just interested in making electronic music, he's really interested in astronomy, and he's got a big telescope that he uses to take photographs of stuff. He's really fascinating to talk to him about that. You know,
Nice.
there was a beautiful picture. You know, there was that coming together of, I can't remember which planet it was. Was it Uranus? Uranus and the moon and everything. And he had a photograph, and it was the moon and Uranus with all. You could see all the moons of Uranus as well on it. It was beautiful. Oh, it was so beautiful. So yeah, Dave Walker's a really interesting chap. He's the guy that wears all the paint splattered t-shirt and hat stuff. Yeah, he's great. Really, really smashing bloke. You know, really good to talk to about that sort of thing. I projected the partial eclipse through my Where was there a partial eclipse, Paul Holmes? Where did that happen?
They're quite frequent, aren't they?
Partial ones are, yeah. But the total ones are fairly well. Would you get about one a year, one every 2 years, or something like that?
Something like, yeah.
But I mean,
Isn't
you've got, there's one in Jakarta. Oh right, okay. Well, I'll miss that one then.
Yeah, of course. It depends
1990 1998 Cornwall. Well, I couldn't get to Cornwall. Nobody could get to Cornwall in 1998 because the whole place was booked up by everybody. So I went to Castlerig in Cumbria, where we had a partial eclipse, and it was amazing. The place was full.
Yeah.
Full of people. The stone circle at Castlerig, just outside Keswick, and it was an amazing experience. Even if it wasn't a total eclipse, it was still an amazing experience. Did you go? Oh, Jim's just said he went to Cornwall. And did yeah, you. It was cloudy in Cornwall. It wasn't cloudy in Cumbria. We had a nice clear view. We had a nice clear view of the partial eclipse in Cumbria. So, oh.
I hope Jim's feeling better.
Oh, has Jim not been well? Have you been ill, Jim?
Yeah, I reckon you might pick something up.
Oh, it's finally got him. We've all had it and we're getting over it. Now Jim's got it. Oh, poor Jim. Oh, bless you. Bless your cotton socks, Jim.
Yeah, because he was going to come down tonight.
He says 1990. It was 1999, was it?
God.
Oh, God, maybe it was. Oh, if it's any news to you, Jim, that year after the eclipse, there was a festival that was happening in St Austell, and loads of us had got booked to go down and play at this festival at Carlion Bay in St Austell, and the camping area they provided for us was on the beach. Oh, Lord above. There's me trying to pitch this A-frame it's not A-frame, but this frame tent
Yeah.
on the beach at Carlisle Bay in what was essentially a storm. Me and Mark Armstrong trying to put this tent up. It was horrific. And of course, no bugger came because the weather was so awful. Nobody turned up. So on the morning that we were due to do our gigs at this bloody festival at Carlisle Bay, they cancelled it. They just stopped it. So we can't do it. We can't pay you. I said, you can't pay me. I've driven down from bleeding Sheffield, mate, and you can't pay. And so me and Mark Armstrong I said, right, Mark, cutting our losses. We're getting out of here, and off we went to look at the stone circles of that part of Cornwall. We went to Duluth, the lovely big quartz blocks of Duluth, and then we went to the hurlers, and we went somewhere else as well. I can't remember where now. And then we drove back, all the way back from bloody Cornwall, sorry Inky, all the way back to Sheffield. And what an escapade.
Yeah.
And the gear stayed in the back of the car, it never came out. The only thing that came out was the chuffing tent, which was sodden. It was not a good experience, and that was actually the last time I went to Cornwall. It must be 1999. I'd love to go again. There's so many things I'd love to see in Cornwall. Inky being one. I'd love to meet up with Inky in Cornwall. Yeah. Well. Oh, Robert's back. Hi, Robert.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Have you extinguished the fire from your mixing desk?
No, it wasn't that. It was something else, and then I also had to look at my dinner and decide that it was ready for consumption.
Oh, good. Microwaves are great, aren't they? Sorry. I haven't got one. I haven't got a microwave. My microwave caught fire, and I had to throw it away. So I haven't replaced it. It's been about 8 months, and I've just decided I don't need it. I really don't need a microwave. So,
But it's one of the most efficient ways of heating up water, or well, surface water at least.
yeah. I don't need to do that very often, but anyway. Old cups of coffee that have gone cold. People are sitting here in the chat listening to us talk about shit like this. This is crazy.
This is peak time
Peak time watching on a Friday.
Out of
Really?
all the things somebody might do on a Friday evening, they're here.
Yeah.
Oliver, well, I'm doing something exciting tomorrow. I am. I'm not on Ramsey's show tomorrow. All those people that are waiting with bated breath to hear my pearls of wisdom on Ramsey's show, I'm not going to be there again. I keep missing it. It's on a Saturday afternoon, and Saturday afternoons have got rather busy. I've got a Hardware Jams meet-up here in Sheffield. We did one, actually it's probably about 2 months ago now, in Leeds. And the process was put in place to get one going for another one in the north because we enjoyed it so much. So I'm meeting up with Steve Rutherford and Logie Bear SB at Pirate Studios here in Sheffield, so I don't have to go very far. All I've got to do is pick Steve Rutherford up from the station tomorrow around midday. Then we'll drive off to the Pirate Studios, and then we've got to do some more hardware jams, some 6 hours of jamming. So that'd be cool. So watch this space. There'll be if it goes like the last time, there'll be a few videos on each person's channel, and then it'll all go out on hardware jams. So if you're into that sort of thing, it was good last time. We ended up with some really quite satisfying pieces of music out of it, considering it was all made up on the spot. So I think that's the best way. Don't overthink it. Just get out there and do it.
Yeah.
Is Matt not well? Oh, yeah. Oh, you're not well, Matt. Well, yeah, get well soon, bud. All right.
Oh, Matt as well.
Yeah, he said his head's not great. Well, thinking of you, Mark. Missing you. Missing you already, Mark.
Yeah, we've got something going wrong with them at the moment. Oh. Ow.
So has Mr. Glue delivered your Sony?
No, he's not well either. He hasn't come down.
It's on those bloody E-moms.
He probably wasn't looking forward to Nelly smacking him in the nuts, to be honest.
It's not that bad, Jim. I've had that. You get over it.
Yeah, she's down there sort of like all grumpy now. Got me, washed me paws and everything, got all ready.
Ugh. Nelly Nussknacker. Sorry, Robert. It's one of the best words in the German language, Nussknacker.
I mean, is it that much better than Nutcracker?
People don't think of it. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's because it's got the K in it. As soon as you say Nussknacker, it's like, yeah. Because the word knackered in English has a K at the beginning, if you're spelling it properly. So Nussknacker, it's great. Kids love it. I love teaching them that word. It's great. That and Knoblauch. They like Knoblauch as well. Yeah, anything that's basically
well, it's good for the vampires.
Well, yeah, no, it's not that, but it's a knob leak, isn't it? Lauch is leak, so Knoblauch is a knob leak. They love it. They think that's hilarious. Knoblauch. They don't ever forget. There's two words they don't forget. Right, that's it. They don't forget Knoblauch, and they don't forget whatever the other word was that I've now forgotten.
Nussknacker.
Nussknacker. That's it. Nussknacker. They like those words. Knacker. It's got a kn in it. Nussknacker. Like your knee has a k at the beginning of it. You know, you've got your creaky knees. Why's the word knee got a k at the beginning of it in English? Why? Why?
To trip people up.
No, because the word was pronounced knee.
Oh, okay.
Where does it come from? From the Anglo-Saxon?
Well, it's Old Germanic.
Yeah.
It's an Old Germanic word. It's carried through. The German says knee. English says knee. It's lost that initial kn, that k sound, but it only lost it fairly recently. It's not that long ago. It's not that long. So Shakespeare would have pronounced it knee. But yeah, there we go. So that's why it's spelled with a K. Knee. Knowledge. All that knowledge that we've...
Kicking the knackers.
A kick in the knackers, yes.
Yeah.
Well, felt before my knee.
Yes. Yeah. Knights. Knight. Compare the German word, German word knecht with the English word knight. It's the same source. It's the same root. It's the same origin.
They have different meanings.
That's called semantic shift, right? And that's because other words come in which take their place, and these words are then used for other specific things. So the English word knight is much higher up. It's up there. You know, it's elevated. It's a position of status. Whereas the German word knecht is the little oik that has to clean out the stables.
Well, that's more recently that it's become that low, but yes, it was.
It's the squire. The knecht is the squire. Yeah, but the word squire in English comes from French. It's a piece of French pollution in the English language which we should banish forever. Sorry, no, don't get me started.
You should ask Alexander Pfeffel, Boris Johnson, to ban all this French in the English language.
Well, he's a classicist, so we love all the Greek and the Latin. It will be right up his bum, that will. You see, whilst I did enjoy doing Latin, I'm actually a bit of a Germanic purist in English, and a lot of these French things, I try to not use them, and it's really, 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 really difficult.
Captain, my captain.
Oh, captain, my captain. That's a good phrase. I like that. Oh, captain, my captain.
Gentlemen.
Hello, Richard. It's lovely to see you.
How art thou today?
How art thou?
Good, thank you.
Good, good,
Was
good.
enjoying Robbie's stream with Kent and
Mm.
Manny and Andy and whoever else we ran across
It
there.
was
and
really good. It
was
was
great.
really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I-
good stuff.
Richard, I loved your enthusiasm in that chat. It was ace. It just made me laugh. It was
I love
so
I
good.
love Oberheim stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
up through
Yeah.
the what I called the blue period.
Yeah.
The blower
You want the
lighter.
grey slab period.
I do think it's interesting that the expander came before the Matrix 12. Like they made the expander and they said this would be really cool with a keyboard on it and twice as many voices, and so they did.
The idea of a
so-
Matrix 24. That
Yeah.
sounds really
You
appealing.
asked that. You asked that, Native, and I was
Kent,
thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
you make that happen?
Right. At one point, you had Kent putting SEM boards.
No,
Yeah.
it was the fact that the Matrix
doable.
12 has the facility to actually take on board 2 more voice boards. That was fascinating. Has anybody done it? To make it a Matrix 24?
Whether
Yeah.
the
Or
Matrix
Matrix-
12 really has the possibility, but the voice boards are designed that they have more ID numbers, but whether the Matrix 12 board could ever really do it, it's probably a different thing, or whether it needed a different firmware.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it would be doable, but it's such a throwback though to what the 8 voice was. 8 voice programmer. You know, see,
That
everything
take more
points
stuff.
back. Everything points back in one form or another. So
I
even something
suppose it's
that's,
bound to.
yeah, even something digital like the Matrix 12 has.
Well, that's why, because 4 voice and 8 voice were like the simplest thing of making a polyphonic synth. I just take multiple monophonics that are the same, which then eventually became just voice cards under one common front panel. But it being
but-
developed by in first principles.
Like for instance, on the keyboard, on the keyboard controller, you'd have a board that would take care of 2 voices, and then you'd have 4 of them.
For the 8
But there
voice,
would there'd be soldered jumpers to so depending on
to reset the keyboard logic to
yeah, so by using the logic, it would be able to tell which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8, and it was the same on the programmer as well, so that it corresponded with whatever note you were pressing or in what order you were pressing them. And it's literally they put exactly the same. Because if you think about it, what you would have done is you'd do it in software, but they're literally physically putting jumpers on the boards. And I thought, so when he said that, and I was going, yeah, that's right. It's such a throwback. You know, in the physical way it's been designed.
Well, you don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Well, no, but I mean, it could have been done in software. It's still the same principle, but you don't have to do it in the real world, as it were. You could do it in code.
And this particular wheel has been addressed now for how many decades?
Many.
Straight in there with your hatchet,
It's gone
Richard.
round a few times, Rich. It's gone round a few times, mate.
No,
Yeah.
no, but there's a very simple thing that you would have required different ROM chips on the voice card, but whereas just having a jumper to change it on the physical voice, you can take a voice card from whatever and put the jumper on to make it a different one,
Yeah.
which is easier than having, if you'd have to replace any ROMs, that would be annoying.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Let's just agree they're lovely things. They're lovely, lovely, beautifully designed, beautiful sounding,
Pricey.
amazing, and still pricey, and rightly so.
Yeah, those SEM-based ones. Oh, my God.
So am I going to be surprised at how many of those Synclavier things they sell? That's really my question.
I
In
think
the
that
old
might sell
days, I would
50.
have said no way, but now it's all very possible.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Robert's
having
actually watched the video, so he knows more about it. I haven't watched
Yeah,
any of it yet. I just thought it was amazing that the name was back.
I've
Yeah.
watched like half of the loop up video, and it's definitely a very capable synthesizer. And some of the things it can do, I don't think many other things can do. So you can actually do FM on the samples, and you can in each FM voice you have multiple frames, so you can actually sort of approach it as wavetables and FM at the same time, or you can change the you can change your FM carrier with its 24 partials, and you can replace that in different frames and sweep through them. So
Is it just one of the most nerdy boxes ever to be made? As in, it's really only going to appeal to people who are, oh my god, I've got to have a Synclavier in my studio, this is amazing, and it'll be so totally nerdy. Or is it actually going to sound like a fantastic synthesizer? Because I didn't hear any sounds coming from any of those demos that made me go, oh, I want one of those. What made me go, oh, I'd love one of those, was the fact that it had the word Synclavier printed down the side of it, which is really shallow. I know, it really is.
I mean,
Richard's eyes just opened a bit and went, oh, Andy. Oh dear, vanity, all is vanity.
I mean, you have 12 partials per sound, and then up to 12 sounds in a multi. So out of 144 of those elements, you can probably build a very complex.
I don't think I have enough days in my life left to learn all of that, though.
There is that part to it.
So is essentially in their architecture a partial and oscillator that can contain one of any number of different things?
Yeah, the partial is sort of like the original partials on the Synclavier 2 in the FM way.
Like, in other words, do they have to be approached as an additive process, or are they more like a bunch of simultaneous processes that can take place at the same time?
In what way do you mean additive?
12 sine wave generators pitched to various things.
A partial in its own right has the it's the FM pair, which has the carrier is a 24 stage additive or 24 harmonic oscillator, which then has the single sine wave modulator. Or instead of that, you could use a sample instead of that carrier, or you can use a subtractive synthesis model of subtractive voice and filter model. It is quite a fascinating unit, but yeah, whether it will actually appeal will be determined by how it sounds. And as has been mentioned here, it doesn't. It sounds interesting, but whether it is one of those things, is it worth the money? That's depends on the user, I think.
I wouldn't give you $2,500 for the original Synclavier 4 partial implementation, but maybe I would this desktop instrument. It's possible. I mean, not that I'm actually considering it, but just as a hypothetical. And things like how many do they have sufficient storage registers for people to use, which was something they used to fail at back in the day.
I think it's unlimited on the SD card, but the only thing is per overall set, you can only have about half a gigabyte of samples. So for the 12 partials in its 12 programs, so if you were to use 144 all 144 parts, you're limited to half a gigabyte sampling.
I see.
But that is really the only limit that I've managed to find.
I see. Okay.
That description.
So how many outputs does it have? Do you know?
In its default, it only has 2 balanced and 2 unbalanced.
I see.
Fed by the same source. However, you can connect a class compliant USB audio interface.
Very nice. Thanks for doing my homework for me, Rob.
Well, perhaps I could interest you in an original 300 system.
300 system? What's that?
I think it was a 300 system. It looks like a washing machine.
What, a PPG?
No, the Synclavier.
300 system.
Big old girl.
Well, I
Is
had
that-
one of those. I used to use all the time.
Yeah.
Shipped it across the country and around the world, and sometimes it worked. It did. We got a lot of good work done on it.
Yeah.
I joked recently with my former Synclavier tech, Ed Morgan, about how if this was happening now, I'd probably be on a subscription program for power supplies. 'Cause the thing used to blow power supplies every 6 months.
Yeah.
And it would be like, 3-4 hours of downtime in the morning on a session planned day, and it kept happening and happening and happening. It was clearly a design issue where they were asking too much of these power supplies, and they were
Yeah.
just giving up. And it wasn't going to change, so sign up for the subscription plan. The power supply.
Well, like,
Ed thought it was funny, but it's a real niche joke, that one, because you have to have, put 8 or 10 of them in our Synclavier across 7, 5 days, 6 years to get the joke.
how many voices were you running on those systems? Like, lots of hard disk recording and sampling?
No hard disk recording. We didn't have hard disk. It predated all of that, and then became everything up to hard disk recording.
Yeah.
So I don't remember how much sample RAM we have. I just remember how much it cost because it was appalling.
It was about 10 grand a card, wasn't it?
No, it was there were 4 megabyte cards for $4,000. And if you bought you had 4 slots, so if you bought all 16 megabytes of sampling space, it still cost you $16,000. It wasn't
Yeah.
like, they'd knock $1,000 off because you were buying 4
Yeah.
of them. No.
No.
$16,000 for 16 megabytes of sample memory.
Yeah.
And
Stunning.
and the cards were like, this big.
Yeah.
And they'd slide in the front. And it did have awesome MIDI timing. And I
also
was
the audio
able
quality.
to use recordings of performances and synchronize and or quantize them in ways that apparently they hadn't seen done before, which I was quite proud of, because I have an entire sheet album I can point to that's got the shit all over it.
Yeah.
And we did the soundtrack to Coming to America on it. We did a lot of things on it. It was in serious use all the time. That's
Yeah.
where I went to work, was at the Synclavier for about 8 years.
Yep. That's why Robbie mentioned you tonight,
Yeah.
because he knew that you knew that machine.
Yeah. Well, and he
really
also
well.
was very kind to hook me up with the Fairlight people when I was in Australia one year, about almost 10 years ago. And I ended up spending a bunch of time with one of those guys and seeing the instrument and having dinner with his family. And I mean, Robbie and I have been having this sort of big box conversation for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, it's rare that you'd have a Fairlight and a Synclavier at the same time.
Some
Unless we were
people-
like,
some
Trevor
people did.
Horn.
Some people did, right. Some people did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not many.
Not many could afford either one, let alone both.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I mean, then if you want to add even more, then also a PPG system on top of that.
Yeah, well, some
Oh.
people were deep in that kind of gear.
Well, of course, the PPG was really cheap compared to the rest of them.
Right.
Mm.
I was working with a guitar player who already had the thing, and I was basically hired to run it. And he had it before it had a normal sampling engine. The first sampling engine was called SFM, and which stood for Signal File Manager, and it would take in one sample at a time and map it to the keyboard and allow you to move the start point around, and he would basically re-perform things with the pitch wheel to put them better than they had been performed quite often, and he became very proficient and comfortable with that process. And I think that's the process by which the remix of Duran Duran's Reflex was created, which was
Wow.
the thing that sort of pushed
Which
it
was
all into
stunning.
the forefront. Yeah, well, pushed
I
them
mean,
into-
even the ordinary single of that was stunning. I remember hearing that. I thought, how do you do that?
yeah.
how do you
he did
create
it
that?
using SFM and a Synclavier. It's exactly how he did it. And then subsequently they got a more traditionally organized multi-sampler available to the keyboard on the sequencer, and that's where I started to learn how to quantize what would normally be disk-based performances. Because you could put the same sample on every track with a different start point in it. So if I take like 32 bars of bass playing and put a start point at the front of every note, put each of those on a separate sequencer track, I could actually quantize the performance.
Yeah.
And they'd never seen anybody do that.
So you used it like a half disc recorder without actually being.
Exactly. I got the
Or you used
result
it like
I
a
needed.
digital audio workstation.
I got the result I needed, given what I had to work with, which is what I'd been doing at that point for 10 years. Back in 1982, I was doing that with FSK Sync, because everything had,
Wow.
back then especially, everything had different MIDI delays, because it was like the first years of MIDI, 83 and thereabouts. And so my first pass, which was drums, would come, the FSK would go through 100 milliseconds of delay on the way to the drum machine, and that way, from that point forward, I would be working from 100 millisecond delay on the FSK, and I could move things in any direction I wanted to in order to put them in the pocket.
Yeah.
So that's 1983 I was doing that. And
That's
so like I said, it's
really
just a matter
mad.
of what?
I'd say it's mental. It's so revealing. I mean, because you're working on these tracks. I mean, in 1983, I was 14 years old, and I knew cock all about any of this technology, really. But I was fascinated by the sounds and how it worked, and how you could do that. That was really fascinating, Richard. Actually, so you're nudging these little start points backwards and forwards so that it all goes when it needs to.
So it lines up rhythmically in a way that sounds musical, because if you just hook it all up and hit play on the Dr. Click, which was what I was using as a clock
Oh
source,
yes. Yeah.
if you hooked it all up and just pressed play, it was all over the place, because everything had a different amount of MIDI delay coming, from the front door of the instrument of the MIDI port on the instrument to the audio output. There was a different number for every one of those instruments.
Well,
we were using.
it still is that way these days.
No doubt.
Just that the variance is a lot smaller that most people don't know.
And,
but
and you can see the results, so you can do whatever you want to it visually. I mean, which simplifies that process enormously.
Way back in, I say way back. It's not as far back as you're talking about, but in 2000, I'd been part of a group, and we'd put an album together of stuff, and we had it mastered by a guy called Rob Gordon, who was pretty well known in and around Sheffield for being able to just great sound. He was well known, so we took our stuff to Rob Gordon, and he was listening to it, and he went, "You did this on a Mac, didn't you?" And we were like, "Well, yeah." He said, "Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear that you've done this on a Mac." He said, "The Mac, the PC, the ST, the Amiga, they all have slightly different feels about how they chuck out the MIDI data, how they chuck out the audio, And I was like going, did they? Really? I remember being really quite baffled by that. But what you're saying chimes perfectly with what Rob Gordon said to us way back in 2000, when he was going, "I can hear you've done this on a Mac," which blew my mind at the time. I thought, how can you tell which computer we used? That's ridiculous. Well, there we are, and you're giving us the reason.
By then, I was 6 years into using a device called a Russian Dragon, which would compare the timing inputs of two signals and show you visually what the difference was.
Yeah.
And that would simplify that process tremendously. Had I
I've mentioned
had
this
that in
device.
1983, it would have been a lot easier.
It's funny because I've mentioned that device before. I just remember the ads in the magazines for this thing called the Russian Dragon, as in rushing and dragging. Some things are going quicker, some things are going slower. And I remember thinking, what an amazing thing. And then it sort of just disappeared. And now you're mentioning it again, the Russian Dragon. That's the amazing thing.
I got one of the first ones, and the thing arrived with the phone number of the guy who made it on the front panel. anodized onto the front panel. I mean, that's how sort of early in their development, they got rid of that pretty quickly because I'm sure that the phone never stopped ringing. But it was really nothing more than a way to display the timing disparity between two events. That was really all it was for. It didn't fix anything. It just informed you, is what it was.
Oh, I thought it did. I thought you could
No.
you could nudge things. Oh, right.
No,
Oh, well,
no,
that was fascinating.
You would then go ahead and nudge them however you had to. But, and by then it was usually in a DAW and you were dragging it on a screen or clicking.
I mean,
Increment.
already in Pro 24, you could per MIDI track delay forwards and backwards.
Right, but by
you know
2000, by 2000
Yeah.
they all did that.
Yeah, but I mean-
you know, Cubase was, yes, first Steinberg did it there, and then they did it in Cubase with whatever that window was.
because it wasn't
the
necessary.
inspector window,
Yeah.
they called
Yeah,
it.
but- On the left hand,
that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And it's actually still nowadays very helpful with sample libraries, where you're just like
yeah.
some taking a lot of time, some not, and then if you want to go through the lot of effort to like listen to them in parallel to get them feeling the same, then you can go through your template and make them respond approximately the same.
Well, whenever I've had to synchronize electronically generated string sounds with live performed orchestras, which is a few times, I've had to basically shift all the MIDI stuff forward in order for it to line up in a way that sounded musical with the performers. So you
Just moving it forward means it comes in a bit
earlier,
later.
making it earlier.
Oh, so,
In other words, the
Oh, you
string
said forward.
sounds electronically tend to have these really, really soft fronts to them. And
yes.
they're usually
yeah.
not
Yeah.
hard bowed. They're usually a little softer than they need to be
Yeah.
from the kind of playing that I normally am dealing with Nile Rodgers. So shifting the entire thing earlier in time would more closely match what a person who was playing to a click track out in out in the studio would have been doing. And there's examples of that on the Shikism album. There's examples of it in the Coming to America soundtrack. There's examples in various places where we've worked with strings. That's just something I've observed.
But I mean, it's just the thing. If you want the sample to sound nice, you need to record earlier, and if you want it to be played on easier to play, you need to cut into the sample. I mean,
Yes.
it's the problem of every workstation or other sampling keyboard. Of like, how nice do you want the sound to be, and how playable do you want it to be?
Well, I was far less amenable to clipped fronts than he
Yeah.
was, for example. So I would tend to take the whole sample and just shift everything forward until it sounded right, earlier in time. When I say forward, I mean earlier in time. So I would just move it until it felt like music to me. Once I had it done. And I'll still do that. I mean, with whatever DAW is in front of me du jour, I'll still do that. You got to find the music. It doesn't necessarily come to you.
Always the voice of wisdom. And
know?
dead right.
You live long enough and you make enough mistakes, you start to pretend that you're wise.
Yeah, for fun link, I put in the private chat. That's a great company that makes very precise MIDI clocking devices, and they have a litmus test where they compare the clock accuracy from a lot of different devices, and it's very interesting. It's basically recorded at 48K, and then looking at the samples, how after ignoring the initial delay, then try out a standard deviation of to work out the jitter value, and then also see how constant that initial delay is. And it's very interesting how terrible some technology is and how amazing some others are.
And on that note, take something as simple as a mute button in Pro Tools. If you were to define it according to the grid and unmute it on the downbeat of a measure and have music appearing at that downbeat not clipped, it will clip the downbeat every time.
I mean, Pro Tools is a lot better than most consoles with fat mutes like this thing. They take a while to discharge the capacitors holding those fats in place. So you press the mute button and it's just there's this slight bit of delay for it to still cling on and not releasing it.
Right. Well, they don't have that excuse.
Yeah, I mean, in software you don't have a excuse, but in hardware, I mean,
Which is why I can't understand why I'm still talking about it in 2022. Because it's been
Wait.
forever that this has been the case. They're still resolving MIDI timing issues in Pro Tools. One of the recent releases had a giant improvement in something that my partner Russell Graham has been complaining about for decades, or over a decade, with regards to the MIDI timing and how it affects, and even the audio timing, going down aux buses and stuff. Yeah, there's almost never a zero-sum game in terms of the actual onset of events in digital, as it works out. It's like there's always some calculation or some correction taking place that you hope is actually doing the right thing, and it's usually called, what do we call it? Compensation, delay compensation.
Latency compensation, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's always, it is really depending on how the entire computer performs at that point in time. Like logic you can piss off really easily, and certain instruments inside it make it even more susceptible. But always a fun thing is just randomly open up a 4K YouTube video halfway in between and see what happens to your latency compensation if you have a measurement rig. So I mean, either just a second computer running very stable without any other influences, or actually measuring oscilloscope and just look at it side by side. You're just like, oh, what has suddenly happened with the latency compensation when you do that?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you add external MIDI into that, then it becomes a lot worse, because so much of that is not dealt in sync with the audio.
Much to our amazement. This day and age.
This day and age, the Atari is still superior, because when you press play, there's so little happening between hitting that space bar and it coming out that MIDI socket.
But that conversation about the MIDI and the audio clocking together, began with me in 1994 when I was a Cubase beta tester on the first versions of Cubase audio. And it persists to this day.
I mean, it's only really in Cubase SX, SL, or whatever, but when they took the Nuendo audio engine, that it's become acceptable. I mean, before that they were Cubase audio was of course always a problem, because they had their MIDI sequencer and then they chopped on this completely separate audio part, and the MIDI sequencer still being based on the Atari code and the audio part being newly written for the Mac, and it all just being a complete disaster.
Well, and in my case, in '94, it predated VST, which meant they were using Digidesign's audio engine. Because I was there basically to test it with Pro Tools, because I was a Pro Tools user, and that was sort of one of
when everybody was still using their. But yeah, then with VST, of course, they could address. I think it was 2 Yamaha sound cards that were generic, in addition to the standard Digidesign Sound Tools hardware.
Well, VST appeared in 1996, and I actually made a record that year on it at home, where I did audio and MIDI.
Is VST that far back? Wow.
Yeah,
I do know that the Atari ST, the MIDI was, I mean, just the ordinary 1040 ST, the MIDI was absolutely rock solid. It was really, like Robert's just hinted at, it was really, really good. I never ever got into doing the audio stuff, so I'm only talking about the MIDI. It was
it was
good.
better than most Mac stuff, but the Synclavier blew it all the way, actually, for MIDI timing. The Synclavier really had great MIDI timing.
But again, in the Synclavier, the computer is doing even less, worrying about less stuff, whereas the generic computer is worrying about a few other things.
Of course, yes, it's perfect.
But yeah, actually, if we when there was the Steinberg MROS, which sort of avoided the normal Atari operating system, and then so the MROS was MIDI real-time operating system. That was when, I believe, when Cubase started. Very shortly after Charlie Steinberg came up with that to make it a lot better than it otherwise would have been anyway.
It never got adopted widely in the United States. Any
Well,
of it.
it's
The only people I would see using that stuff were people who were coming across the ocean with their gear. Everybody in the United States was using either opcode or digital performer, and they came with their own set of issues and benefits.
but I mean, opcode. I always hear amazing stuff about when you see videos from it 20 years ago. It is so modern still. There are so many ideas that only in the past 10 years other companies have caught on to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was brilliant. There was a bunch of smart guys in the Pacific Northwest making software at that time, and this was some of it was opcode.
Yeah.
Whereas the East Coast, which is where Motu remains, was where Motu came about. With at the time it was Performer Proceeding. That was their first significant Midi product, and it was great in its day. Nothing else really did what it did when it first appeared.
I mean, what ultimately happened to them? Did they just go bankrupt, or did they get bought by
To who?
somebody else?
To
Opcode.
Oh, Opcode. Opcode sold, I think, to Gibson. Bum,
Oh.
bum.
Oh yeah, and then
That
Gibson
black
just.
hole. That black hole. It was fun.
Yeah.
I was having a good time today.
And they all clapped their hands and
When,
retired.
Oberheim got to the Gibson period, I was like, boo!
Matrix 1000 is alright. The digital Equiplex, if you ignore that the term Equiplex on it, it's actually a reasonable digital delay of the 90s.
Well, Gibson was where technology companies would go to die.
Oh,
And
there's a truth there.
just like Isotope is now where good software goes to die.
Soundbite, the overarching company that owns like pretty much everybody now, after they acquired Plug-in Alliance.
Oh, the Native Instruments Plug-in Alliance Isotope cabal.
Yeah, the parent company Soundbite. That
Right,
is like.
I'm going to disappear. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I do have to jump into bed because I do have to be
I haven't
compos
even
mentis tomorrow.
started in
I'm sure you haven't, Richard, and I would love to hear it all. Well, yeah, I've got to be compos mentis tomorrow for this thing.
Okay.
So
It's great seeing you, Andy.
yeah, and
Always.
you too, Richard. It's always a delight to spend time with you. So I will. I'm going to duck out. See you, Ken.
well.
See you,
See you later.
see you, Richard.
Sweet
see you,
dreams.
Robert. We'll
See you,
we'll
Matt.
look out for the videos popping up because they will appear. I don't know quite when or how or whatever, but I'm quite excited about tomorrow. So let's see what happens. Hopefully, it won't just be me chucking out all the old typical Brooksy cliches. I might come up with something interesting and different, but we'll see.
Chuck a bit of Beethoven in there.
Right, I will do that just for you. I will come up with something. I will
Strauss.
put a bit of Beethoven. Bollocks. No Strauss, but Beethoven may well sneak in. I might even try and sneak in a bit of Stravinsky as well if I can remember what notes to play. Anyway, yeah. So I'll see you all soon, everyone. Take care.
Bye, babe.
Ta-ra!
Ta-da, man.
So, yeah.
And don't say what a wanker when I've disappeared. Because
I haven't got that.
can't.
What a wanker.
Yeah, say it to my face. I can cope with that. It's the behind my back that really upsets me.
I feel like I've hardly laid into you since you've been
And I thank you from the heart of my bottom, Richard. Thank you very much. I'll see you all soon.
Cheers, Andy.
See you later, babe.
So my wife just told me I have nice knobs.
Well, that's a good start.
That's a good start. No, actually, we just got replacement knobs for our stove, and I took delivery of them and mounted them when she was in her work lair, and she just came out and saw them. Which is what prompted the nice knobs comment. I might have said the same for her, but never mind.
Oh, man.
And they weren't $75 a pop. You know that they retail Samsung knobs, stove knobs, for $75 each.
Are they solid gold or?
No, they're injected molded plastic with metal stuff shoved in it to
Yeah.
make them a little more secure, is what they are. And then
Wow.
I got a package of 5 for $33 aftermarket stuff, and it looks fine. My wife complimented me on the knobs. It's a beautiful thing.
They'll be all cracked by next week because you got them cheap.
I'll spend another $33 if that happens. The truth is, I still have 3 of the original knobs, but they don't really match the new knobs, so I'm not using them at the moment. But if I had to, I could in a pinch. The domestic bliss. Oh my God, the blues.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Over to you. Pop piano, Robert.
No, I feel like I can't play that so many days in a row. It loses its charm.
Oh,
There's a sell-by date, does it?
Oh, come on, you could do better than that. Try again.
Well, again, it's asking for a question, where's your Rolly? Yeah, I don't have a Rolly. I nearly bought a block some time ago, and then I read about how well the company was doing, and then I quickly decided, and how terrible the block is, but then decided quickly, maybe not. Maybe I don't regret never buying one.
Did you say a block?
You
There's
say
the
a block?
I watched a guy today on 2 Seaboard blocks playing the Bach cello concerto,
Oh, yeah.
and it was pretty. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I wouldn't be done if I was him, but it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I feel like I could probably learn to play a normal keyboard first a bit better before I start going towards Rollies.
Oh, go ahead. Buy an Osmos. See if I care. No, I'm just kidding.
Again,
Honestly, playing a normal keyboard properly is not going to help.
It's really very. It's
No,
only
no,
half.
no.
It's only half the game.
Yeah.
No, but before I start learning another instrument, I should probably at least pretend to have some proficiency in one of the 2 I regularly learn.
No,
I've completely given up on trying to become even semi-decent drummer. I mean, that has gone out of the window many years ago.
I'm a definite proponent of a jack of all trades sort of approach to it, to be honest.
And I'm more like a jerk of all trades.
Oh, yes.
Whilst you're playing your nice free jazz fusion, there was actually a really fun Steinberg product in the 90s that the original developer like 10 years ago started doing again, called Tango, which analyzed incoming audio and then harmonized with that and did some call and response to it. And because it was written by a free jazzer, it all sounds a bit like that.
Oh, I see.
But actually, he did some interesting recordings with I think in the mid-80s when he started developing that software, and actually did live concerts with an Atari, playing some sound modules, and him and 2 other musicians. I mean, he's an amazing trombonist, but I mean, some of the stuff the software would come up with, truly fascinating, great harmony, but some of the stuff is just like, this is getting very free jazzy.
What's the big girl?
You said tango. I had to play a tango.
You had to.
It doesn't sound like Roxanne. I mean, La Compasita is definitely a great tango. But I always have to think of Some Like It Hot,
Oh yeah.
where it's obviously famously featured a lot.
Dueling Rollies. Yeah. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, you could play a rolly.
Yeah, you can do it. It's not a problem. Or you could have the little portable one.
Yeah, that's just some shit you made up because you don't wanna. Which is fine.
No, but
You don't have to wanna.
Rowley or probably Harken, I sort of find more interesting in it being really a different instrument.
Oh, it is.
Like,
It's good to know that coming in. A lot of people, no, it's created a lot of disappointment. People expecting that their keyboard technique would translate directly to the Rolly surface. It
Yeah.
won't.
No.
yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how I would approach it if I would actually use it, whether I would just get frustrated with it not being a piano and not knowing how to use it. Whereas with a Harken, I would go in with a completely different mindset, because there are these guides that tell you where you are, but it is nothing. It is not even closely resembling a piano, whereas for Rowley trying to
Yeah, I
resemble the piano, I
I
don't know how
understand all
helpful
that.
it is.
I understand all that, and you'll sound like a beginning violin student on both of them, so what's the difference? In other words, in the beginning, you're going to sound inadequate, and you're going to have to cut yourself some slack and give yourself some time to get used to the surface. And I'm sure the hack-on is probably harder because there's, as you say, there's less clues to where you're trying to end up other than your ears. Which means you end up sliding up to things a lot, which is kind of what bad singers do.
You just call it a stylistic choice.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you choose to be bad at it for a while, knowing that you'll be bad. Just like when if you pick up a violin or any wind instrument, you're going to be bad at it for a while. It's just how it works. And we as adults aren't that good at being bad at stuff, but it's kind of required to take on something like this.
Yeah.
I don't know, woodwind isn't that terrible. I mean, me trying to play it, yes, but at least you have some idea whether you're closer to the tone than on a violin.
I mean, to sound like a 6-year-old doing recorder practice all over again at the age of 58 was worth it from the benefits that you got from after a few months of banging your head against the wall with it.
Yeah, a few years in my case, but yeah.
Well, yeah, because you never stop, do you? I mean, but after a few weeks, you become proficient enough to be able to play it without having to throw up into a bucket or anything at any point.
Right. But my whole life has been about learning new instruments. I've learned a lot of instruments in my life, and I've sucked at every single one of them when I started. So there's no reason for me to expect that I'm going to sit down at this thing and sound like, I don't know, pick your favorite. You know, Ken Spong.
Now, I was quite worried at first about the rise when I bought her.
I remember.
But the need to be able to have access to that polyphonic aftertouch that the 80 used to provide for me drove me to try it out, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And I'll be the first person to put my hand up to say, if it looks like it's going to be hard work, I'm not interested. But this was really worth it. It's really worth it. Because remember when we started sort of like playing to each other, Rich, and go, oh, I'm doing this now. Look, and you play something like that, and we were awful, weren't we?
Thank you.
Yeah, you were particularly shit. I must admit, if I remember rightly. No, do you remember to go? Yeah, well, hit that F. Well, almost that F. Yeah. No, we were. It was, wasn't it? It was a challenge, but it was really,
Yes.
really, really worth it. Really
and
worth
and
it.
the remarkable thing about it is what a successful illusion it creates of being connected to a sound.
Yeah.
I've never had an electronic instrument present such a successful illusion of being in control of a sound before.
Yeah.
And the fact that I can feel that and that is
Yeah.
awesome to me.
Well, I mean, horizontal vibrato helps. Like when I play it on Martineau, that is just, it feels an amazing thing. And I mean, that is ultimately still a two-handed affair. One does pitch and one does expression, but still, it is definitely more direct than the keyboard interface. Although trying to play the keyboard fast on that thing and have actual articulation, then that becomes really hard coordination. Because when you need to press the left-hand controller for the articulation at the same speed that your right hand is moving along the keyboard.
It's chaotic, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty chaotic.
But yeah, Messiaen did make a great use of it.
As did the Beach Boys.
Well, I mean,
I'm pretty sure that's what's on Good Vibrations.
it's not quite on, or it's not made by Martineau, but it is basically the same sort of thing.
What, the one that the Beach Boys used?
The Big Boys use, yeah.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I believe that's basically that was they used somebody in the US basically modified theremins to be that sort of thing.
Well, it wasn't a theremin, though.
Yeah, but ultimately that's what it was more based on. It.
I see.
I think the person who did that was actually unaware of Aunt Martineau.
I see.
So it was
Because I
just
think there
based-
was
based-
a horizontal. I think there was a horizontal.
yeah, there's a horizontal
ribbon that was being manipulated to get the pitch.
There's a horizontal block that you move across, whereas with a Martineau, of course, it's the ring. But then again, the original Martineau invention was actually just a little box that you pull the ring out of. That was actually what he originally started with, and he determined that was a bit annoying when he did it horizontally, and
pulled the ring out of. That's funny. Gave rise later to Chatty Cathy. You know, you'd pull the string and it would talk to you.
Yeah.
Yes, but you can see pictures from, like, I think it must have been 1947, when he first was performing like that. And it's just this little metal box with that is have a metal string with a ring that's pulling out. But yeah, the first Martineaus, they didn't even have a keyboard. They had just a fake keyboard to guide you where the pictures were. But it was actually not a real keyboard above them. When it's only later that the keyboard became a thing. And then even later, the keyboard actually also had horizontal movement, so you can actually do horizontal vibrato on the keyboard. Because something that still should be done, where you can just move the entire keyboard left to right.
Neil was just asking in the chat about whether the keys on the grand. Yes, they are more pronounced than they are on the rise.
So do you think that's easier to actually than to learn the grand than the rise?
No, it's much of a muchness.
Was it just different, but two
It's just
different things to
yeah,
solve for
it's
the
just
same
different.
problem?
Yeah, pretty much. The other problem that has arisen, because there's probably not, I suppose there's not many people who've got a grand and a rise together, is that when you fire up the dashboard to make a fundamental change on the rise, it changes the grand as well. You have to physically disconnect it from the computer so it doesn't update on
Don't!
so yeah, I know. it won't see both separately. Yeah.
How stupid is that?
Yeah.
That is called great software engineering.
Well, when you fire, you know what it's like. You fire up the dashboard. You got a section that's for if you have a block,
Blocks and one for rise.
and then rise/grand.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
So, and it sees both the rise and the grand as the same thing.
That meant it didn't distinguish between them, though.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want to change the lift curve, or the glide's sensitivity, or the exponential curve of how much it works, it will alter that one as well. Well, it won't alter that one with the glide because it hasn't got it, but the other 4 dimensions it alters accordingly if you change them on the rise.
It's funny. The only thing I ever change in there is the channel arrangement and the number of steps in an octave in the pitch bend.
Oh, for the,
based on what I'm using as a receiving.
Yeah.
Because some devices don't go to 48, which is what it sort of defaults to. So.
Well, some only want the 12 even, don't they?
Right.
Yeah. I think Zebra wants 12.
And some will go to 24. There's some iOS stuff that'll go to 24, but not to 48. So I find myself switching those 2 things and pretty much nothing else. I never change the response curves because that's just something I've gotten used to, and I'd
we
rather
still
go
don't get those controls on the controller.
You don't get which controls?
Any of those controls.
I don't understand.
Well, if you could change the the glide resolution, the scale resolution for your slide on the machine, not have to fire up dashboard.
Oh, yeah. The idea that you have to connect it to a computer to do something so absurdly necessary is, I consider it to be nearly debilitating, and it's just something that we put up with because it's what they've decided it should be.
And I mean,
doesn't that make it more a boat anchor in the future?
Well, it does tie it to the laptop, yeah.
Well, the thing is, if they had just put some memory locations where you could store presets that you'd created in the computer, that would be fine. Because just being able to because like all you have to do is switch from an MPE to a regular monophonic MIDI arrangement, and you got to hook up another device to do it, and that's nuts.
Yeah, but the thing is, on the Grand, in the Equator, you have those dashboard controls available to the patch.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, and when you drop the sound into the list, it updates those settings on the Grand.
Okay.
So it already existed. Why the hell didn't they put it into the Rise? That code has already existed.
They had a hard enough time getting the shit they did put in it to work?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Quite
I
possibly.
honestly don't know. I'm speculating here.
Quite possibly.
I'm looking forward when you have your other Rise cans so that you can then have 2 Rollies appear at the same time in the manager software and responding to the same settings that you put in.
Well, I might have a
Or it might explode the computer. Who knows?
a Mac Studio by then, so I can Bluetooth it to the Mac and have the other Rise run off the PC.
I wonder, and I haven't tried, if you had 2. I've never tried this I have 2 Bluetooth devices right here.
Yeah.
If I can control 2 different pieces of software on the same controller on the same computer from 2 different Bluetooth devices externally, both transmitting Bluetooth, and if it bogs down or if it works, because it's a lot of data, that's going across 15 MIDI channels.
Yeah.
That's something I wonder about. I've never done it. Wouldn't be too hard to do, but in fact, I can do it right now.
if the 15 channels are available to any one device, is there a possibility of you playing a note on one controller and it actually sounding the other software from the other controller?
No, presumably it just uses different Bluetooth channels.
Presumably.
So different IDs.
Well, they would come up with different IDs, but the question then becomes, if, let's say, for example, you're using 2 in standalone, it's possible that you could assign each one to a different incoming Bluetooth stream. But what if you're using something like I'm using? Even as versatile as Blue Cat's Patchwork is, I'm not sure I can assign different input devices to different slots. I know I can do different channels and various other things in MIDI that you can't do.
So you think they're trying to use the block at the same time as the Rise?
I'm just wondering if it would work. I don't really have any reason to want to do it.
No.
I mean, not here. And if I were to take it on the road, I'd want a computer per rolly, basically, is
Yeah.
how I'd want it to work. And
Well,
actually,
you'd want two computers running redundant tracking to the Rolly, and probably have at least a code spare for the Rolly on tour in
Yes,
case it
of
goes
course,
wrong.
of course, of
Because
course.
you're not going to get that every street corner.
of course, of course, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
See, the way round that would be to have a grand, but then it cancels it out because it's such a dirty, great big lump.
Yeah, there's nothing logistically
No.
sensible about that. Because not only is it a great big lump, but when trying to get them to equivalent states based on what you just did to get that one.
Oh, yeah. Tell me that. Yeah. It's
You know,
like
whereas
USB didn't
you take-
exist.
Theoretically, you take one of these or a new one, which, by the way, they're claiming they're going to ship in a week or two.
Yeah.
You trying to get these in a new one to stay working is hard enough, because there's nothing really to coordinate between them except these few things right here, which will be remembered per instrument anyway.
Yeah. So, from what I can gather, and I may have misread this, but on the side of the new Rise 2, there is a USB-C, which assumed was the, if you wanted to connect it via USB, but apparently not. I think that must be the charging point.
The USB-C connector is the power input?
Mm,
That
think-
would be pretty convenient, actually.
true. But if you want a USB connection, as it were, or a Midi connection, it's that 3.5mm TRS socket.
Yeah, you mentioned that, but I'm sure
Yeah.
they give you the adapter.
Oh,
It's
they give
just
you-
You'd have to buy extras.
Yeah. It's just whether it goes to a USB connection or whether it goes to a 5-pin DIN. Like the Atari, like the
Keystep and
Arturia stuff does, yeah. Because that opens up a whole new can of worms.
Come on, mate.
Answering questions, but good questions. And thank you guys in the chat room for all these great suggestions and ideas. I really appreciate that. Really.
When is your Rise 2 supposed to arrive, Ken?
Mine is about, they say around the 20th of November.
Which stream are you in? Which group?
2.
Okay, so the first group, they've just sent out an email that says the first group is shipping like next week,
Mm-hmm.
and then the next group should ship the following week, or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe the first one's shipping the 9th, and the next one's shipping the 16th, and the next.
Yeah, it's
something like that.
Yeah.
But I think we'll all theoretically have our Rise 2s by the end of November.
Yeah. So a bit like the Liz Truss lettuce race, the Osmos still isn't here, and we're getting Rise 2s in a few weeks.
I will ask.
Can you believe?
Would it be if the Osmos would just suddenly appear still beforehand?
I've heard on a
No, it
knowledgeable
won't.
grapevine that it's not coming out this year.
I think March is the most reasonable I've heard.
Yeah. But it would be interesting to see because there's also a synth engine connected to this, so it's still
Yeah, but
an
the synth
interesting thing to
engine,
look at.
Well, it being the same as in the Haken with the Egan Matrix, it's a great synth engine, really powerful, but it is more appealing to the people who studied computer music than any normal musician or normal synthesis. It's a big matrix that you need to put numbers or functions in to then modify things in
Right.
those custom functions.
So, I mean, is the keybed on this, is it just wiggle on it? Or is there actually pressure?
No, so it is. Well, I think it's sort of what the Endeavour, what the second keyboard that Endeavour tried to make, but never happened. Where it has where you can set which parts of the key travel are transmitted as something. But I
Yeah.
believe you can use the full key swing more as one piece of data. But yeah, there's always, obviously with all the limitations of MIDI, at some point you have to send a note on message, and there's somewhere you need to define that. And with a note on message, you need to send your velocity value. So there's some delay that you need to do.
Right.
Because that's actually, if with a Harken, when you've ever had the chance to play that over CV into something, that's or the built-in Eagle matrix. That's the most you get out of it, because you just on the Harken of the Eagle matrix, you just set the pressure to be the output of a VCA equivalent,
Mm.
and it is a really direct control. And instead of having any envelope triggered by an arbitrary velocity value, you actually directly affect it.
Right.
Which that's one of the problems the Osmos has to solve in the MIDI mode, is all these settings to make it work in the environment of normal MIDI.
Mm.
I mean, one alternative would be to just like 1 degree of key swing you define as your start point. It sends any note on velocity, but you ignore that, and the rest of the key travel you fully use polyphonic aftertouch, or you do full MPE and use channel aftertouch or continuous controllers to. But whatever way you use it, there's some limitation to it.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I'm wondering if, from the point of view of polyphonic aftertouch control from a key bed, whether it's taken a long time to come out, and the Hydrosynth has sort of usurped it.
No, but it does. Or in theory, the technology they use for the keyboard can do a lot more. How they ultimately present it and how customizable it is, that is to be seen.
Mm.
But like for me, there's so many parameters I would like to control for that. But also actually in synthesizers, for a controller like polyphonic aftertouch, ideally I want to control slew rates for up slew and down slew.
Mm.
Because with the Ensoniq synths, or with the SQ80, the aftertouch, it's always a problem how slow you need to go down. Because in the CS80, of course, it being such low resolution with only 4 bits, the smoothing is quite slow,
Mm.
which is very sensible. But for a generic product, you of course want to be able to set the slew rate. But there's a lot of software where you can't set it at all, and most of the software is just no slew rate. So you just try to use aftertouch, and it just, with shit aftertouch sensors, it just jumps around like crazy.
Yeah.
Then like Yuhi is quite good with a well-designed slew rate.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think you can adjust it really. I think there might be a way in the MIDI learn where you can set it.
Quite possibly.
But there's all these extra parameters. But if you really want to get the most out of it, or when you're talking about with Equator or Veroli, that all these parameters you need to set, and how it deals with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to be able to try one before you buy kind of scenario, but it's not something that's going to happen for me, I think. So.
Well, especially considering that you spend a lot of time at home.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so clearly, if somebody else buys one and lends it to you.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it depends on it, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it's like if and when it does surface. Because I must admit, I was for a while there. I mean, both me and Richard were sort of like slightly concerned that this rise might not actually come to fruition this year at all. Wasn't it? It was all sort of like flick a coin, mate. See.
Yeah, and every week I see 3 more videos with young people with their Rise 2s and wonder where the hell they got them from.
Mm.
But they're influencers. They need them. They need to generate more cash for Rowley.
Or they're just rises sprayed silver. Or lovely rose gold like my one.
I mean, given the current price difference, I mean, Rowley actually does seem relatively tempting.
Yeah.
That doesn't tell me on the website when the next, if I were to pre-order now, when it would actually come.
Well, I think they were up to pre-ordered up to at least batch 7. I think in the email.
Which if they are able to keep to their one batch a week scenario, would be before the end of the year or around the end of the year.
Yeah.
So presumably, if I were to buy one next week, it would be
You won't see it much
next
New
year.
Year's. Yeah, New Year's-ish.
Yeah.
Well, actually, and if they all go home 3 days before Christmas and come back to work the second week of January, then it'll be later.
Yeah. Or 3 weeks before Christmas and 2 weeks after.
It's funny how my life never worked that way.
Yeah, you and me both, mate.
Although this year, I don't know.
Well, it depends whether you're working Christmas or not. So it's always with joy.
I don't think so, but I will be there at the last week of November into the first couple of days of December in England.
Mm.
We're playing a TV show, and then some little dump called the Royal Albert Hall.
What a terrible venue.
Oh dear. The bin, as it's commonly known.
I mean, have you been there since they've done the new dressing rooms? Or
I've been there a bunch. Well, before pandemic, I was there pretty much every year for a couple of years. I don't think I've been there since pandemic.
yeah, because I can't remember when I think 2019. When
Dressing rooms weren't a
building.
problem for me there because the proximity to the stage is insane. It's right behind the stage, basically. It's beautiful.
Well, basically they built a whole bunch on the southwest side. So if you're on the steps, if you were coming up the steps to the left, where basically all the OB trucks normally would be, and they excavated a massive area there and built a whole bunch of new stuff down there.
I see. I don't know if I've ever been to that.
Mm.
But there's apparently a reasonable amount of dressing rooms now. Well, I think that's more applicable for all the operas that were done in there. There definitely weren't enough dressing rooms. If you have a big opera with a big ballet company and full orchestra in there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I don't know what this show is. We're doing it's a benefit for some charity, and we're part of the show. I don't think we are the show, but I could be wrong about almost all of that because I have remarkably little information about what this actually is.
We don't know until you're actually pushed out on the stage, really, do you, half the time?
No, I'll know before that because I think the day before we're doing a rehearsal. So that means kind of that there will be guest artists involved, and it's but they're not being very specific in my information. And then apparently on the Monday of that week, the 28th, we're playing Michael McIntyre, which is a television show there. That everybody is it a morning show?
Normally, no.
Okay, good.
As far as I
won't
know.
have to be there at 3:30 a.m.
No, it won't be anything like that.
Is it an evening show? Michael McIntyre?
Well, the show he's doing at the moment is a quiz show.
Really?
Yeah, so it can't be that unless he's bringing back his. He used to do this thing on stage, so it might be, one of those evening jobbies.
Okay.
Some big venue.
That's my Monday, the 28th. Then
Right.
Wednesday, there's a rehearsal. Thursday, there's a concert. Friday, we fly home. Saturday, there's a private show in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I'm chilling for a while.
Hey. Can't be bad.
It's not. However, sometime soon there will be dinner to prepare. Well, speaking of Eleanor Rigby, because it sounded like you were just playing a bit of Eleanor Rigby, the Beatles Revolver box set has just come out,
Oh yeah.
where they've plundered the depths and remixed and done things. For those who like that sort of thing.
I was playing dueling banjos, but
Oh, all right.
I'll
that's
take
close
that at the
enough.
value that it is.
Oh, man. Oh, well, I just recently listened to the Animals remix from Pink Floyd with very ambivalent feelings.
I'm ambivalent about Pink Floyd anyway, so that's not
Ah.
hard for me to. It's not hard for me to believe.
Because, well, there's some albums where, like, modern reworks I don't mind. Well, like Aqualung, it actually, it sounds like it has treble in the Steve Wilson remix. Unlike the original, where it sounds like you have a stereo in the room next door with the door closed, wearing headphones.
I hope Steve Wilson is sailing on a gigantic yacht of his own right now, because everybody beats a path to his door for surround mixes, and I'm happy for him. I think he's a musical guy, and anytime anybody has that kind of success, I'm happy for him.
Hasn't he also been trying to do a lot more music lately?
Yeah, he's had his own project. Adam Holtzman plays keyboards in it, and there may even be an occasional porcupine tree thing going on these days.
Yeah, because I thought he was trying to do more of that, but other things keeping them busy.
And soon he can do them all again in Atmos.
Yeah. So is TRS MIDI rich?
Yes, Steve Elbows
Yeah.
has come to the rescue here.
Yeah. I keep going back and reading it, and then somehow just forgetting. And it all blurs together.
So the only thing that that mini plug thing is really for is to control hardware directly from the instrument.
Yeah.
And the current MIDI cable that powers it and, if you like, takes data, also is just going to get replaced with a
Yeah.
USB-C cable.
Yeah, which is good.
Which will give me one more reason to use one of these. Actually, I have to use one of these at each end now. No, I'm only kidding. I should be able to just conjure up a USB-C cable and have it work.
Yeah.
The joys of USB.
Well, my USB 2 devices are gradually going away now. I'm like not down. I don't have that many left to be connected to this laptop, which is good because there's only 2 damn ports on the thing. But I have other ways of getting there. But
Yeah.
I'm looking at my MIDI, at my hub, and wondering how much longer I need to be using it.
Soon you'd only need the iLock.
Hubba hubba. Well, the iLock rarely goes on that computer, but sometimes. Right now, the iLock is on the computer I'm talking to you on, because that's sort of the studio computer. And over here is laptop, which is not really music purposed, but capable and has the software on it if I do need it. But it's not really intended as a primary music computer in my world. Maybe that'll change someday. Excuse me. We'll see.
Indeed. I don't know if this... No, I'm trying to think now. I don't know if this does it now. Oh, it does. Well, Manny never got back to us.
Well, they're busy having a good time, and
Yeah.
I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I just wish we could be there. But I'm glad we got to spend as much time with them as we did. It's good to see Andy Joyce.
Mm. Yeah.
Good to see Michelle.
Yeah.
Good to see Dina off in the distance.
Yeah. With a head cut off.
Right.
Yeah.
Parts of Dina.
Yeah, parts of Dina. Rob Rosen kept showing up. Go from one place to another, and there's Rob again.
I'm not sure I know Rob.
Yeah, the Rosen sound guy. Oh, I don't know what happened to that. Did you ever get rid of that CP70? Is it
Hold on a second. Yeah, I had a CP60.
Oh, 60.
Oh, the upright.
Yeah, with Midi, and I did it with a broken pickup, and I did eventually get rid of it. And one of my lasting regrets when James carted it off to push it off of a ledge at the local dump and have it fall like 10 feet and hit. I forgot to tell him to tape the sustain pedal and record it. I can't believe I missed. I can't believe I missed this opportunity to get a great bong. And I'm sure instead it landed with a gunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a CP. There's no resonance surface at the back, so it's not like you're really getting that much of a noise out of it. It's not like a satisfying acoustic piano.
Well, it was the piano I had to push.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Although at this point
It
you
was
could
what was
probably drive
available.
around and pick them up, and for free, and just take them to the dump and push them. You know, yeah. I could
Yeah,
probably
start
do
your
the
own
whole
piano
thing again.
removal service.
Because right now cheap uprights are giveaways.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
And even decent uprights sometimes are giveaways. So it probably wouldn't be too hard to recreate this exercise in a more meaningful way. But I'm still kicking myself for not having him tape the pedal and record it. He's got my Zoom recorder anyway, for crying out loud. Put that thing to some good use. I'll send a postcard to Diego Stacco.
he only burns them.
Pardon?
He only burns pianos.
Yes, I know, he does. He does burn an occasional piano. He's a really nice man. I miss him. I haven't seen him in a while. Aren't we due for Unwin to show up and start ranting about some shit?
I mean, I am playing, so I'm surprised. he
Yeah,
hasn't
that's
showed
why
up
I'm
yet.
wondering why he hasn't shown up yet
Yeah.
to chew you out for it.
Make some bold statements, Richard. That'll do it.
I have to make bold statements. Wow.
Yeah. Preferably inaccurate ones.
Or he doesn't to complain about some of the music he loves. I mean, this opera Sauvage.
Oh gosh, what did I just do?
Has he actually ever seen the film?
Pass. No idea.
That's
I mean,
what I
I
was
mean,
looking for.
it's
You
few-
wanted
few-
something. You wanted something pithy. How's this Groucho quote?
Go for it.
Well, art is art, isn't it? Still, on the other hand, water is water, and east is east, and west is west. And if you take cranberries and stew them like applesauce, they taste much more like prunes than rhubarb does. Now, you tell me what you know.
Yeah. Is that duck soup?
I'm not sure exactly where that one. It might be. It's one of my favorite Grouchoisms. I
Yeah.
usually I have to look it up though. I haven't memorized it.
Yeah, but it's quite a mouthful, that one.
Ah,
It was a guy who was ahead of
I
his
did
time.
say Eleanor Rigby, didn't I?
Yeah.
Really? F minor?
I'm pretty sure it's not an F.
No, it's not an F. It's an E minor.
I mean, it makes a lot more sense. They are guitarists, after all.
Yes.
Wow.
It's amazing. It probably also doesn't help if his piano is detuned.
What was I watching? Some concert Dave posted
Mm.
by a guy who had just worked at his place who was a really nice pianist.
Oh, what's his name? God, Mario?
Marius something.
Marius, yeah.
And the entire concert was not tuned to concert pitch.
Yeah.
And I couldn't understand why. And I mean, it was off by enough to be almost like sample rate error annoying.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I quite often reach over and play something along with what I'm hearing.
Mm.
I'm like, yeah.
Or to be fair, mismatching 48 to 44.1 is a really annoying one.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's, it had that
Yeah.
really annoying interval where it wasn't even quite a quarter tone. It was like just
Yeah, it was just like,
a little bit of nails on the blackboard kind of thing.
yeah.
To be fair, that's when you just adjust the sample rate of your audio interface a bit.
Well, I don't know, because it's a whole concert and half the instruments are acoustical instruments. There's a real piano on the stage.
Well, maybe the royal piano wasn't tuned properly.
No, it was all equally detuned from normal.
Yeah. So if a piano tuner got it wrong, then your only option is to have everything else follow it.
Or you could just take the piano to the dump and push it off of a leg and tape the piano down.
I mean, yes. What else would you be doing with a Steinway D?
Of course, of course.
Yeah, push it down the dump and get a Bösendorfer instead.
All I had was a measly Yamaha CP60, but it was the best thing.
It's an okay piano.
It was horrible. And it's an even worse MIDI controller. It's terrible fucking MIDI controller.
But the keyboard folds down, and you can.
Yes, I know exactly what it does. Do you know that the handles that flip up in order for you to move the thing on the wheels are motorcycle footrests upside down? They are
Clearly Yamaha have them lying around. Is there also anything of a boating department there, or is there only?
I didn't detect anything nautical on the device.
No, but what's that one? The FX one can't, or the not quite VX one, or the EX one, the one that looks like
Yeah, EX1, yeah.
the one that looks like a yacht.
Mm. Yeah.
Clearly, that design department of Yamaha got involved with it.
Yeah,
I
all
thought
it
it was
needed was the
hilarious.
chrome safety rails around it, and you'd be laughing. And then you
I
stand
thought
at the
that-
front, did it?
That they had repurposed motorcycle footrests for handles was pretty impressive, I thought.
Mm. Mm. Oh, yes.
The fact that any of our friends haven't like bailed on us yet is pretty impressive. As I look at the chat room.
They got nowhere to go either. It's this or a park bench.
With a bustle.
Yeah, it's sort of like the dog on a string.
So you're comparing our chat room friends to yo-yos, is that right?
Hey, it's better than what I've been compared to in the past. So it's an improvement, trust me.
I still think the funniest thing I've heard in the last 2 weeks is when Wagyu suggested that the next PM of England was going to be Sasquatch.
Well, we've tried everybody else.
I'm still laughing about that.
I mean, they might as well go to normal members of a party rather than MPs at this point.
Yeah. Actually, they probably should have given it to the lettuce.
No, they should give it to Larry.
Yeah.
Already in the house anyway.
Yeah.
Has outlasted 4 prime ministers.
Yeah. And he has a pretty decent mouse catching policy. Well, we could do worse than having a cat.
Well, we're about to see just how the shit flies off the fan in this country in about, 10 days.
Okay.
10 or 11 days. That actually sounds like a CP70 sample. Is that what it is?
Well, it's technically a CP80, but yeah.
All right, there you go. Same set of pickups, give or take.
But yeah, it's an old Giga sample that for some I can't remember where I got it from. It's like amazing what you occasionally find on old hard drives. And the bass is nicely detuned like a real one.
Oh, yeah, isn't it?
That's about as much Genesis as I know.
The arthritis in my elbow tonight is really giving me bloody jip.
Have you been holding the iPad with that arm?
No.
Because that's what took down my elbow for 6 months once.
Did it?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It fucked me up for a long time. I like the way you've got sound appropriate demos for all of these. That's very nice, Robert.
Oh, it's
What chord does it go to?
that one.
The relative major of whatever that minor key you were just in is.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Tony Banks is very sensible.
And but this isn't Tony Banks, this is Roger Hodgson.
Oh yeah, right,
Supertramp.
Right. This one's Supertramp.
Close
But-
enough.
But I mean, yeah, Tony
I
Banks.
know Roger as well.
Well, so what Tony Banks stories do you have? I mean, of course, he was a Synclavier user. But
Well, I don't know Tony Banks. I mean, I
Well-
don't actually have any stories that are specific to my experience other than I like to make jokes that in any picture where he's smiling, that how unusual it is.
Well, they went to British public schools. I mean, him and Mike Rutherford smiling. Could you imagine that?
Right, exactly. That's
Well-
and
Well, I mean,
they went to a
that's,
place called Charterhouse, I believe, didn't they?
yeah.
Or was
I
it
mean,
Porterhouse?
that's probably a reason that out of all of them, the only person that Peter really still got on along with was Phil out of all of them.
I think, wasn't it that Tony, it was Mike and Ant that went to Charterhouse. Actually, all four of them did, but Peter and Tony hung out, and Mike and Ant hung out, and that's how it all kind of came together.
And you mean Anthony Phillips?
And Phillips, yeah, and then those two pairs of collaborators kind of came together and made the band, and then looked for a drummer, basically. As I understand it.
Wasn't Peter the original drummer though? Or
I don't think he actually played drums with them for very long or very much, even in the beginning. I think the idea was always for him to be the singer.
Yeah.
And occasional erstwhile instrumentalists, and I do think it kind of drove. I think he kind of wanted to play drums more, and that's why he had that silly kick drum in front of him during the early day. You know, he'd stand behind a bass drum as part of his shtick of weirdness. The weirdness being wonderful weirdness, but nevertheless.
But yeah, all the early albums where he's like playing a bit of flute and clarinet occasionally, it's always nice and lovely.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and some of the songs, some incredible pieces of music on those albums. And the meeting of Tony Banks's orchestral keyboard setup kind of concept with this very, very clever guitar ensemble stuff that they would arrange with all these arpeggiated guitar figures across Ant and Mike, and then subsequently across Steve Hackett and Mike and Tony sometimes, and it was just such a great set of contrasts.
But yeah, I mean, Trespass and Nursery Crime are really lovely. I mean, Trespass being the last one with, well, actually Nursery Crime still, although Ant didn't play on it, definitely some compositions were still his.
Right, he worked on it, but he didn't play on it. They had gotten Steve by then. Ant had left by then because of basically physical reasons and emotional reasons. He apparently had crippling stage fright.
But I mean, Steve is such an amazing guitarist, and
Yeah.
all his use of volume pot and then volume pedals. It's
Yes.
just,
Brought whole new dimensions to the music, which is not to take anything away from Ant's significant contribution, but Steve advanced them as a band, as did Phil. And that quintet was pretty miraculous for a bunch of years. Few
Yeah, it
years,
was-
not really that many, come to think of it, because really that was only from maybe 5 years of that.
72 until 75?
Yeah, thereabouts, maybe 71. It may have been, by the time Steve joined, it was probably 71. And Phil was already there by then.
But didn't Phil join later? Or no, Phil started on Nursery Crime.
I don't remember
Trespass is still a
because-
different drummer.
As far as the records go, they both appeared for the first time on Nursery Crime, but I don't remember the timeline well enough to know in between those two albums what exactly happened.
But yeah, Trespass has some really lovely guitar playing between, like, three of them playing guitar on there.
Yeah. Well, they had a real thing, Mike and Ant. It was really very special.
But it's also when Tony Banks playing 12-string episode.
Yeah.
For the three of them together, it was very folky, but interesting way.
Yep, that was a great texture that they did. And it's funny to look at the early concert footage now because the actual stage logistics and gear are so incredibly primitive, and yet they were able to pull off such incredible atmosphere within those limitations and create this like magical concert experience. I saw that band a few times, and it was really miraculous. It was amazing. I remember it clearly.
It was like a year ago that there was this amazingly restored footage and audio from a gig between the Nursery Crime and Foxtrot.
Yeah, I think it was a
Yeah.
Bataclan gig in Paris, actually.
Oh, yeah. And it's before they put Willow Farm into Supper's Ready.
A flower?
Yeah, before we just randomly shoved another song in the middle.
You go
Yeah,
down to Willow Farm to look for butterflies, flutterbys.
I've had Apocalypse in 9/8, just seeing them play that live.
That's a pretty hard thing to execute, and he plays it like it's nothing. Tony
But-
Banks.
but- but-
that
but
organ
also-
solo
But also, it's Tony Banks playing in 4/4 on top of it for
on
most
top
of
of
the solo.
that whole thing, and maintaining that
Yeah.
is pretty incredible. It's not easy to do at all.
But then again, there's also all the hilarious stuff that Yes did, where as much as the studio albums were always completely chopped together, when you like nowadays hear the rehearsal takes of them, they have the whole arrangement there, but when they actually went to record it properly, it was all just massively chopped together. It's fascinating that they chose to do that
Well,
when they
close
could
to
actually
the edge, close to the edge in particular with that. Yeah.
yeah, but when they could actually just play it through as well, nearly to the same quality.
Well, they had to go learn to play it through, apparently, after they recorded it and released it. They had to learn to play it with a different drummer, no less.
True.
Because that's when Alan White joined, was between the recording and the tour.
Well, the yesterday's album still has some live playing from Bill Bruford on it. So the live yes
I
songs.
think we're talking about Yes songs now.
Yes songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Does it? I saw the tour though, and I don't. In other words, if it did, it would have been songs that were preceded the Close to the Edge tour, because Alan was the only drummer on the Close to the Edge tour, as I understand it. Certainly the one I saw, and I had seen Bill play with them on the Fragile tour.
Well, I mean, again, Bill Bruford, what an amazing drummer,
Yeah.
and
He was.
his time in King Crimson, of course.
Yeah, and his time with my friend David Torn. Yep. Bill was quite distinctive. Somebody you could pick out of a crowd.
Or Fish Out of Water, what an amazing album.
Played great on that album too, yeah.
Or was there was a song in 7/4, Lucky 7, just a nice simple drum groove that he plays through, and you can from the first note of him playing it, you can just hear it. It is him and Chris Squire.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they were very distinctive in that way, in that long distance runaround kind of way. For example.
The way just them two sat together was definitely used. And again, Chris Squire and Alan White is different, but also
Yeah,
they
great.
sat together as a,
Yeah, great. Totally. Alan's a great drummer, and it was different, but it was fantastic. And big shoes to fill for Alan, and it was seamless.
but I mean,
It was great.
he's had quite a career before starting to play with John Lennon.
Yes. Yeah, and since also with my friend David Torn and some other people. And may he rest in peace. So I'm gonna go invade the kitchen and get her done, because dinner ain't cooking itself. So nice chatting, gents.
As always, sir.
Lovely as always.
Stay well. See you soon.
Take care, bud.
You too.
Like that. Definitely
Just
like that.
Just close it and run away.
Yeah. Right. Something's not entirely right here. I like to know why this Mac Mini is taking. Well, you can't guarantee that it will fire up each time now. something not right. Oh, it didn't find that, did it? G. No. Looks like nobody else is coming in tonight.
Come on, Magoo, come in.
Yeah, can we have a chat, buds? Of course, that would make more sense. Ah. Oh, pardon me. Keep finding that. No, this isn't working.
What are you trying to do? Just
It's a couple of these plugins. I was trying to get them to go in, and it's not selecting anything. Essentially. Okay. Can't have it won't accept any external devices. Boo. Oh well. Leave that for now. Oh, dear me. So we've gone very quiet out there.
I mean, I can give my best Western piano again on the road.
Yeah, the Rhodes version.
I don't think it quite has the same bite. Like, actually, if we do clavinet pianet, that is of course the correct combo,
Mm.
because we all know that how can you make a pianet better is by adding a clavinet to it. How terrible is this going to sound?
Very 60s. How bizarre.
I don't think anybody wants to hear more of that. Well, maybe it's preferable to the Western version.
My hydra's just stopped working. Yeah. Yay! I can play with mouse, but can't play with anything else. What the hell's going on? I've knocked something out. And that still works. So it says, do you use some kind of component managing stock software? On what, dear? Referring to.
So it's for Roly, are you no longer getting MIDI across, or what is?
No, the Hydra just stopped transmitting for some godforsaken reason.
Trying off and on again doesn't.
Yeah, I was going to do the Microsoft on it and see what happens.
Well, welcome to IT support. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, trying to get to the on button on this thing. Oh, there we go. Alright. Reboot.
I'm surprised you haven't put the power supply inside of it yet. That's like one of the things I would do very quickly with a hydrocentrist. Put one of those big IC sockets with filter and on-off switch, just have a back and dump a power supply inside, and stop caring about having to find a small.
Yeah, that's true enough. Yeah.
Because I mean, there's plenty of room from what I can remember when you opened it up.
Yeah, there is bags of room. There is bags of room. I must admit though, that what tends to happen is like you spend all day working on other people's keyboards, and you get to your own, you go, I can't be asked. Right, I think. Oh, there she is down there. Right. Oh, yeah, it works now. Cool. There you go. I don't know why it decided to drop its pants. Like a component database inventory linked to mouse or DigiKey for searching data sheets and ordering, etc. No, I have a Fiona. I just shout at her what I want and she goes and orders it. Literally. If any of the little buckets start running out of bits, I shout at her and say, order more of these. And that seems to work.
If you were to do a big restoration job or like a full recapping, would you then for something bigger? Would you then charge for components, or more individually and think about it that way, or just
Um,
ignore it and do it under the under your overall estimate or quote?
Yeah, I'll do like an overall holistic kind of pricing on it. I mean, because normally what I'll have is I'll have all the cap values and voltages in stock in the trays, and I just constantly keep it in stock. So if there is, you know, some sort of like 220 at 63 volt or something like that, there will be one in to bang in it. So it's, I mean, sometimes on the big restoration jobs, it's an idea to price it based on what the customer is expecting from the restoration, what the machine is really going to actually require, and then holistically mix that together and come up with a price that should suitably benefit everybody concerned. I normally come in too low, but either way, so I made a living out of it, so everybody seems to be quite happy, which at the end of the day is all that really matters. So. I know there's some techs that will charge an absolute fucking fortune for doing very, very, very little, but eventually, they tend not to get returning custom because of that. So
Because they all come to you because they're cheaper.
Cheaper, sometimes, at least sometimes quicker.
The quickest on a CS80.
Yeah, well, I always have CS80 Kent and Midi kits in stock because it's, like I said, I've got like six week lead time on them now. So somebody has an 80. Besides, I don't want it sitting around for 6 weeks while I wait for a bloody Midi kit to turn up. It'd be nice to be able to bang it in straight away.
Don't they pretty much all have MIDI kits by you now anyway?
Well, I mean, there's the ones that were MIDified before I was doing it. You always recognise those ones because there's the ones with that huge aluminium panel with the big holes that they drilled in the front panel. That'll do it, with a little switch and a little push button on it. So, which is pretty god awful.
Yeah, but one of those CS80s where I would feel less guilty about doing other horrendous mods too. If it's already been if your artwork has already been defaced, I might as well put switches everywhere to like disconnect the band to the second synth voice and all those other fun mods.
Well, when we was doing the big restorations for RL, for instance, if it had that, those two half-inch holes drilled in the front panel with the metal plate on it, I'd take that all back and then repair the holes, sand it all back and everything, and then get the front panel repainted and re-silk screened again. So, and then fit the switches in a good place.
How would you repair the front panel? Just weld in some more sheet metal or?
No, it's wood. So I'd use auto body filler. It's the best stuff because it's flexible, and sand it all back and primer it, and then send it off. Get it, sprayed and silk screened. So the panel comes back and it's looks absolutely brand new again.
I mean, with polyfiller you can't see the difference.
Mm. Trouble with polyfiller is that would crack, but the car body filler, U-Pulse C, actually is probably the better one. It's flexible.
Something like Milliput would probably also do the job.
Yeah, I mean, if it's got an oil base and uses a hardener, it should be fine. Yeah, because it will grip the wood properly. And once it's on forever.
I mean, Milliput is normally what I use to prop makers using to do random shit to where wood isn't good enough, because it's basically a lot like a better version of clay, let's put it or it's a lot like molding with clay, but when it hardens, it properly hardens, and you can sand it down
Yeah.
and do everything with it.
Yeah. I mean, this is where, me being a trained panel beater really did come into its own. Being able to do that, I tell you. Being able to get it so dead smooth, there was no indication that there'd ever been a hole there. I've had to prepare keys like that as well. Really rare type keys that got like huge cigarette burns in them. Take it all back and fill it, and then respray the key, and then dirty up the paint so it matches the other keys. Literally, it's ridiculous.
Then 5 years later, the smoker complains that all the other keys are different yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's too late by then. I'm gone. So especially these really rare, weirdy keys. That a lot of the Italian keyboards used to have. I've had some very strange keys.
Not like the good old Pratt Reed keyboards where you just have millions of them lying around that are all equally shit.
Yeah. Or the polymode ones where they had that recess, they put all that resin in them to make them
The extra
weighted.
weight.
Yeah. It's really heavy shit put in that.
So did they just put in resin at the front then, or did they also?
Yeah, I
put
think
some
it's just on that first recess. And it's to fill it up and then scrape it off and then let it dry, and it gives the impression of this weighted keyboard.
I mean, yes, for Pratt Reed, it feels amazing, but that is not setting the standard very high, is it?
Yeah, well.
Just with Martin's collections, if you realise when some stuff really hasn't been touched for a few months, and you just like, that's the key down now.
Yeah.
When they stick some stuff.
I mean, although you got things like like on the OBX and stuff like that, where you got the cat whisker system. At least on the Moogs, they had those, the 3 gold springs for the bus bars on each key. So you got a really decent kind of connection once the springs were clean, anyway. But it's those bloody rubbers, those bushes. Because I used to say, sort of like, God, if I had £1 for every time I had to fit one of them, and now they are nearly £1 each. Unbelievably, so it's going to cost nearly 60 quid to do an OBX.
I'd be so tempted to just get rid of it, put a modern Fatam matrix keyboard inside, either have a controller to convert that, or just solder my own resistor, rip out the matrix circuit board below it, and solder my own resistor ladder to it, because because Pratt Reed.
Yeah, they require a lot of maintenance.
But then again, Jupiter 4 keyboard, that's also unique of how shit can you make a keyboard?
Yeah. Well, that's the same keyboard they put in the System 100, or the 101, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the was it the SH2, the VP330? I think it's the same.
Because
the thing I used to love about them is, what's funny about them is when you undo the screws on the front metal plate that runs along the front of the synth, and you take it off and watch all the keys fly up in the air. And they'll ping up. Go, it's like, it's raining keys, hey. But you can't get them clean, are they? Because they're actually naturally dirty yellow, those keys, aren't they?
Well, you've got to adjust the colour balance of your photo if you want to make them look less yellow.
Yeah, and then they went and used that exact same key system for the System 700.
Which is weird because the rest of the 700 is so nice and lovely.
Yeah.
And
And then
then
you got this
for-
keyboard that goes clackety clack 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 clack. You go, is that right? Yeah, mate. Yeah. It's authentic. Because the rest of the machine is built, like you say, with such care and precision and quality.
Yeah, and like the fake front panels behind. So you just have 4 screws going to the metal plate behind where all the sockets and the pots are mounted, and everything is flush and perfect.
Yeah.
The distance is just perfect, amazing.
Because you've got those
from the
two
shafts of the pots.
aluminium spacers, haven't you, between the
Yeah.
two panels? Yeah.
And the sliders being kept in the perfect. It's just
Yeah.
they're the most beautiful engineered front panel. I
Yeah.
could never be fucked to do something like that.
Yeah. And then you've got that lovely metal frame.
That sits in the wood.
Yeah, that black
With the
anodized
tailor's
metal
wood.
frame. Yeah. And then all the anodized steel, gold anodized steel that they have on the inside and everything. And then they put the crappiest fucking keyboard they could possibly find. Yeah. There you go.
That'll do.
Yeah, knock yourself out, mate. Yeah. It was a nightmare trying and get them not sound so clacky. Yeah, clack, 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 clack. Replace the felt on the inside edge of the front support bar for the keys, and it would just go from clacky to clunk, 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 clunk. It's an improvement.
I think with the pictures of the 3 that Hans has, I've never seen a keyboard with them.
No, I don't blame him.
Well, again, well, I know Martin has 2, which
Hmm.
one up customer at some point left behind when he brought one to a store because he clearly couldn't be bothered to take it back.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, keep it.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I noticed that on Virma there was one of those System 700 keyboards. It's up for sale.
For a ludicrous price.
Starting price, I think, is 1,700, something like that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The wooden box with the toe legs is quite nice, but
Yeah, and that flat steel, that metal.
that
Hitch.
feels so. Does it always feel like it's rusted, or
Yeah.
is that how it's supposed to go? So
Yeah.
that's just all the Rolands I'm used to with those sliders. They feel like they're rusted, but
Yeah.
because again, does the SH5 have that, or does the SH5 already have the Roland the sideways pitch band?
Oh, I think this S5 has the plastic one, doesn't it? I think.
Come on, Google, show me nice pictures.
Yeah,
Oh,
showing. I think it was it the plastic one like they got on the Jupiter
Oh.
4?
Oh yeah, the picture. No, it's the metal disc. It's like it's a metal disc with a plastic knob on top.
It is the metal disc one, same as the
Yeah.
700. Wow.
Or to be fair, that's this picture of the SX5 I'm looking at. It might be different in a different one.
Yeah. No, that seems plausible actually, because they're all roughly about the same time, aren't
I
they?
mean, yeah, and it is the same shit keyboard.
Mm. Yeah, it was good when they abandoned that keyboard and went down a different route.
Yeah, but then with the Jupiter 8, they suddenly had an amazing keyboard.
Yeah.
Compared to like anything else, Jupiter 8 or Juno or 6, they had great keyboards.
I tell you what, I had to laugh when they were showing those vintage Oberheims, and they had, the black modular type one that they had. And he's talking about that 16 CV EMU keyboard. I got one of them sitting in the garage. Do you want to see how far back that bloody thing goes? It's huge.
But you're also aware that the monophonic keyboards are massive.
Yeah.
Well, the monophonic keyboards, of course, they were designed that the modular cabinet, where obviously because of the way it's slanted, with the bottom being is like I show this, the bottom being wider and then getting error at the top.
Yeah.
It's actually the bottom is a lot deeper than one would think for the cabinets.
Mm.
And then, of course, being just you have like the 3-inch wide gap between keyboards and the recess for the modular to sit on top.
Yeah.
It's suddenly because even the monophonic ones are massive.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
But again, you don't quite notice with the keyboard on top. It's more when the keyboard is standing sideways next to it. You're just like
yeah.
bit confused.
Yeah, I mean, even the 16CV EU keyboard, when you sort of like you open it up and it's quite a small board up one end. The rest of it's like hello. It's just empty space. But of course, it has to have that plinth there to stand a dirty great big EMU modular cab on.
Or later the Oddity front panel controller at least.
Yeah.
You can put an emulator 1 on top of that keyboard.
Yeah. Yeah, no trouble. It's quite robust, I tell you. It's a big chunky bastard. But again, it's that Pratt Reed keyboard again. The cat whisker. Oi.
But again, those keyboards were available to buy in the States, so all the American manufacturers just bought them.
Yeah. They must have been relatively cheap or something, I don't know. Because they were turning up in everything.
Well, it was the American organ keyboard.
Yeah. It's in the OB1 as well.
Well, yeah, all the mode stuff, Oberheim, everything using the EMU keyboard.
Yeah.
PPG, full of them.
All the Profit 5s.
T8, of course. Of course, has a very different key.
And in some cases worse.
Profit VS, I'm unsure what's in there.
Yes.
I mean, VS has so many other problems with the aftertouch, with the voltage for the aftertouch sensor being too high, so it's just burning that out.
Yeah.
And the metal case being too thin that it bends so much that if you press eventually in the middle, you'll never have aftertouch again because the case is just bent so much that you're never going to hit that strip. Even if you're trying to put an elephant on that keyboard.
Yeah. I think probably one of the better keyboards to come out in the end is the one that they were fitting into the DX1, into the DX7. Because that turned up in a load of different keyboards in the end.
Well, again, Yamaha actually made good keyboards. They had a history in doing that.
Mm. Yeah.
Well, even their organ keyboards are not terrible.
Yeah. Well, Korg adopted that Yamaha design.
Yeah, same one in the M1.
Yeah. It's even in the Oasis, that keyboard. Admittedly, sometimes it's a little bit of a bugger putting the keys in, but it's not the worst one to do. There are worse keys to fit. Mind you, I had to work on a Casio piano today that literally you could put under one arm and just carry. It's not heavy. But it had 74 screws holding the bass on. And after removing the 74 screws, it still wouldn't come apart.
What
And it
was
was
Loctite around everything? Or?
Well, there was these little plastic plates that were also on there with little screws. And I thought, okay, so I undid one, took the plate away, and what this plate was covering was on the, if you imagine the keyboard's here and this is the bass, you take the plate off and there'd be a screw in between the keys. So you needed a magnetic screwdriver about this long to get to the screw, undo it. And that was holding the front of the front panel in over the top of the keys. So it ended up being 80 screws that had to be removed. And then it all came apart. Well, it didn't come apart. The whole bloody thing just fell apart all over the floor. And all I had to do was just resolder the audio inputs you know, it's been, the guy gigs with it, and of course it's broken the
The
solder
sockets, yeah.
tracks. Yeah. So resoldered them back up and put in some jumper wires so that if he does break it again, it won't stop working. And it's like, oh, I've got to put 80 screws back in this now. You know, across 6 different types. There was pointy, there was flat, there was long, really short, kind of long but thin. And I had to try and work out, where did all these go?
I can remember with 2 Kurzweils swapping the keyboards over because one of them was getting a bit shit, but because that Kurzweil was all programmed and was the higher upgraded version, and internally was better than the older version. They were just taking the keyboard out of one of the older. Just
Yeah.
you suddenly have 2 88-note PC3s that. And basically, to get the keyboard out, you remove all the screws that hold it together, and then all the ones holding the key. So basically, you take out every single screw at the bottom plate
Yeah.
to get to it.
Yeah.
Or after the first time with the musical director following the instructions, it was just like, fuck this, let's just take every single screw out. At least there are only 2 different types. There's the big,
That's all right.
there's the big-headed ones that hold the fertile mechanism in place, and
Yeah.
the small ones that are used for everything else. At least we were sensible enough to do that.
Yeah.
But still, I think it's about 50 screws per keyboard.
Yeah. It sounds about right. Yeah. This is where an electric screwdriver really comes into its own. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's 2 screws and you're inside an 80. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But they just fold open the bonnet, right?
Yeah, and it's 13, and that's it. Everything's open. You can get to everything. So, which isn't too bad at all.
Yeah, like the Alka Rhapsody that I need to open up again at some point to fix some more keys that are slowly falling apart.
Yeah.
Because wait, that's 5 screws, two for the front panel, and then 3 below the keyboard. And it's just those 3 below the keyboard that hold it in place from folding up.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't know.
What?
I always have this problem with I keep running out of US AF screws or nuts or bolts, and because over the years I've had a selection obviously, but over the years you get a pro one come in and it's got maybe 3 of these AF screws missing out of the circuit board. And you go, oh, I've got some of them. And then you start running out. And then ordering them in again now is pricey. Really pricey. So I had toyed with the idea of just getting my tap and dice set and just think, right, they're metric now. Tough shit. And just put some metric ones in it. I'll do it. They'll fuck them up when they go to put it back together again.
Well, that's the one thing I'd be tempted about. Or like here with modular, all the washers are slightly bigger because they're M5 washers rather than
Yeah.
the stupid, 432 thread or whatever.
Yeah.
You couldn't be bothered
Yeah.
trying to find American-sized washers, trying to find black nylon washers of the type that of the right thickness.
Yeah.
It is painful enough in itself.
Yeah.
Well, just trying to find American ones without importing them,
Yeah.
or considering getting thumb screws for it, and that was just like, I just have to import them from America at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's nowhere in Europe, because you go, oh yeah, no, we do every kind of fixing. Do you do AF? Well, we do every kind of fixing except AF. It's like, oh. But it was one time a day you used to be able to get AF stuff from RS. Even Rapid used to that stock some AF stuff, but
or like the annoying
No,
thing, like even from like Banggood or more generic Alibaba, it's really hard to just like
Yeah.
try and get some cheap ones from China because they're all in metric.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, I bought bags of bolts before now where they've said they're AF and they've arrived and they're metric, and it's like, oh, I just bought 1,000 screws I don't need because I've already got like 3,000 or 4,000 of these already. Because you tend to buy them in bulk because it's just easier. Well, it works out cheaper, obviously.
Yes, or the amount of bolts I have here for like. The amount of lengths of M10 hex bolts I have here is just a bit ludicrous.
Yeah.
Because yeah, well, because can't be asked to buy something less than a box of 100, can I?
Yeah, well, sometimes you get this thing where you get like the sets, and you've got a various selection of different, say, nuts, and then you've got another one that's a various selection of washers, another one's a various selection of bolts.
Yeah, but you only use one of them out of that set.
Yeah. Or there'll be like maybe two particular sizes that it uses all the time, and the rest of them you never use. So I got lots of 1/2-inch bolts that I'm going to do these, melt them down, make them into a statue or something. It's just fucking hundreds of them. I don't use them, and nobody else does. Nobody else seems to use them either. But it's the same with the capacitors. When you buy the capacitors in the box sets, and it goes, "Oh yes, all the values." No, it ain't.
Apart
quite
from
a few
discontinued or
Yeah, exactly. And every time I'm needing to get a capacitor, and it's such a weird value, or a high voltage, because you get these selection packs, and all of them go up to about 25 volt. And you go, hang on a minute, I'm going to need some 63s in this. So you buy them in specialist. It's like, how much? Fuck me, what?
the amount of money spent on capacitors for the console here is
I bet.
only for to read the power supplies and other bigger stuff. That was about 1,200.
Yeah.
It's like half of what I paid for it.
It's like in all the EMS stuff, they use
They use stupid old values.
yeah, but it's like 3,300, but it's 63 volt. And you think, can I get away with 50? No, you fucking can't.
Yeah, if you get anywhere close to the reverse voltage, or again, the problem's there. A lot of times you look at the schematics or you measure it. Well, it could never even get remotely close to it, but then they chose it because they want an electrolytic that can take a bigger reverse voltage than the usual 2 or 3 that a 25 might take before it blows.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I said, they got the 3,300, but at 63 volt, and they have I think it's 2,200, but also at 63 volt, which still feels like an awful lot of overkill for a machine that's running plus 12 minus 9. But there you go.
Yeah, but as I said, probably that's normally the reason why we need that high is because they have some negative voltage that's more than what you really should put through it.
Yes, this is it.
I mean, I can't remember what normally the books say about. I mean, the book textbook would normally say, no, you can't use it for negative voltage. But then, I think with 25s it's like 1 or 2 volts that just don't care about. That's fine. The dielectric needs to withstand that at least.
Yeah.
Or to be fair, normally the datasheet would have a dielectric reverse breakdown or whatever they call it. But yeah, the 63 volt, that's probably more like about 5 or 10 volts even.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I've learnt in the past to my detriment that you know you don't go, oh, that'll do, that'll work, that'll be all right.
Or what's more annoying if it's something stupid where the schematic or tells you like minimum 30 volt, and you're just like 25 will be fine, can't be that terrible.
Yeah.
And then it's all fine for a week, and then poof.
Yeah. Smoke and shitting in every direction, and an angry customer on the phone. Yeah. But sometimes I've had things with, you know, I've got capacitors in, and the name on them is like, ooh, I've never heard of them before. That's a new name. When you Google it, it's like, there's very little here about these people. Shall I use these?
That's why that was. Or well, first getting axial ones is that's always a fucking rip-off.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. For Rhapsody, when I read it, those because what is it? It's 4 of one type for the and well, 3 of one type and 1 of another per voice card.
Yeah.
So it's so it's like 60 voice cards, and that's 200 axial ones is a lot more money than the back of 1,000 radial ones. So it's just I can just about bend the radial like the other way around and
Yeah.
put it in that way, because I'm not spending that much. When like for the price of 10, I can get a bag of 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Mind you, I mean, you know, I've had. Well, I mean, I did buy some SAD 512s. About 8 years ago now. Must be getting off of that. And you go, yeah, got them and everything like that, and put them in. No, doesn't work. Gets very, very hot very, very quickly. So put one of the other ones into the chip checker, and it come back as TLO72. And it's like. I was talking to another tech fellow who lives over in Wales, and I was telling him about it. He goes, "Oh yeah, that happened to me last year. Bought them from the same place." I go, "Why didn't you say something? We could have flagged them." Bastards.
But
they were rebadged really well. They really looked like original SAD 512s, you know. Something.
But it's not like. Or actually, what do you do as replacement for 726s?
No.
Because, yeah, well, for the booklet there, like this, well, the guy who's made those circuit boards and panel, he also has his own 726 clone board, which is basically is it a 3080? I actually can't remember.
Yeah.
But it's a 38. It's another more modern transistor array with a lot of components around to that you can then calibrate that thing to behave like a 726.
Right.
And so you basically use the other 2 spare transistors in the 4 transistor array as heaters, and get it to the level that you set it with the surrounding circuitry or whatever synth you put it in.
Yeah.
To approximately the right place where it behaves like the 726.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even when I advertise for like 50 quid a pop, I'm just like so worrying that they might just be a fake of 2 transistors in there that aren't even matched.
Yeah. It does happen. Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful. Well, you can't be very, very careful. You have to sort of like try it and see if you get bitten or not. You know, you get bitten, you go, right, won't use them again. But that's about as good a scenario as you're ever going to get out of it, you know. So.
I mean, well, because once over there is how long they were end of life in like the late 70s and still used through the 80s.
Mm.
Until Fairchild eventually managed to get them finally out of the market.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, the 726 appears quite a lot in those kits, synth kits of out of the magazines.
Well, late 70s, it was, well, all the late 70s Moog stuff is full of them.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, even the ETI stuff that went on into the 80s,
Yeah, or
726s left, right, and centre.
the 4 months where the 726s.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, use them in the VCOs.
Okay,
That's the things. But then, I mean, the CS80 has a 726 in it for the ring mod. And
well, at least that's only one.
yeah, it's only the one. But you'd be surprised how often an 80 will eat one.
What is it actually for? In fact, is it just an exponential converter for the fader to the oscillator pitch, or?
It's actually, even I'm trying to remember now. I think it's for the high frequency oscillator. I'm trying to remember. Wow, I can't remember. But there's one in the circuit. And they're a bugger to replace. They cut the legs really short. It literally sits with its legs out flat, like you've walked on it. And then just pops in. You go, why have they done it that shit? Why? Why? So, of course, you find another 726 out of another board and it's got really short legs on it. It's like, ah, mate. It's sort of like making new legs off it. And so.
No, what's more fun is when you then get out because the offcuts of resistor legs.
Yeah.
You use them to extend them.
Solder, yeah, extending its little legs like little stilts. Yeah, it's mad. Mad.
Well, yeah, so PA726 uses a CA3046 to replace it.
Yeah.
And then, but it is, or because it's not an SMD board, it is a relatively clunky board, and you do need to set the trimmer, measure it, then put a jumper in, measure it warm, reset the trimmer, measure it cold, set the trimmer again, and then eventually it should respond close enough.
Yeah. This is it. Oh. This fucking elbow's really, really giving me jip now. I have to put a tuba grip on or something. God, bloody... When it does start aching, it really, really aches.
Lifting too many CS80s?
Yeah, it's old age, mate. That's very old bastard elbow. That's what that is. Thing is, the other one started doing it now and again as well. Now it's like, well, here we go.
More painkillers. Because we always know that's the solution.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, goodbye stomach lining.
Well, yeah, paracetamol is fine. I mean, it doesn't do the job.
Paracetamol's alright, but it doesn't tend to really... When it's really bad, it doesn't really make much of an impression on it. And you've got to go to something a little stronger. So. But somebody told me the other day, they were saying about Nurofen damages your hearing.
I've never
if you're
heard about
stuck at-
ibuprofen.
If you stuck them in your ear, maybe. Makes it hard to hear, yeah.
How else do you use those capsules?
Yeah.
I said
when he told me, I said to him, I said,
capsules or tablets?
yeah, exactly. Because when he said it to me, I went, where did you read this? Was it near, did it say, you won't believe what happened next? One of those clickbait bloody storylines or something. Never offend damages your hearing. Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, we all know it isn't too healthy over a long term, but
Well, quite a lot of medication isn't particularly good for you over long term, is it?
yeah. Or to be fair, aspirin even more so. Because there's too much stuff in there that makes you addictive.
Mm.
And then
hello.
all the other million side effects. There he
Hey.
is. How's the damsel in distress?
That was a long drive.
Oh, mate. No, she's fine. I mean, literally, she was. This is the bizarre thing.
Oh, yeah.
I forget how many years ago it was. She broke down in exactly the same place. I mean, I'm not talking, half a mile. I'm talking inches. Yeah, bizarre. But luckily my son was with her, so she wasn't alone or anything and didn't have to rescue anyone. And we got the...
What's this? Has the
Yeah,
nightclub closed or
well,
something?
we've all just...
Yeah.
Everybody's turning up now.
We were on some
we had
other
fun!
place. We were on some other place, no.
We were all working on the car. Yeah, we got
Yeah. Oh, tell me about it.
What's the
So-
Spearmint Rhino just closed?
So luckily, I've got breakdown cover and everything, and the guys, the RAC came out pretty quickly. Let's be fair, for what it was. It's funny because she's like bursting for a wee, and there's nowhere you can go apart. I mean, she didn't want to go in the bushes, so her friend drove out to her whilst we were on air to pick her up, bring her home so she could have a wee. This is how close it was to home. Pick her up, bring her home, have a wee, go back to the car ready for the guy to turn up. But anyway, the guy turns up and he obviously plugs in his OBD scanner and comes up with a couple of faults, one of which says it's a faulty injector on cylinder 2. And diesel injectors are not fucking cheap.
No. But she
And-
could have limped home with that.
She did. That's
Oh.
what she eventually did. He said, and this was the bizarre thing, and I've got to chase this up in the morning. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, love, you haven't got recovery on your plan." And I'm like, "Yes, she fucking has, because I gave her exactly the same as I have,
Yeah.
which is everything." So anyway, he said, "Look, because you're only up the road, you'll be able to limp home, and I'll follow you. I'll make sure you're all right." So he got her home. She pulled in, and that was that, all done. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, she. I mean, she could have done, but I did. I said to her, "Look, don't. If you don't feel comfortable doing it, and it might, you don't know what the problem is. She's not mechanically minded. She's not going to say, 'Oh yeah, I've got this indicator and this is happening,' and so rather than make a bad thing worse.
Yeah.
So anyway,
You understand that. Well,
so
we've
the
got
car's
unboxing going on down here.
Oh yeah, look at that. What's he got? Anything cool? You got Synclavier regen.
might be cheese.
Or
How the hell did they get a Polymogan box that small?
If it's cheese,
uh,
I'm gonna be
what
sad.
about-
I don't know what cheese.
This better be a nice rope for.
Can't if you just take the innards out of a polymer, and just take the case and thread it down,
Yeah.
it'll definitely fit in there.
Yeah, it would actually. Yeah. Or
Oh,
you
I
could just
wish
set
it
fire to it
was.
if it.
Wish it was. Wish it was the sample track.
Well, there's a reason Steely Dan never used a polymer.
Oh, I
To be
wish
fair,
it was
they probably should have used a polymer.
Yeah.
trying not to ruin the box.
So we get her home. I get my son. She was taking my son to a party, and he's all dressed up, and he's got his beer, and he's got his munchies and whatever, and all that box for that. Jeez.
Yeah.
So
So, and your product will be here next month.
yeah,
Don't finish the story.
but have a sticker.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got him to his party, and then I got home and read the report, and was like, oh. And I thought,
Yeah.
I need to write the article for the Synclavier. So I've just been knocking that out. So that'll go up in the morning.
Cool.
Not really, because I'm just not in the mood.
Ooh.
Madness.
Ooh.
Suit and tie guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Good
Have
job.
you bought? Have you bought a radiophonic one? Or
Oh, gosh, I do want one of those. No, it's not that extravagant, but you're on the right track. Cause
boat rocker or something like that?
oh, there you go. Boat
No, it's
rocker.
It's electric.
It's a boat rocker. Is that? Well, yeah, it's just. It's the only place I can open this where somebody actually gives a crap what it is. Everybody else.
No,
Is that-
seriously, I don't. I it's modular. Couldn't.
I
No.
know. Oh, you're a little curious though. No,
No. If it's suit, then it's going to be good. So
I've never bought anything from him, honestly. So I'm kind of excited just to have something of his.
I'll tell you what, he
Wait.
packs. Whoa,
Oh.
he packs things well.
There you go.
Or I mean, for all the modulars, the front panels are beautifully made. I mean, you're definitely getting your money worth for the company he gets to make. Those front panels are amazing.
If I ever went back into 5U, I don't know. I think when I get back into it, I mean, at this point, I'm probably just going to keep buying crap for the next 10, 15 years. That's what it's looking like. Yeah, you got a lot of bubble wraps. I got
Wow.
$5 worth of.
No,
bubble
seriously,
wrap.
that's the sign of a manufacturer that cares.
That gives a
Still
shit.
going.
They pack
Yeah.
it within an inch of
This
its
is free
life.
advertising. I was like, da 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 da
Yeah.
So what did you get with your bubble wrap that you ordered?
You can wallpaper the kitchen now.
It's got the Musonics name on it. Isn't that
This is a proper multi-sensory experience, isn't it,
Yeah.
Oh, it's got
Mr.
Hello.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Bonjour.
We're having a
How
little
are we doing?
undressing party.
Why is everybody seriously? Has the spearmint rhinos?
Yeah,
shut down
Spearmint Rhinos just closed.
I have been to the worst music quiz in the world.
What was it about contemporary pop music?
I'm gonna stop. What
No,
happened?
actually, that would have been better. There was nothing after, I think, 1986, but it was all 60s and 50s and 70s stuff.
Yeah.
So it was,
Oh, dear.
we got 6 out of 20,
Oh,
Ooh.
which was, honestly, there was questions like, what was the single from that the cast of Emmerdale did?
not even I know that one.
Exactly. Well, Robbie, thank you. I mean, honestly, because we took it quite seriously. We thought it was a proper quiz to some extent. So my mate says, "Oh well, we'll get a little team together. It's four people. There was only 3 of us actually, but he said, "Oh, I'll come. We're pretty good at sort of noise." So he brought his mate along. So all of us sort of know a reasonable amount of stuff, and we're all just shaking our heads. It was just,
Oh dear.
This was at the local workingmen's club.
Ah.
Which I haven't been in since before the pandemic, really. And there was a turn on.
Oh right. Was it one of those quiz masters that does it because they want to show how clever they are,
Yeah.
rather than
He was going round and he was looking at everybody. He didn't look at ours, but he was looking at everybody else's. He was going, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. I mean, the people that won got 11 out of 20.
oh wow.
So it was that, and it was.
So you did quite well then.
We did. We did better than we thought we did.
Yeah,
really.
absolutely.
It was.
I went to a quiz once. But my mum managed to persuade me to go and be on her team, and one of the questions was, "Who was the first British female astronaut?"
Helen
And-
Sharman.
Exactly. So,
Ooh.
he signed it as well. Look at that.
Signed.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, it's
Suit,
a
suit and tie guy.
Oh, wow.
it's a 60 HP. So now I can put my modules and have the subharmonica.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Oh,
That's great, actually.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
that
But,
looks very
no,
high
also-
quality.
It is from Sue. Very.
Yeah.
That means a lot.
Paintwork looks really, really.
Because Moog, as I like to call them,
Yeah, me Moog.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me Moog for me
Heathen.
too.
make it. Do it. They, I know they just came out with their own, but I was like, nah, I'm not getting theirs. It's probably sucks. His. I'm sure his will be just as good, if not better.
I mean, the power supply in his ones were quite a lot over-engineered and have a lot of use, unlike the Moog
1
ones.
amp or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's good. They definitely have a lot more power than the Moog ones.
That's what I figured, and I'll probably need it, to be honest with you, with someone like the Magneto and stuff like that. I'm sure they're like, power hungry. Oh, here's Cleo.
Yay!
Star for sure.
Definitely.
Definitely star.
Got a lot to say for herself.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So I haven't watched BSN yet, but that'll be my first job tomorrow morning. Robbie, you're all right.
Cool show. It was cool. It's a lot of fun.
Enjoy.
Nice
yeah.
carpet.
Yeah. No, it was an eventful show.
Oh, good. Let's look forward to that then.
Mostly good. Some of it not so much. My wife was taking my son to a party just after we went on air, and got about a mile out of the village and the car breaks down.
Oh no!
So I'm now then trying to. Well, you'll see. I won't spoil it for you. But anyway,
Thank
everyone's
you.
home safe. It's all okay.
Good. Oh, good.
Boy, I can't help but feel a little jealous when I see all that stuff and SynthPlex. I'm like, why didn't I go to that? That looks so fun.
Yeah.
Some of that gear, oh. Wow,
And the
some
people
overhand
as well.
stuff.
I mean, some of the people.
I know, gosh. The whole thing, isn't it? It looks like so much fun.
Tom's going to be there later today. Apparently, Tom Oberheim. Marcus is already there. Manny's there. Andy Synth Addict's there. Ed Diaz, we saw him in passing. Michelle Moog, Kusa, Dina, Bob from Third Wave, or Groove Synthesis.
I know, I just see me buying something.
Glenn Darcy,
There,
they're
you
all,
know.
I was just like,
You're like, come on, dude, you gotta get that. You're like, I spent $7,000.
I'll probably get slapped down for saying this, but Michelle looked really great. I don't know what she's been doing, but she looked fantastic. I know she got some California sun, I know that for sure.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah. So it was a good show. It only lasted an hour and 40 minutes. We had to cut short, so.
All right.
Damsels in distress and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of messes with you. 'cause you keep
Even Ben
focused.
managed to show up for a little bit as well. So
Well, see, he's working, isn't he? Hasn't he got?
yeah,
a
he's
gig?
gigging. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
gigging tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah. Supported
dialed
by
in.
Lots, who are really
That's
good.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yes. Oh. So it's been
NPC?
an eventful night.
DX7.
Oh. It was funny when you guys were doing that show. And you all like, oh, wait a minute. I own it. Ooh,
Okay.
Oh,
what's stuck to my foot?
Ew.
Oh. Siri, you your bloody sticky tape. There's a little cow pet. She goes around, she peels. If there's something with a bit of sticky tape on it, she carefully peels it off and then walks off with it. Mothers it and then leaves it lying around. You walk on it. Soppy moo. Yes, you. I found your tape. Come on. Here's Cuddles. I found your tape. I put it in the
I
bin.
love, yeah, this is kind of, we always have.
We can't put presents under the Christmas tree. You come down in the morning and they've all been unwrapped. Carefully. All the tape's been pulled off them.
Oh,
God damn dog.
Then you need to use higher quality tape.
Yeah. going to put that that red and white emergency tape around everything. That'll keep me busy.
Proper haz tape or like proper insulating duct tape. So like for proper aircon stuff or other insulation which actually sticks.
Oh man. Oh, what have we got here? Ooh, I say. Christ, this thing just scrolls for hours now.
Does everybody have like a room with just empty boxes and bubble wrap?
No.
You guys don't sell stuff.
My garage is full of.
Yeah, I have. I've got a.
No, I'm just curious. Seriously.
No, I've got a. Half the office is full of empty boxes.
I have like all that, and then every once in a while.
No, I have to throw them away. I don't have room to have empty boxes. There's too much actual stuff in the house.
I since I started selling products, I normally, if it's not recyclable, try to keep it. But now, since I started selling products 2 years ago, just have constantly when I couldn't be bothered to buy packaging. Well, I basically used that until I needed more, and then I bought packaging materials, and then I just let the stuff collect again, and then just send it all out with the next bag.
Bubble wrap's expensive.
It is. I bought a big roll of bubble wrap. Yeah.
Well, I tend to use paper shred normally for trying to send stuff out.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a lot heavier, so but it works out. But I mean, it works out for the postage that for me it doesn't get the weight higher for. Well, apart from UK shipping, it doesn't get it higher, and then the customer pays for shipping, so I don't care.
I mean, obviously we're shipping out, I don't know,
the customer
30 parcels a week, something like that on average, maybe a bit more. But I mean, like it was 8 today. So the big problem is keeping, even though you flat pack boxes, any box and we try not to buy packing material. Although I did have to buy a big roll of bubble wrap at one point. And sort of jiffy bag type things, to buy some of them. But any box or any sort of packing material that comes in, I have to store it somewhere. Some of it's in the garage, and then some more of it's actually in the office.
The stuff in the back of my car, I do not throw it away. I will not buy bubble wrap.
Yeah. So as much as I can.
But of course, like the pink stuff, like like that's the real
the anti-static stuff always worthwhile to keep
so I definitely do not get rid of that because I do try to actually I try to do a nice job. Well, I do a nice job when I ship stuff because once you get something somebody just throws it all trashed, it's like, man, that sucked.
For me, it's always been buying stuff from Vimeo because Peter always wraps it so amazingly well with high quality bubble wrap. That I always seem to have lots of his bubble wrap around after buying anything.
Yeah, he always uses lots of bubble wrap, lots of those little nugget things, and also old copies of CDs he can't sell anymore.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Everything I've bought from him has come with the same 4 or 5 CDs. I've just got a stack.
A stack of the same Rebotini CD.
Yeah. It's just bless you.
That was the days, right? You put your band CD in with the
I think these are just like surplus stock that he had made or whatever, and they've just he just obviously not selling them, so he just uses them to fill gaps. I had somebody say I bought a record once from Discogs, and they sent it wrapped in half a dozen other records.
Wow.
I mean, that's
were the records any good though? That's the question.
Not really, no. Such a collector that I am, I did catalogue them and stick them in a little bit. You never know; they might be worth something.
Exactly.
Needs work.
Is
that Robert? Is that you, Robert?
It's a thing I can't talk about.
Oh yes. Did okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, did
Yeah.
And I'm trying to formulate my sentence so I don't
Just no, don't
commit
do it.
Harry
You won't
Kiri.
tell everyone.
Um,
They're snitches.
Whisper it.
well, you know the issue that I said I had yesterday. Was it yesterday we were talking about it, or the day before? And you said you got an issue, and I said, "Oh well, I've got a similar, an issue in the same place."
No, not that one.
Okay.
Another
This is
one.
terrible.
My bug's been fixed.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, he
that
said
was
to me that that thing had been fixed, but my problem, he didn't know, and I still have to put it on and test.
Okay.
No, this is another one from the other side of the pond.
Oh,
That one.
Okay.
This conversation is brilliant.
I know, isn't it?
Have you tried sign language or?
I'm lost. Honestly, my brain's fried tonight. You'll have to ping me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It needs work.
Okay.
Okay,
It needs work.
it's work.
And I can see why they have come to me.
Excellent.
Excellent. I will steer them down the path.
The path of enlightenment?
Could be,
Well,
could be just a muddy puddle.
Or that's the path to the dark side?
Yeah, definitely. Join me.
I have to say, I'm pissed off about Isotope. Did you cover that on?
Yeah, we mentioned
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
What the fuck?
You know,
No.
That, and, I mean, also, I didn't notice whether he discontinued pretty much all the exponential audio
Oh, the
stuff
exponential audio stuff.
a day earlier.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a bit of a shame. I really I always liked the R2 and the R4. But shame I never bought them. Although now it's just like, is it really a shame or is it good? Ugh.
I mean, I don't use Break Tweeter, or I've used Trash 2 a couple of times, but I really like Iris 2. You know.
I use Trash 2 a lot because, I mean,
Yeah.
it being a reasonably easy to use convolution engine
Oh yeah.
is often quite good. And
No,
actually, the delays in there are amazing.
but that does
a
mean
bit resource intensive, but
that does mean that it won't be supported when we get to new versions of operating systems, isn't it? Exactly. We're all right for 12 months, but after that, you forget it. You know.
well, I mean, RS2, I believe there's no M1 version for it, and probably not for Trash 2 either.
Mm.
Yeah, but I suppose it could mean that there's a whole new set coming out.
Well, it's probably
I don't think Iris 3 really was ever a big seller for them.
No.
What Iris? Because it's a very niche product.
yeah. I mean, I got Iris 2 with one of the packs. You know, I bought because I use mainly Ozone. So, but I didn't upgrade to Ozone 10 because there was no desktop version of it. There was no point. And I always, whenever I'm mastering anything, I always do it on desktop. I don't do it in a DAW.
Ah.
You know, I've always
So
done
you're
that.
not going to like the new Contact version then?
I never use Contact. I haven't used
No.
Contact for decades actually. I never really was a fan of Contact. And I never had the full blown version. I always had the player. You know.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, because Ozone comes with complete now.
was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I ain't going to go down that route.
Mm.
That's a shame. I mean, there's other things. I'm sure if my version of Ozone stops working, then I'll move to something else. I do quite like it. I've used it for such a long time. You know. But I don't
Reminds
always
me.
go on.
You just reminded me. I haven't checked to see if there's any new drivers for my UAD accelerator card, but donkeys.
Yeah, I've never used that either. But I'd like
No,
to.
I completely
always thought-
forgot it was in there.
Yeah,
Yeah. Don't even know if it still works.
I do like how every Apple-based forum this week is chock full of people saying, "Don't upgrade to Ventura," or people that says, "I've upgraded to Ventura and it's all gone wrong."
Well, what do you expect?
"I've upgraded to Ventura and I've had absolutely no problems
No
whatsoever."
problems at all. Yeah.
And
Yes,
I'm
but,
in that third camp.
Yeah.
Yes, but for that reason, you're not shouting in a forum because you have no reason to shout in a forum about it all being broken.
I mean, if you, I think I've probably said this before. I tend to try and stay one behind. So I have just got up to Monterey, innit? And I would always sort of do it just before the next iteration comes out. That's why I've done it, really.
Mm-hmm.
So by then, I know that everything else is sorted. You know, and
I can't help myself.
No, and I have fallen foul of my main MIDI mixer used to be a Presonus. Was it Presonus? No, it wasn't Presonus. Anyway, I can't remember what it was now. But they never did. When I went over to M1, they still haven't got drivers for it, and I ended up flogging it, and I've got a Behringer Touch thing now, which works really, really well with Logic, and it's absolutely crap with Reaper.
All right.
He's terrible. I mean, I know this. I can do a lot to actually make it work, but I haven't done. I haven't had the time to do it really. But there's a lot you can. I can make it work, but literally straight out of the box with Logic, it's brilliant. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? My you know, that quiz was so trauma induced, and I've forgotten what I used to bloody have. What the hell was it?
Was like a Soundcraft or
No, it wasn't Soundcraft. It was. It's just a USB control surface thing. They do a lot of keyboards as well.
M Audio.
Nectar.
No. Nectar. It was Nectar. Yeah. And I contacted them a lot when I first got the M1. I mean, I was happy to wait, you know, and they try all this bollocks. And in the end, I just gave up after about 8 months. I still don't think they've solved the problem.
I mean, that's the company I haven't really heard of. I mean, when the Panorama came out first, it was like all
With the
this hype,
P1
but,
I had, I didn't have the it was just the mixer.
you know, I just remember the keyboard came out, there was all this hype around it, and then it all sort of died away, and they started making generic, really shit keyboards afterwards.
Yeah, I never had the key. I mean, the annoying thing was, I mean, it wasn't that old, but all the controls went sticky. You know, with that rubber stickiness that you get.
God.
Oh yeah.
And I was able, when I sold it, I was able to make it so that actually I got rid of it, because there's a way of actually cleaning it up to actually, you know. And I went through all that pain.
I mean, the easiest is to just let them soak in alcohol for
exactly
a few hours.
Yeah, well, I didn't soak them in alcohol. I just kept wiping them and wiping and wiping, and all the black stuff comes away, and you get back to. I don't know how long that would last, but it was, you know. And
I mean, if you just soak it in alcohol for a long time, then it should, in theory, the oil should go back inside, and then eventually it will come out to the surface again after like probably 3 to 10 years.
But it wasn't that old, you know. I mean, probably, I don't know, maybe 3 years old, 4 years old. It shouldn't happen that quick, that soon. You know, but hey ho.
But didn't propeller heads have that interface that was like all the stuff, and then went? Oh, you had one of those.
Got one, yeah, and it went all icky sticky.
Yeah, it's
It's
horrible.
a shame. It was quite a nice
It was a really good little
monitor controller.
Yeah.
I mean, very limited, but for what it was quite nice.
Yeah, and that now sits out in the garage, and I just use that if I want to put the Fairlight or any fairlight that I'm testing into, through something. I use that, but yeah, it just got to that tacky. You just put your finger on it and you lift
Oh,
it
it's
away.
foul, isn't it?
It's horrible. I had a
Yeah.
camera lens that did that as well.
Yeah.
Around the zoom barrel, and it all went tacky.
Yeah.
Horrible. It's horrible. So yeah.
What's nice is leatherette decomposing, and it's just all coming off, and you have a nice fluff left over afterwards.
Yeah. Everything gets
Yeah.
covered. I mean, especially in a room that gets quite warm and dusty, and it all just kind of accumulates on the surface, and you can't get rid of it.
Try getting a husky.
Well, quite, yeah.
Well, no, but then the preferred interface would be fine because it would be just covered in husky hair.
Yeah, it'd be soft and warm and scoochy.
Yeah, but, it's,
You know
it's
what?
a unique look. When you just cover it in epoxy, and then you have this nice, amazing new look, and you can sell it as a unique custom paint job.
I asked, I sent an email to UAD ages ago now, saying about is it a really good setting on the Dimension D is 2 and 4 together. I said, is there any way you can get it so you can press 2, maybe hold Shift and press 4 so you can push 2 buttons in? Nothing. It's so annoying.
How do they do it on? I think. What's the one?
I mean, isn't it? Because what does it do? It switches. It's one and 2 are the same LFO speed, but they switch the they switch the mix level slightly, and 3 and 4 are different LFO speeds, and 4
Mhm.
is all wet. But there's something if you. But I think 2 combinations that can achieve slightly different things.
Yeah.
Well, I should have a schematic
Because I
somewhere.
think it's what old Trevor used to have at the end of his chain.
One for on the
We'd have
base
it
or
We'd have a Dimension D on 4 and 2. Who the hell told me about that? Might have been Dave. They'd have it set the 2 with 2 and 4, and it was like just permanently on. You turn it on in the morning, it's still on the following morning. Sort of. It's always there, and it's just changed the amount.
Well, that's the great thing about Dimension D is it's so easy to set up because
Mm.
have 4 buttons.
Yeah.
And I mean,
but
4
it
you don't.
was all part of his wall of sound kind of setup, you know. I go, yeah, we want that setting, or make it as a choice in the menu. Don't even have to update the bloody GUI or anything. But no, they wouldn't do it. But fuckers.
I mean, but then again, that original plugin is like, or when it was still Roland brand, it was like 20 years old.
Mm.
Well, of course, their deal with Roland ran out eventually.
Yeah.
But they had to change the GUI.
Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't look quite the same now, does it? Very annoying.
Yeah.
Mind you, that's only the start of it, isn't it? Fucking hell.
Just had some more bad news.
Go on.
No, it's not for public consumption.
Oh.
Fucking hell. Oh well.
Really?
Mm.
Oh,
Sorry to hear that, Rob. Bad news is never good for anybody, is it?
no.
It always seems to come like in big lumps, doesn't it?
Yeah. Always in threes.
That's what I found.
Yeah, yeah.
Turned around one day and was like, where's my family? Ridiculous.
Oh. Ah, dear. I was hoping to get a shipping notice today from France, but it's not happened.
Oh, Yes. Yes. You lucky bastard.
You just got to know which
Don't
ones to.
start.
Yeah.
Don't. Just don't. All right. Just don't. Just fucking fuck. I've tried that before. Now it goes. There's the door. Don't let it hit you in the arse on the way out.
Oh, I still get that. I had that last week from Ableton. Oh, they're a tight bunch of mothers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But we're influencers, darling.
I know. No, but I didn't even go in with
400 subscribers.
that. I said, look,
It doesn't work with 9,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
I can tell you that.
Yeah,
You know.
I know, mate.
Yeah.
I just approached them and said, look, I frequently asked to test, review, whatever stuff that is Ableton specific.
Mm.
I don't use it, but I kind of need to because of this. And is there any way? This, and I got passed from pillar to post, and eventually for somebody to turn around and say, "Well, if you get your editors to ask us for it, then we might be able to do it because we get inundated with requests." And yeah, right, okay.
So they want you to get somebody else to request that, even though you're being inundated with requests.
It doesn't make sense, but
I'd like to get.
Steinberg, on the other hand, don't even get a bloody response.
Really?
Ever.
Oh, yeah, it's Steinberg, isn't it?
I
Well, Steinberg, you just contact a person you know. It's normally the solution to get shit done.
Yeah.
I last used Live 9, which I actually quite enjoyed because but it linked to Max for Live, so I liked all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I did download the Live 11, which you had for 60 days or something like that, but that's expired now. And I would buy it, and I could just about still get an educational license, but it's still a chunk of change that I'd rather not spend.
Exactly. I mean, I don't use it, and I've tried using it. I've got the light version.
I have the light version. It's so limited.
Yeah. But even through, when using that, I was just like, oh god, no, this just doesn't. But if somebody comes to me and says, "There's this thing, and you need to review it, or you need to write something about it," I can't. So I just said, God, help a brother out. But no, so.
Well, it is sort of short-sighted of them because, you would talk about Live on your show, you would clearly write about it, so that seems so short-sighted, really. Or maybe they're selling so many copies that they don't give a toss, because that's the other thing that might be happening.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't want it because I want to review it or comment on it itself. It's a tool. It's a means to an end. But when I think about all the other, a bunch of other companies that I deal with who fall over themselves to be helpful, to give you assistance and stuff, and then some are just like, nope, shan't bother. Okay, well, fuck you then. So never mind. Shan't lose any sleep over it.
Well, maybe they just haven't seen, much benefit in doing it before.
Yeah, I'm sure they have reasons. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it definitely doesn't make you want to help them or support them.
And also,
it doesn't, does it?
It does depend on the individual that you're dealing with. I mean,
it does.
I've had relationships with individuals in companies where they see some value or benefit, or maybe they just don't give a fuck. And they're really very helpful, and then they'll move on.
That's the problem.
And then you have to start with
start a new relationship,
which
That's
I've just
the
had
problem.
with a
Exactly,
particular company. But we're there now. I think we're there. I schmoozed them enough. And
I can't think of how many Sweetwater representatives. I'm just being honest, right? It's just like, this is just hilarious. The latest one, they're calling themselves sales engineers, and I'm just like, don't use that word, please.
I mean,
please. not the sales.
It's like calling a bin man a waste management executive, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we know what they do.
Some
They empty
people-
bins.
Yeah, they're like
Executive? Oh, no, executive wouldn't ever leave the office.
Good point.
Well,
You
we
could
should
probably
have
get a
been to
hooky. You could probably get a cracked version of Live 11. You know that, Rob.
Oh, yeah, almost
I mean,
certainly, but yeah.
I mean, I've never bothered. I mean, I've never bothered looking. You know.
Other wearers is available.
Yeah. Yeah. I did used to have the when I had literally no money, and years ago, I had a whole suite of Waves plugins which were all cracked.
The classic Mercury crack that was out in the
Yeah.
world and nobody
Yeah,
seemed
it
to ever
was.
care about.
Yeah, you know, and I have some plugins now, but not that many of theirs anymore. Ones I have bought, and actually, to some extent, you know, yes, I had all this suite of plugins. The ones I actually ended up using are the ones that I ended up buying, which I think is, you know,
Yeah,
that's
see?
why. Yeah, exactly. Thanks,
Yeah.
Cleo.
exactly.
She agrees.
She agrees.
agrees.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm just
And I'm not.
soft toys. You know, it's like,
And I'm not endorsing cracked software, but you know,
are you?
no.
Not really. No. not really.
I don't know. Wave's business model, the way you had to like rebuy the same stuff a million
actually,
times.
that was that didn't work. That wasn't really very fair, was it? Having to rebuy the stuff. That was a bit off.
The last sneaky thing I did was like, what was the Napster? Or whatever. Like, what was the?
I remember Napster. Actually, LimeWire.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, that was
Soul
that was
Seed.
kind of like, man, I'm going down a dark path.
Yeah.
good. It would
I was
take
still
forever.
I was still on PCs in those days, so yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember screaming like to my significant other at the time. I'm like, I just got Abbey Road, and I'm working on this, and I was just like, that's all.
Yeah.
Like went to work and just would come home just like that was cool.
I'll tell you that story. I bought what I thought was a legitimate string sample library for my Akai. This is like almost 20 years ago, and it came on a DVD-R or something, and it wasn't even they just left it in the it was a full the full size DVD boxes. It was in one of those, but it was just, and it was in that with the Maxell or TDK or whatever the manufacturer was, and it was just handwritten Akai strings or something.
Yeah.
So when because the eBay advert was obviously a lot more elaborate. Get it in the post, open it up, and I'm thinking, oh, this is a bit dodgy. Okay, well I popped it in the drive, which is probably not the best thing you could have done, but anyway I did that, and there was about half a dozen or so folders on this thing, and one said Akai strings, and you go in there and there it was. There was this string. I have no idea where that. I'm sure there was a branded string library out there that this had been ripped from.
Probably the seed like track over Vito's
Yeah,
ones. I mean,
could have been. I mean,
those were the two libraries, really.
Yeah, and then the other folders had Reason, Ableton Live, Cubase, Nuendo, Wavelab. So I thought, oh, they're versions. This is a version of the string sample library for Reason. Open it up. No, it's like an installer. Okay, so I picked one, and I double clicked on it, and it came up, and it had a little splash screen that said, I can't remember the branding, but it was "Try before you buy."
Yeah. I remember that. I had Reason 4 like that, actually.
Yeah, and it was a nerd. It was. This was, I think, Reason.
It was the legal
2 or
get
3.
round.
It was, yeah.
And but for a moment, I thought, oh, okay, so that whoever's put this string library together, they've thrown a bunch of demos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just went ahead and installed it, and very quickly realised this was a full version, no restriction. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, okay. So then I did the next one, and the next one, and the next one,
Yeah.
and soon, realised that this was not, legit. But what it did do it convinced me to buy Reason, because that was the
Well,
one that worked for
exactly.
me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I deleted all the others, and I went and bought Reason, and I was with on Reason for many. I still have it now, legitimately, of course.
It's like I remember my first day when I did my master's course in software. Turn up for the first lecture, and the lecturer, this was at Huddersfield University, the lecturer turned around and said, "You all know about cracked software, don't you?" And we all went, "Nope." He said, "Oh, well, here's a list of sites." I'm thinking, this is and for a while I used Director as a cracked version, and then I was able to buy an educational version, which is what I used for, but but he gave us a whole list of and I had no idea that this stuff even existed at that point.
No.
I went down a very dark path with it, I must admit. Being broke.
Yeah.
There
Well,
was
exactly.
Well, it was a company called Usenext. And they basically had some servers set up in Germany. And you paid £5 a week. And for that £5 you had complete access to the server. And the idea was that by paying this £5, they made sure that all the software that was on the servers was legitimate, complete, and virus-free. And you had and you could connect through their app, for want of another word, but their program, and download the software directly. And there's just so much stuff on there. And it was just like, and interestingly, there was a few things that I did download and I just used forever until they didn't work within the Windows environment anymore. But it was, like you say, there was other things I downloaded where I went, this is really, really good, but I want to own this because you need the support for it. Things like Maya. When I downloaded Maya,
Oh yeah,
this is
Maya,
fantastic.
Yeah.
And eventually, obviously, started to earn money, and I go, I want to actually legitimately own these, because you want support with stuff like that, and access to the updates. But I must admit, on the servers, as soon as there was an update come out, it was up on the server.
Wow. Yeah.
And weirdly, if you had a problem with a bit of software, you could email them, and they'll try to help you out with it and stuff like that.
That's
right?
amazing.
Yeah. So it was literally, and it was like, but after a while this is just getting, this is too much.
Yeah.
I downloaded off there a alpha of Unreal when the game launched. I mean, it was shit, but we got to have a look at it before. Well, I think it was still in development, for Christ's sake. And then the beta went up, and then as soon as the actual game went up, and there it was. And you unpacked all the RAR files, and and off you went.
It's like I remember when I was still on Windows, I bought Office Pro. I can't remember which version it was, and there was something wrong with the disk, and I could never get it to install. So I raised a ticket with Microsoft and got absolutely no response.
Yeah,
I've paid for this, I'm literally getting nowhere. So I ended up using a cracked version.
Yeah.
Because that's all I could. I mean, my thoughts at that point was, you're not responding to my issue because, are you going to replace the disk or whatever? But no, got nothing from anybody. So I ended up just using a cracked version with it. I still had the license. I still had the disk and everything.
Yeah.
Whereas if you joined up with Usenext, you could have
I would-
downloaded the ISO
Exactly.
and burned the disk off yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it didn't work, they'd help you.
That's superb. Yeah.
It's freaking
Was it-
unreal, isn't it?
Was it Spearsy who showed me a screenshot that a user had sent to him because they'd contacted him or GeForce for support on something, and so this was many years ago before there was like registered accounts on websites. It was just like email support at GeForce.com.
Yeah.
So Dave's like helping him out, and he asks the guy for a screenshot, and the guy sends him a screenshot. I think it was Mini Monster. And on Mini Monster, on the right hand side, on the bit, the wood bit above the keyboard, there is the username. But of course, on the cracked version, it's not your name; it's the name of the crackers.
Cracker's name.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. So,
I think I know the one. Yeah.
I mean, they were brazen enough to go to the software developer to ask for support on a piece of software they had, downloaded for free off the internet. Illegally. I mean, it's just,
Yeah, but I mean, Dave was saying that, that he was putting up takedown notices every day.
He got into
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them.
Jeez.
But he showed me his this again. This was God knows how many years ago when I went when the studio was in the garage. You remember that place? And it was dark. It was lovely. It smelt amazing. It smelt of old gear. And, it was
like my workshop.
Yeah, and it was this lovely kind of thing, and we were talking about, and asking him about how much it affected him, and he said, "Oh well, just got this new system. Have a look." And he pulls up this thing, and he subscribed. I don't know if he still does it now, but he subscribed to this service that goes out and finds all of the places that are have uploaded and
all the hosts,
all the hosts and everything, and does all the takedown notices for them, and basically automated that entire process. And he couldn't believe the amount of stuff he was getting back, at the frequency and the quantity. It's just crazy. But I think now, with their code system, it's probably not so much of a problem.
No, it's not. It's not so much of a problem.
There's so much free crap out there. You don't need that.
Yeah, we got to that point now where you
Honestly,
don't need
We have
to.
got to that point.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
Well,
I
I got to the point where it's actually only money, so I didn't mind spending the money to buy the stuff. When I was like stupid broke, and you go, please, and I'd spend a lot of time justifying it and go, it's just a demo, and I will buy this.
I never really, sort of got into. I'm not going to say I didn't have, because obviously I had that disc and I was installing some stuff on there. But for me, it wasn't so much. I mean, I couldn't afford most of that stuff, but I also couldn't afford a computer that was good enough to run it on. So there was just no point getting the cracked version, because that was probably going to be even worse.
Yeah.
So it was just I used to use, I think it was SoulSeek, which was a peer-to-peer thing, a bit like LimeWire was, and that.
Yeah.
And I used to use that to get remixes and mixes of songs. Especially at that time, it was mashups. I was hugely into mashups. And of course, that stuff is not released anywhere, so the only place you can get it is those sort of things. So I've got DVDs, blank DVDs that, well, not blank anymore, but they're full of stuff that I downloaded off those sites. Some of it's great, a lot of it's rubbish. But
I mean, when I used LimeWire, it was mainly for TV programs and films that we couldn't, because obviously there was no streaming service like there is now.
No,
where you pay a few quid and you can watch almost any film you like. But so that's what I used to mainly use it for. Actually downloading, because the kids were about 10 and 11 at the time, so downloading stuff that they would want to watch as well was and then we'd watch it and then just delete it, and I know it was illegal, but hey ho.
You're just a very small fish in an incredibly large
exactly
sea,
so, yeah.
But I think I've said this before on here, that I remember speaking to Ernst Nathurst Bruce, or whatever his name was, the guy from Propellerhead, one of the founders of Propellerhead.
Oh yeah.
And he said that he was fully aware that there were people distributing cracked versions of Reason.
Yeah.
And he said it doesn't keep me up at night, because those people that are going to use it as a tool to make a living, to be creative, they will pay us for it because they want the support, they want this, they want that. Those that don't will either just use it and probably just use it once or twice and then just forget about it, or they'll use it and they'll actually realise that this is an important tool, and then they'll probably come and buy it.
Which is exactly what you did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I used Reason Fog, that cracked version of Reason Fog, a little bit. I think I did a couple of tracks on it, and I did like it. It's just, you know, it was. I was still on a PC, so I was still using Reaper, which was at that point was the forever. You know, I hadn't paid for it at that point. It was just with the splash screen that went on forever.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
And then and I just, like I say, after a couple of times, he's still installed on my old PC if I went and had a look for it, but I haven't used it for probably decades.
But the thing is, I mean, the landscape has changed so much now that there are so many legitimately free options and alternatives. You don't have to pirate a lot of stuff or get your stuff from dodgy places, because there are alternatives, and they're as good as, sometimes they're better than the stuff you pay for. But also, if you think about music and streaming, or even movies and streaming, it's so much. Spotify has a free option. Does it still have a free option?
Still has a free option. Well, I mean, I've still got a free. I don't use Spotify very often, but I was a really early adopter of Spotify.
Me
for a
too.
long time.
Yeah.
Before they even had
the
adverts.
Excel spreadsheets.
Yeah, well, there was no adverts on it.
Yeah, every week you get an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Look what we've just added to it,
Yeah.
and you go through and you think, no.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's one track by somebody I like.
Yeah.
That was great. Them were the days.
And I still have in fact, I recently logged into my, because there's still these things where you don't find it, because I use Apple Music and have done for the last few years, but there are still some things which are only on Spotify, and I needed to listen. Somebody sent me a track, and I thought, I need to log in to listen to this, and I couldn't remember my login details. I eventually found it, or changed my password. That's what I did, but I hadn't been on it for such a long time. I
remember I got slightly into playlists. I really don't like them, but a guy started up a company on the back of Spotify called what was it called? It was basically a playlist curation site,
right, that
used Spotify as its provider. And so you would, I think it was just called sharemyplaylist.com. And the guy behind it, a guy called Kieran, somebody or other, he started this. It was a startup thing, and then it was clearly looking to build it up and then sell it. And sell it on. And the way he would do the playlists, or present the playlists, anybody could come up with a playlist, but the good ones he would promote to the top. So if you thought about the subject matter. Curated a playlist that was based on something interesting, and you were good at putting that stuff together, and then writing a little description and a title, and coming up with a graphic and everything, then you'd always kind of get up to the top. And I kind of got a little bit addicted to it, because I love my pop music and stuff, and so I was like busy making there's a playlist there called All the Fun of the Fairlight, which is about 100 tracks that all have somewhere in them a Fairlight, which got picked up by a few places.
We have fun people in the chat room again.
Oh, jeez, here we go. So we had, that was an interesting time. But then he, I think he sold that website to Warner's, and as part of the deal, Warner's took him on as a director or something.
Oh wow!
And then he got really to the point where it was just annoying, the stuff that they were doing. And I just I mean, I don't like playlists at the best of times.
No, I don't. I use them as a tool. Like and I've just put a play. I mean, they've sent me a set list of songs to learn, so I've created those as a playlist. So that's the only time I ever use playlists. The thing that drives me mad about Apple Music is if I listen to an album, or I listen to if I do, it's same on a playlist to some extent. You get to the end of the album, I want it to stop. I don't want to suddenly hear something that's. I mean, I'd be quite happy to hear something that was in my library.
Yeah.
But no, I get some random bloody stuff, and half the time it's just stuff that I am really not interested in.
Yeah.
You know, and that's obviously, you know.
The
some
other
of
thing
those
I don't like
tracks-
about
Well, is there no way to disable that?
Well, I couldn't find it. There probably is, but
Because
thought
I mean, in Spotify, in the web version you can't disable it, but in the normal apps, you can disable autoplay.
But the thing is, you remember when in the good old days, when you found you wanted to share a track with people, and you know it was on Spotify, so you get the share link and you dump it into Facebook, and then somebody could listen to that track on Facebook.
Yeah.
Whereas with Apple Music, it's like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Exactly.
So I never share anything from Apple Music.
No.
I just share from YouTube because it's free. All right, there might be an advert, that plays before it, but it's just convenient.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
even if
It
it's
is.
just like a lyric video or something, it's much easier to share a YouTube link.
Yeah, I'm the same really.
Now you can say hello properly.
Hello, Siri.
Say hello, sis.
Hello.
Are you going to give me a cuddle then? Proper
No.
That's it. Oh, there you go. Oh. Good girl.
No, I must admit, I mean, like Apple, we have Apple, is it Apple One? Where you
Oh, right,
subscribe
yeah.
and you get everything.
Yeah.
But also, if you're in a family, everyone in the family gets it too. And, if I buy something, everyone else can have that on their device for free.
Don't Spotify do something similar? Because I remember the boys both use Spotify, and they said to me at some point we should probably look at a family thing. But there was some reason, and they looked into it, and there was some reason we didn't do it. Maybe it's because it's they're down in London, we're up here in Nottingham.
Yeah.
It's
The only
something.
downside is that, like, my daughter's now, 18. She's got her own job, own bank account, all of that stuff. And if she goes and gets her own account, she all of a sudden has to pay for it all. Whereas, with me, it's all in the family thing. So there's, and also anything she buys is on my card.
Yeah.
Because it's mine's a registered
Because
card.
it is.
Well,
No, but of course it is, because
Yeah, but
Bank of Dad, you know that.
But one of the great things about the Apple stuff, and people, when I said that my kids have got a phone with an iPhone with this on it, they was like, "Do you trust them with it to not buy?" Yeah, because there's a control on there that says anything they want to buy, I have to approve.
You have to approve it.
But now, of course, my daughter's 18. She doesn't want me approving, But she's cool with it because I just said to her, "Look, you can have your own account if you want. It's up to you. You pay for it.
Yeah.
Then you can do what the hell you like."
I am still paying for the boys. One of the boys' TV subscriptions, whereas so there's and it actually tells me when any of them log into it, which is quite interesting. It's Netflix is this one. Yeah, so we've got Jen's parents on it. We're on it, and each of the couples of like Matt and Josh and Aideen and Matt and Josh and Aideen and Belinda are all on it in separate households. And they do keep every so often they'll say, "Oh well, we should probably all chip in with this, shouldn't we, Dad?" And I'm going, "Yeah," but does it happen?
Nice.
No.
Of course it doesn't.
No.
Yeah, it's like Fiona has my card. And every now and again I'll fire up my app and go, "Oh, I get Disney Plus now, do I?" "Oh, I got Netflix." "Oh, okay." "Oh, apparently I bought Legally Blonde 2 last night."
That's I had to go around all of those shared services and make sure that everyone not only had their own individual account, because initially they were all just it was just me, my name. So then when I was going on there, I was being recommended, especially, some years ago, I was being recommended all these kids shows and
Peppa Pig.
yeah, and all these, Japanese and Korean stuff. I was like, I don't need any of this in my life. So everyone's got their own account, and everyone's under strict orders that they use their own account and not mine. Because the only thing I haven't been able to figure out yet, there might be a way, is with ALEXA. I shan't say the word because she'll kick off.
Yeah.
Because it's all tied to my Amazon account, which is the Prime account, and that's then connected to my Apple Music, so that I can go, hey, play this, and it'll play it from my Apple Music library. When my son's with his mates downstairs playing video games, they go, Alexa, play whatever, the latest thing the kids are listening to. I then come to my iPhone, and in my little Apple Music widget, at the top of my screen, there, I've got, the hell's that? I never listened to that in my life. What's that playlist? What's that? Some of the stuff, I mean, geez. Yeah, so that's the only thing I haven't been able to get round at the moment. I'm sure there's a way. Yes. Oh dear me, what's the time? Bloody hell. I didn't get to bed till gone 3 o'clock last night.
I mean, it might be an idea, isn't it?
So,
You did late one last night, didn't
I did.
Because I left at, was it just about 12:30 I left, or 12 o'clock?
He's had a haircut.
What, Gaz?
Yeah. He's still got the beard, but he's gone short on top.
Yeah.
But he's saying, he's now asking, should he have a shave?
Yeah, yes. That's the answer.
Yeah,
I remember him when he didn't.
I remember him when he had just a short
Well,
beard.
Just a little bit.
when,
Yeah.
when you have a soul patch, if you look at like
Yeah.
videos of Rocket Gold Star,
So what
like-
time did you finish last night?
2, wasn't it?
Half 2,
Some-
wow.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Or Andy and I finished at like 4:30.
Really? Bloody hell.
What?
Well, it's not so bad for Andy because he's in the States.
Well,
It's not
well,
that late
he-
for him, was it?
Well, he still had to drive over like 7 hours to.
Yeah.
Burbank.
He's apparently going to try and dial into Ramsey's show tomorrow, but it's going to be really early, I think, before it all opens. So
Yeah.
we don't think we're going to get much. But
That's
Yeah,
why we're
but
lucky.
that's like 5 a.m. when
Yeah.
the show starts.
yeah.
Thing is, I'm not quite sure I want to turn off this Mac Mini.
Why is it playing up?
Yeah, well, I was late to the show tonight because the bastard.
Oh, is it
thing
the
just-
old one?
just- yeah, it was just
Yeah,
sitting there
right, yeah.
going, "What? You go, "Oh, fire up then." What?
Yeah. I mean, I got my old Mac Mini got like that, and I actually did eventually completely wipe it because it became literally unusable in here. Because it literally, I would switch it on, go off, make a cup of tea, go and do some work, and then come back, and eventually it would decide to come up.
Yeah.
And I reinstalled. I can't remember which version of operating system I put into it because I wiped it completely back to scratch, and it's not great. It does work, but it's faster than it was. But it's just running Apple TV upstairs, and Now TV on it.
Yeah. Well, that's running this.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all it does do, to be honest. And everything's geared up for that to do it. So, I don't know. Just see how it goes. Because I think
Do you use Clean My Mac?
No.
Because I've had that. I can't remember actually. I bought 2 licenses at the time, so I've got one on the laptop and one on here, and then transferred one of them over. It's really, really good. I mean, I don't probably once a month, once every 6 weeks. I just let it do its thing, and it gets rid of all the crap that's not needed. And then, actually uninstalling programs is great because it will literally find all of that crap that gets left behind. You know, but
Yeah.
like I say, it's not cheap. Can't remember how much it was. £100 rings a bell.
Mm.
That might be for 2 licenses though.
Well, I'm still toying with the idea of getting that. Well, actually, I say I was toying with the idea of getting a studio,
Yeah.
and Richard Hilton has been suggesting I get the book.
MacBook. Which one though?
Is it? Yeah, which one?
That's interesting. Oh yeah, right, okay. Yeah, 2 Macs, £115. That's a lifetime.
Right.
Or you can buy a subscription, you know, and have it year by year. I'm going to buy a Mac. I'm not going to buy the MacBook Pro. I'm going to buy the Air.
Oh,
A, because it's got a headphone socket, which I still need, and it's still got a USB 3 sockets on it, I think. Unless something comes out better when I come to buy it, it'll be. Well, it's the end of my financial year now, so it's not this year, and I won't need it till next summer.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hang on and get something a couple of months before I go off to Edinburgh because I want to use it for doing the video there. Because my old 2014 MacBook Pro was creaking a bit doing 5 videos a day at Edinburgh, but it did do it.
Yeah.
So but I think next year it'd be nice to have something new.
Yeah, it's the only thing when I got this, which is a 2020 M1
Yeah.
MVP. My other one had got like HDMI, 2 USB 3s, SD card, headphones, a couple of other bits, Thunderbolt. Yeah, had Thunderbolt on there. Whereas this has just got 2 USB. Well, actually,
Yeah.
one's Thunderbolt stroke USB, and the other one's just USB-C. But it does have headphones.
Headphone socket. Yeah.
But that's it. That's all it has.
Yeah.
But I thought, oh, that's going to be horribly restrictive. And then I remembered that in my drawer is one of these, which I can drag it out, which is a port replicator from my work Dell
Oh, right.
computer. So it has standard USB, it has audio out, audio in, it has VGA, it has mini DV, it has HDMI, it has network, more USB sockets
Wow.
on there. And so that was just literally sitting in my drawer, and I thought, there you go, there's my answer.
And that's fast. And that's fast enough.
Yeah, and it charges everything. And,
Yeah.
It's
I should buy something for this because mine's a 2020 M1 Mac Mini, but I've got the socket that's got the camera on now. I have to keep unplugging it because I can't run it. I have got a USB hub, but it's not a particularly fast one, or it's powered, but it's pretty old as well. But I need to probably at some point get a new one, whereas I can plug everything I need to into it.
Yeah.
No, I've been blown away by the performance of that MacBook. To the point where I've
it's
actually
brilliant.
considered actually making that my main computer.
Well, it is my main computer here. Yeah. It's all I'm using in here.
Yeah. I think this is why I was looking at the studios, because essentially it wouldn't be moving from there.
No, it's got more sockets for studios, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. This does lack sockets. I'm running 2 monitors here. One of them's on the HDMI, and the other one's on the. I can't remember what I'm bloody using it on actually, but I had to get some sort of adapter to make it work. And then I've got the audio interface into the other USB-C. You know, and one socket that'll. Everything else is running off. You know, like the keyboard and all that, and the mouse and everything's running off something else.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm still. I think you know that USB issue I had when I bought that new USB hub.
Yeah.
I've almost got over that, as in everything is now connected to that one hub, and for the most part works. But what I can't figure out is that I think this iMac has got 4 USB 3 sockets on the back.
Yeah.
So I've got that hub going into one. I think the audio interface. I've got a couple of other things. I think drives or something, and then I've got one spare one, and so I've got a USB hub underneath that rack there, where I've got a couple of Midi hubs, USB Midi hubs to connect all of that stuff to.
Yeah.
And I think also the Cobalt 8 is connected to it. And it's a fairly modern USB 3 hub, powered. And if I plug, there's an extension cable, which I think might be the weak point. That's the only thing I've got to test. But there's an extension cable to get it round to the back of this thing. That goes straight into the back of the computer and works fine. However, if I take that out, plug in another powered USB 3 hub into that same socket, and then plug that into this, it doesn't want to know. It just doesn't appear. Nothing happens. It's weird. And yet, a month or two ago, before I'd messed around with any of these USB hubs, I'd got at least 3 powered USB hubs of various varieties. 2 were USB 3, 1 was USB 2, and everything just worked. Just absolutely worked. No problem at all. As soon as I started playing around with it, it was just like, no, not going to do that. No, fuck off. So,
Well, because there was a time, and do you know what? I'm not entirely 100% sure anymore. But there was a time that when you used to do the PSN show, and you put up like a web-based YouTube video up, it would be in stereo.
right.
Now they all seem to be like this.
That must be StreamYard. I mean,
because remember, you had it. Remember, I said to you before. I said, "Oh, it doesn't seem to be in stereo anymore." And then you did something, and then it was all nice and stereo-y again. And then but it's gone again.
It must be, you're right, Robbie. I think it must be StreamYard.
that's odd. Because, yeah.
But the interesting thing, when you play your gear
It's fine.
on this,
Yeah.
it's out here.
Yeah.
Because my gear is all either going, if it's hardware, it's going through a mixer that outputs in stereo, that goes into the stereo inputs
Yeah.
of the interface. And if it's software, it's coming through loopback and it's coming out stereo there. But with when you share a video on, like a web page,
Yeah.
on StreamYard, you click present and then share screen,
Yeah.
and then you can choose a tab, and there's a little tick box that says, do you want to share the audio from this tab? So obviously for the videos, I'm ticking yes please,
Yeah.
and that's the only control that there is over the browser audio going into StreamYard. There's no
Weird.
So either they've changed something their end, or
Yeah. Because like I say, it used to be
big. Yeah.
out here. I know it's here.
Yeah, because you go to the audio settings of StreamYard, and you just have
Well, you've probably got a bit more, haven't you? But
it just says
there's nothing
No,
here.
it's pretty
Yeah.
pretty basic.
Yeah.
Well, it says this. So there is an option for stereo audio within the sound settings, which is always ticked.
Yeah.
And when you hover over the little help thing, it says this is used by musicians with a stereo audio input stroke mic Doesn't make any mention of shared video from or shared audio from a browser page. I don't think there's much control. I'll have to ask about that.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Because how much is StreamYard per month or whatever it is, or yearly?
We do it on the yearly basis because thankfully we've got enough funds up front there to be able to do that, and therefore you then get a bigger discount. We pay a little less because they were really good about it. Actually, they did this deal sometime within the last year where it was like a sign up now for a pro account and get a lifetime discount of whatever it is per year.
All right.
And I just dropped them an email and said, "Oh, we've been using this for about a year or so now. Don't we get something like that?" And they said, "Oh yeah. We'll apply it to your account."
That's how it should be, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's nice, actually.
Yeah, and they did that. So we pay something like $400 and something a year, which is about $360. Or it was.
Yeah.
The last time the exchange rate was normal. It was about 300.
You're 600 now, then.
Yeah. But
well, this one, which is the 10 ways, I think it works out about 42 a month.
Yeah. Which is what we would pay if we paid it monthly, because I think you've got the same as we've got.
Yeah, I've got the same, but doing it monthly,
Yeah. But, I mean, StreamYard, like any of these cloud-based services, they're good to a point, but
oh God, yeah.
There are limitations. If you look at the things that Ramsey and Jamie can do with their shows and the positioning and all that stuff.
Jamie's shows it's limited. It's only limited to 4 guests. So I don't know, because Ramsey's using what's Ramsey using? He's using
VMix.
VMix, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. And I can't remember what Jamie's using
but VMix isn't cheap,
isn't it?
No,
VMix is like $1,000 a year.
Whoa, bloody hell!
Expensive.
The only thing,
VMix allows you to do a lot of fancy stuff.
Yeah, the only problem with VMix is because obviously it's all hosted at Ramsey's end. Is it sometimes looks like we're talking over each other, but there's a delay that we see, and we get, the more you're on it, the better you get at it. We still, but sometimes it looks like we're actually all talking over each other, but we're not. It's just that there is this built-in delay to the whole system,
Yeah.
And that's the reason we went with this, because we started with OBS, which is
I've
fine.
messed around with OBS.
Yeah, it's fine to a point, and but the problem is that you're having to host everything in your computer and then spit the whole thing out. Whereas obviously StreamYard and Restream, everybody just dials into a server somewhere and they manage it. They take the load, and this is why it works, pretty well. But there's an application called Ecamm, which is a Mac only thing, and I tried the trial of it for about a month. And it's all done in the computer, in your host computer. And, everyone dials in, and it is as swish and as swanky as it was allowing me to do lots of cool things. I could take one of you, and just by clicking on the thing, it would drop you into a circle in the right hand corner, so you can demonstrate something. And lots of cool little things, and it was quite configurable, and it isn't horribly expensive. The problem is that because you're hosting it all on one computer, and this computer is almost 10 years old, and as Wagyu has pointed out, I'm not quite on 2006 internet levels, but 20 meg up, 80 meg down is perfectly fine for what I need domestically. But is it okay to have 4 or 5 people and then also be doing all sorts of stuff? So in the end we just went with the fact that StreamYard can take that load off of us. But I keep looking at Ecamm and thinking, you're quite sexy. But
there's a benefit for living near London, isn't there? Fucking hell, I got I think it's 82 up, 400 down.
Yeah. Well,
I
My
went for a good old
mother-in-law-
time of uni. What 1 gig up and down in any normal socket, and some places going when it's actually going straight in a rack panel to the switch, could occasionally get about 10 gigs if your card would support it. But at that point, you're more limited by the cable length.
Well, we are, as I said it many times before, we're really lucky here because I'm in a little village that is 7 to 10 miles from any major town. And most villages will be connected, their phone lines will be connected to an exchange that's in the major town. So, most villages like this are at the end of the line and so always get the worst speeds. But we're lucky enough, we've actually got an exchange in our village that serves just our village. And I'm only like 500 yards down the road from it, so I've always got the very best of what I'm supposed to be getting.
Yeah.
And when they built the housing estate, which is just a little housing estate where my mother-in-law lives, which is down the road, turn left, it's just there. They back onto the same telephone exchange, but they've got fibre to the property.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so she could have gigabit, whatever it was, if she wanted to pay for it. She could have all of that. But I have heard on the grapevine that next year the rest of the village is getting fibre to the property, so that can't come soon enough. And then maybe I'll think about using a different service. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, we're 80 down, 20 up. And I get most of that. If I was to do a speed test, I'd probably, on average, get 18.5 up, and maybe 72 to 76 down, which is that's perfectly acceptable, and that allows me to stream stuff in 4K on my telly box, and the kids can be on their iPads, and my son can be on his PlayStation, and I can be browsing on whatever, and there's no issues whatsoever.
I'm just checking it now. So I'm 68 down, and 14, 15 up.
Let's do it, because this will be fun, because we're doing
Yeah,
this
67 down, 16 up. But then again, if I was, if I had teenagers playing games as we did when we were living in New York, we'd probably have to buy something a bit, But we are 15 miles from York, and
I've just done a test on my Wi-Fi, so this is not on the wired connection.
That's Wi-Fi, yeah.
And I'm getting 68.9 down, 17.6 up.
Yeah, so it's not that far off what I'm getting.
And that's on the Wi-Fi. What I'm getting on here would be better because it's wired. Yeah, which is plenty adequate. Got enough. Actually, no, I don't pay too much for mine now. I got a bit of a deal when I renegotiated with PlusNet.
We're with BT were crap. I mean, they really are crap, but I mean, it works, and I am of the belief that it's good enough. Doesn't affect, I don't have any buffering when I'm watching TV, which is fine. I don't watch in 4K, to be fair. I'm not that bothered about that. So it's good enough for where we are. Yeah. And I'd probably have to play an arm and a leg to get something an awful lot better. Because every so often BT keep coming up with the next deal. If you pay a bit more, you can get, And the only other option for us is the guys in Hull.
Oh, Kingston. KCOM.
And KCOM, yeah, exactly. And KCOM they've put fibre right round the town. Or to the property. Then you've got the last bit of it to, for them to install and dig up your bloody drive or whatever it is to do. And I've heard some horrendous stories. My mate's got it now.
Yeah.
And they turned up on the day and he stayed at home to, because somebody actually needed to be in. And they went, "Oh, you've got a tree in the way we can't do it," and all this sort of business. You hear I mean, I did check them out on the reviews, and there's, I mean, some people are very happy with it, but there was more negativity than positivity.
Well, KCOM only exists to prevent BT having a monopoly. That's always been the way.
Yeah.
Before BT, it was GPO.
Yeah.
Kingston Communications was set up as a small independent company, so that and people in that catchment area could only use KCOM.
And what was funny was when they were laying it all around the town, which took obviously months. The main road at the end, because we're in a cul-de-sac. The main road, they came and did it, and then about 3 weeks later, they dug up the road again. And it was while the pandemic was still on, and so we had a word with them, and Jane had a word with them and said, "Oh, why are you doing it again?" "Oh, they laid it wrong." So they had to dig it all up and do it again.
God's sake.
Yeah, they hadn't connected it properly, or they'd done something wrong anyway. So they dug it all up again.
Bonkers. Oh dear. I've got to take my wife and her best friend, because my wife was taking her best friend out for afternoon tea for her birthday tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds nice.
But now the car's fucked. I've got to take him.
Of course you have. Yeah, you are, Mr. Are you going to wear the chauffeur's hat, please?
If I had one, yeah, I'd wear
exactly.
that and nothing else.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's the vision I've got in my head now, Robbie.
You're welcome.
You don't put on a tie at least?
Just a little dicky bow.
Yeah, that'll do
that
it.
spins when I lift my chin up.
Yeah.
But bow tie?
Yeah, no, bow tie. Yeah, dicky bow. Yeah, probably I could put a dicky bow on as well.
Way.
I'll be like Mike Reed in EastEnders. Remember that when he turned up at Pat Butcher's door in nothing but a bow tie?
Did it? I never really watched EastEnders, but I remember who he was.
Classic scene.
Yeah. It was like when we had the Emmerdale question tonight for this quiz. I have never in my life watched an episode of Emmerdale ever. So I have no idea who any of the characters were. It was like so.
Single.
So who were the Dingles? I have no idea who these people are. Because
We're going farming. We're going farming. Wow.
my mother used to watch it when I lived at home, and it was the Sugdens.
Yeah, but it used to be the old guy, Mrs. Sugden, then just a little kitchen, and it was a little kitchen sink drama thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I say, I never
Now
watched
it's
it. But,
spaceships, plane crashes, and
well, actually, I watched Gogglebox, and they had a clip of it.
yeah,
And I thought, what the hell is this with all these bloody murders?
yeah.
It's like, yeah, it is. It's like you say, spaceships and all sorts going on.
Yeah. Well,
It looked like gangs. Look like
one,
gangs
didn't they?
of London.
They had a passenger airliner crash on the village or something,
That was
and stuff like that. Like, Jesus Christ.
Cultural Ghost says he's met Charlie Dingle. That's Charity Dingle. Sorry, not Charlie.
No clue.
No idea.
Barry from EastEnders.
Can't beat Crossroads.
Actually, I do remember because my mother used to watch Crossroads.
You
and I
can
would
with a
always
big
be in.
stick.
And honestly, do you remember when Crossroads had a recording studio in the basement?
No.
It was towards it because my mother watched it religiously, and I would come home, still living at home, and have to sort of suffer it while I was having my tea. And
Yeah.
it got vaguely interesting. It was pretty ropey.
That was awful.
And just
yeah.
towards the end of it, in the last couple of seasons, they had this recording studio in the basement of the hotel, and because I then got slightly more interested in Crossroads. But
Oh yeah.
it was the acting was so horrendous. It was so wooden. It was, I do remember Benny and Miss Diane.
Oh yeah, Miss Diane.
Miss Diane.
Miss
Yeah,
Diane.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. My name.
Chris has just said Benny. And Amy Turtle, yeah. Amy Turtle. Sandy in the wheelchair.
No.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
yes.
he was the son.
Yeah,
He was,
the son.
he was Noel Gordon was the actress, wasn't she? Was fired
Yeah.
eventually, but I can't remember her character's name. Somebody will tell us. But he was the son.
Yeah, Christ, that's going back some.
It is going back some.
Man.
Yeah. Meg Richardson. Thank you, Chris Ed.
Wow.
Yeah, Meg Richardson.
The wealth of old Git knowledge that exists.
Exactly. Yeah. And
Wow.
I once I never watched Coronation Street either, but my mother, my dad died when I was 18, and I was probably 20, and my mother wanted to go on the tour, and so I went with her for the day to Manchester and actually it was a really, really good day out.
Yeah.
Because you got to go around the studio bit, or a bit of the studios. You got to go to the set of Baker Street of Sherlock. It was not the later Sherlock Holmes, the early Sherlock Holmes, which was literally just around the corner. And then you got to go into the Rover's Return inside, and you got to go around the actual streets. And it was a really good day out. This bus trip to Manchester.
Well, I did a tour around Anglia TV in the 70s as a kid, and I think the only things we got to see were, do you remember the whenever they opened, like when back in the 70s, like Sale of the Century, the knight in shining
from Norwich.
armour, from Norwich.
And now
From Norwich, yeah.
it's the quiz of the week.
And Romper was there as well.
Yeah.
And then I think when I was in the Cub Scouts, we did one of these kind of fundraising things where we had to collect lots of stamps or something stupid, I don't know.
Yeah.
And they told us that we were going to go to the the Anglia TV, the ITV studios in Norwich, and we all got like super excited. But all they did was they used to rent this hotel across the road from the studio, from the TV studios, and they just threw us in one like a big conference room there. There was no cameras, there was there was one camera and one it was just like, this is a bit boring. We want to go and see whoever was the star of the day or something. What was the name? They used to have after school on the TV they'd have the presenter and a puppet and they would read the birthdays out of the kids for that day. What was the name of the puppet? It was stupid. Oh dear. Local TV for local people.
Yeah, it used to be the thing, didn't it? The regional TV stations.
Opportunity knocks. Bloody hell, Chris has said opportunity. My father.
I mean, that wasn't silly, folks.
My father actually performed. I don't even know if it was ever on TV, but he did audition for Opportunity Knocks, and he met Huey Green, and he always said he was a complete arsehole. And actually, my father didn't really swear, but for him to turn around and say that he was an arsehole, he must have been an arsehole.
Well, he went around talking like an American and wasn't.
Yeah.
It's for silly folks.
Yeah. And I think, would it be Opportunity Knocks off or New Faces? I did when I was in the duo back in the late 80s. We did do either. I thought it must have been New Faces rather than Opportunity Knocks. We didn't get on, but we did do the audition, which was quite interesting. And I remember doing the auditions for with a band. I played in this covers band, and we did the auditions for the ships to go and do these long tours on ships, and it was done in they'd rented some hall in, I think it was somewhere near Manchester, and they literally went around the room, and you had your 3 minutes to perform. And literally, there was some lads who could really do sight reading. At the side of us, a keyboard player who was playing, I can't remember what synth he was playing actually. He was playing synth, and a drummer, and they were earning money because all the solo artists who'd come with their backing tapes were using them because they had the dots and they could read it. So they were earning money that day. We didn't get it, but but at least we had these 3 minutes to perform, And we were doing stuff like Go West and all that sort of stuff, or just the chart
All
stuff
the
for the day.
classics.
All the classics, yeah. Go West stuff was hard to play. If I remember rightly.
Yeah, Go West.
You know.
Good.
Don't Look Down. Don't Look Down took me bloody ages to learn to play properly because when I first saw him perform it on the tube, I thought he is really playing it. So I had to, it wasn't just sequenced.
Was there a program? Used to be on Sundays, I think. Lunchtime, Sunday afternoons.
There was
Into the Country.
a music program.
No.
All right, because there used to be a youth music program on a Sunday lunchtime about 11 o'clock, which I used to love. But
No, this
Into the
was,
Country.
something like that, and it'd have this old guy with his fishing hat on and a big white beard, and he'd be showing you how to tie up various fishing things, or he'd do a little documentary going along the river and stuff like that. I think it was loosely, but the Fast Show.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the guy that was constantly
Yeah.
coughing. It was kind of a parody of this show.
I remember Farmers Weekly.
Oh, I don't remember that.
That was
It was a porn publication.
Yeah.
Cows in suspenders.
I always remember a show like mid to late morning on a Sunday called, or was it at night called Credo? Which
That
was
rings
like
a bell.
One of those discussion programs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little coffee table with three
Yes.
learned men around them discussing the topic of the day whilst smoking a pipe. Or
Yeah,
something.
Yes, I'm sure,
yeah.
I believe that Kant was not actually referring to
Yeah.
the extensionism of it as in the way you're portraying, Okay. And you just want the guy on the other side to go, fuck off.
I mean, I have to say, I used to absolutely love So It Goes with Tony Wilson.
Oh yeah.
And I watched it from I caught
Something
the
else
first
as well.
episode, and I mean obviously all those bands they had on, and I mean I did see the one with the Sex Pistols and the two female Nazis.
Oh,
It's
Jordan.
just-
Yeah.
with Jordan, yeah, and he was like, I don't know what I'm watching here, but this is just,
There's
this is just absolutely brilliant TV.
There's a store on, I think it's Etsy, and they sell genuine Vivian Westwood, Malcolm McLaren clothing from Seditionaries and Sex, where Jordan worked.
Yeah.
Really?
And they only have usually about 6 or 7 things for sale at any one time, and nothing is below 4-figure sum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised actually.
They've just
won't
got,
be
they've-
visiting there then.
They've just put up. Have you ever seen my Seditionary shirt? Like the only anarchists are pretty shirt.
no.
So there's a guy who does these replicas, and they are bang on replicas.
Oh, nice.
And he because the Anarchy shirt they were basically originally they were Wemblex mod shirts with these little rounded collars.
Yeah.
And Vivian and Malcolm would use Domestos bleach to kind of paint stripes down, so bleach stripes down the front,
Yeah.
and then stenciled "Only Anarchists are pretty" on the left breast, and then on the right breast there would be an image of Karl Marx, which is about this sort of big, and then they would have situationist slogans like "We are not in the least afraid of ruins," or all that stuff that was scrawling on the walls in Paris in '68 during the riots and everything, and they would take these bits of fabric and with a twig they would write these slogans and then just stitch these bits of fabric onto the sleeves and stuff, and then Vivian would make little chaos armbands. Anyway, there's one of those shirts, a genuine one, that's just gone up for sale, £4,000.
Wow.
But it's just stunning. It's a work of art. But I was talking to Spearsy about this some years ago, and I think you might have seen me wearing one of these shirts. And he said, is that a genuine one? I said, I bloody wish it wasn't. If it was, I would be wearing it out. It would be, you know, in mothballs and all sorts of things. And he said, oh, mate, he said, my missus had a box full, that she bought back in the day from Seditionaries or Sex or whatever it was called, you know, because it changed name like 3 or 4 times. And she left home, and you know, she'd left a whole bunch of stuff at home. And then when she went back to get it, because she knew it was going to be worth something, she'd kept it to pay for, you know, Freya's university or something. And the parents had found it and thought it was just a bunch of dirty old rags and chucked it.
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah.
But talking of Jordan, I just had this delivered yesterday. Is it that? No, that's the first one. That's Sex.
Oh yeah.
It's 430 Kings Road, which is still there, World's End. It's a funny place when you go in there because you know you can't afford anything. But this is the follow up. These albums have been curated by Marco Peroni.
Yeah.
And it's all the songs that they had in the jukebox in the store.
Oh wow.
Back in the day. So you've got all sorts of things from the Animals to Burundi Black, the Dakotas, Johnny Layton, Billy Fury, Ron Moody, Mott the Hoople, and they're just fantastic albums. And this is the jukebox that was in the shop at the time that McLaren would just bung, because that's how McLaren started. The shop was called, what was it called? It was run by a crazy American guy, and Malcolm went in there and said, "Can I have some space to sell my stuff?" And this American guy said, "You can have that corner there," literally. And it was like, you know, 2 foot by 2 foot. That's what you have. And he started out by selling old 45s, and then started making some Teddy Boy clothes. And then this American guy said, he said, "I'm going off to America to do some stuff. Can you look after the shop?" And he never came back. So McLaren and Westwood took it over. So they were squatting there, and then they started. I think it was Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. Then it became, as it was Paradise Alley. Then it was Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. Then it became Sex. Then it became Seditionaries, and I think then it became World's End, and it stayed World's End ever since.
Yeah.
But I love that fashion, and they put a shirt up, like the classic T-shirts. You know, the 2 gay cowboys and.
Yeah. I've seen that.
It's just amazing.
Because I mean, she champions a local kid. Well, he's not a kid anymore. He's 30, but and he's doing all right. Matty Boven is the guy's name. He keeps popping up in the Guardian. You know, and he's a designer, and he's paid his dues. But she absolutely loves him.
Yeah.
You know, he's always on Facebook with having his picture taken with her. You know. And she does promote his stuff. I mean, you know, he's got his own catwalk stuff that's going on, and he's just had another show, you know, but still lives in York, 3 doors down from his mum. That's him, you know. I mean, he's making enough money to buy his own house, which is good, you know. Yeah. But and he's still. I mean, and Matty's stuff was always out there, you know, because he's exactly the same age as Matt. They were at school together. And in fact, our boys. Matty's mum used to be a childminder, so they'd go around and, you know. But Matty, as he was growing up, Matty was always out there in his dress. Yeah. You know. And he was bullied for it at school and all the rest of it. But he stuck by his gut, and he's a lovely guy. He's great, you know.
Yeah. But Vivian, she's mad as a box of frogs.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. That's what makes her what she is. It's funny because I was watching that. I still haven't finished the season. Pistol, you know, on.
I haven't got.
It's Disney, isn't it?
Disney Plus yet, but it's on my radar too.
I got sort of like 2/3 of the way through, and then for some reason sort of stopped. But I was desperate to see how, you know, how accurate, or not so how accurate it was, but how did it tie in with all the other. You know, documentary evidence and anecdotal stuff that you know from people that were there, and for the most part it seemed quite authentic. But what I was really struck by were the recreations of the clothing in the stores.
Right. Yeah.
They hadn't just gone out and cobbled something together that looked a little bit like it. The shirts were just bang on, absolutely brilliant. I don't know whether this guy that I buy my stuff from, because he's not cheap. He charges about 70 to 100 quid a shirt.
Wow.
But he builds them all. He goes out and finds proper shirts and then does them all and has all these patches. They're all sort of silk screened or whatever patches, and it's not cheap. But unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, so they used to use a lot of obviously Nazi imagery, but they did it in a way. So like whenever they had the eagle stood on the swastika, they would always put it on upside down, because that was a crime in Nazi Germany to not display it the right way up. So they would always subvert it.
Yeah.
And so they'd have that on. And the swastikas were only part of that thing. And I've got some shirts which have got those little labels, with the swastika and the eagle on the collar. It's only a little thing like that. But it's one of those things like nowadays, just don't dare wear it out, because someone somewhere won't get it.
No.
They won't understand the history of the design, and you'll get a whole bunch of grief. So when I ordered, so I've got 5 of these shirts now, and the last 2 or 3 that I've ordered, I've specifically said, because he builds everything to order, can you not put that one on? Put the Karl Marx on. I'm quite happy with Karl Marx.
Yeah.
But yeah, leave the swastika off, just to be honest, because not all of them had them on. So it's the one I want. The Adamant had one, and his was quite unique, and it was slightly different to every other one that was made. So I need to put in an order and get one, because it's just trying to find a shirt that fits me, because I'm a fat bastard. Especially a dress shirt, with a
Yeah.
and one that's got the right kind of fabric. Because some of the shirts I've got, they're bloody. The original shirts were, was it Charles Twittle, something, I don't know, some Savile Row shirt make. But apparently they're rather good for this sort of thing. So yeah. Wore it to the Pill concert when I went there a couple of years ago, along with about half a dozen other people that were wearing the same sort of thing. Sad. Well,
Well, you've got some here.
Yeah. Wore one to a Christmas party once. But I took a waistcoat as well, so it was kind of like it covered up most of the stuff that people would raise eyebrows. I'm not that brave anymore. 20, 30 years ago. I mean, out there, fuck you, yeah.
It was, come on.
Well, weren't we all?
Yeah.
Just couldn't give a toss.
So,
Oh dear.
did you get my message, Kent? I sent you
What, on here?
yours. That's right. We're not secretly talking about anyone behind their backs. It's just,
Not this time.
Not this
you
time,
don't
anyway,
like
yeah.
me. You're just talking about me behind your back. And you just.
What a wanker.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
What a wanker.
I played that to Ben on the show tonight.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes, that was the sad news.
Okay.
So I see Pulp have reformed for some shows next year.
I don't know where I heard that they were.
Yeah, they're doing.
I heard something. Maybe it was
They-
you. Was it you that told me? Somebody told me that they were getting back together.
Yeah, they're headlining Latitude on the Friday night next year. They're doing Finsbury Park on July 1st, supported by Wet Leg. Should be fun.
Oh, brilliant! That's great. Because I think Wet Leg Race.
Yeah, they've got a handful of big comeback shows. That'd be fun.
I bet they do Glastonbury then.
Yeah, they could be the legacy act, couldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah. And it'd be nice to see them there.
It would.
Yeah.
That would.
Not that I'm going.
That would be pretty amazing. Because when Blur did it, that was just brilliant.
I was never a Blur fan, really.
No.
I loved song 2. I just thought it was just a brilliant song. But I didn't get through who's the bloody bass player who's into farming. Oh, jeez.
Oh, Alex Jones.
And I've got his book, and I never got to the end of it because it was just bollocks. You know, sorry, Blur fans. Sorry,
I said Alex Jones. It's not Alex Jones.
it's not
is it?
Alex.
Yeah.
Alex
Salmon.
Alex Salmon. That's the man. Yeah, it's Alex Salmon. The
Oh
Blur.
dear.
Yeah.
Alex James.
James.
Yeah.
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 And I've always found, Damon Albarn stuff, his other stuff seems more interesting to me.
I just love everything he does.
You know, I think the guy's incredibly talented.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
it's they just. I much preferred Pulp. I never really did Britpop.
No.
I never liked Oasis, and Noel Gallagher's a great songwriter to some extent, but I just didn't like the swagger stuff of Oasis, really. There was a couple of other bands. I quite liked Menswear at the time, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Who were not, and there was somebody else. I'd have to go to America. My Apple Music collection to be able to remember.
There was some good stuff. You remember Space?
Yeah.
They were quite good.
I both their albums. Well, they probably did more, but the first 2 albums. The one with this, there was this, the very spacey silver album cover. I can't remember what it's called now. Quite like that one. That was the one with
Fly and the French ones.
Sorry.
With the French space, but Magic
exactly.
Fly and all that.
Was
What's the album? Just Blue is that the second one?
I can't remember. I don't know if I've still got them now, but maybe it's upstairs somewhere.
Nice and poppy, eternally positive, perfect for Thai.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
What?
BBC. You know done.
What have they done now? Oh yes. Oh. Picture. 2035. 2035 to 2022.
Yeah.
You couldn't make it up, could you? You couldn't screw it up anymore.
Oops.
Yeah.
That was a short life.
Still waiting to be born.
Yeah, still waiting to be born. He's already dead.
I have to admit, when I saw him, I was, that he died. I was like, oh well.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, the reputation took over.
My thing was more he's still alive.
Well, yeah, it's true.
It's like one of the original rock and rollers who's still alive.
Yes, well, we can overlook the incestuous paedophile in him.
Yeah.
13 years old. Jesus.
I just remembered what I was thinking of. Manson. I used to love
Oh,
Manson.
Manson, yeah.
Yeah,
He's
in fact,
still-
I've got...
Paul Draper's still doing it.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's still doing stuff. Yeah, but no, I liked. In fact, I even bought the album, the last album that never got finished, which was Kleptomania. It's a triple album.
All I remember is there was a great remix of one of their songs on the FIFA album that was really, really good. Was it Wide Open Spaces? It might be one
Because
of
there's
those.
Little Clicks was one album.
And Spiral Carpets, yeah. Spiral Carpets. What a great band.
I
They
never
go
got.
back out
I never
to-
got into them really.
Really?
I remember somebody brought the album in when I was working in a music shop, and just didn't really. He didn't really.
There was a lad at high school, so this must have been about 86, and he got thrown out because he got the coolest fuck T-shirt on. He worn it to school, and he got thrown out of school for wearing that. But that got me into them because it was just like, oh yeah, controversial. I'll have a look at that. I went to see them live some years ago when they reformed with Stephen, the original singer, because Tom Hingley was the second singer, yeah, but he was the one that was on all the hits like Saturday 5 and all that.
Yeah.
I got to know Martin, the bass player, quite well, and of course Craig died, the drummer, which was sad. But now they're going back out on tour next year, although obviously they've got a new drummer, but Martin, the bass player, he's not playing with them he's got personal reasons, apparently he's not doing it. So I'm not entirely sure I'll go and see that, because if it's not the originals, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, like we said about the Blue Tones, I
Blue
remember
Tones.
their albums. I quite liked it.
Turn, yeah.
I remember the Cooler Shaker, the hype
Peter
about,
Tater, yeah.
yeah, when they
That album was great.
at first out, yeah,
Okay,
it was,
yeah.
yeah, it was.
Really good. But didn't they just put a new album out recently?
So that rings a bell. It's,
What was his name? Crispin.
Crispin, it was what they call him, grandson, wasn't he? The actor,
Yeah, he was
John.
son of someone.
John. Oh God.
What about Reef?
I've got a Reef album, but it never really did it for me.
No.
You know,
Crispin Mills.
Crispin Mills, that was it, because it's John Mills' grandson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes Gaz look older.
Yeah, as you had said, Suede. I loved Suede.
Yes.
I even got the Tears album, the first Tears album, which was just Suede, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No, Coming Up. That was just. I remember that album. It was one of those, right place, right time. That was the album that was on in the car, and it suited everything. Yeah, I love Suede. And they're still their new album's quite good.
Yeah, I've not listened to the album, but the first 3 albums I remember buying.
Because their producer Ed Buller used to play with Psychedelic Furs.
I didn't know that, but he did something else as well. Was he involved? Was he producing Radiohead?
No,
I don't think so.
but
Somebody.
he was producing something relatively big in the mid-90s. So.
Yeah,
He's done.
there was somebody. I remember just reading it.
Obviously, our favorite big act of mid-90s was Node.
Wasn't no? Yeah, well, was it?
That's not 95, that album.
Well, we've got to get Ed on the show because we've had Dave Besson, we've had Mel Wesson. There's no way we're ever going to get Flood, so we just need to get Ed on.
Yeah. Because they haven't put any more. Because I got the first Node album. I got the one that was like 25 years later.
Yeah.
They haven't done anything since then, have they?
No.
Nah, didn't think so. Because actually, that was put out on Din that. Because
Yeah,
Ian
but-
Body, and actually, I don't know whether you do know, but Ian Body has just had a triple.
Yeah, it's just a triple bypass. Isn't
and,
it?
and I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
You know, I did
sure.
send him a message. You know, so I was thinking about him yesterday when he was having his op. You know.
Yeah. Yes, I remember the Sundays, Culture of Ghosts.
Oh,
What was their one
Yeah,
big hit?
I've got a sealed copy of their album. Never opened it. I can't remember. Somewhere.
What was their big hit that then got covered by somebody else? It was an even bigger hit or something. Can't remember now. I have to Google that one.
A church built a massive baby Jesus statue that looks exactly like
Here's where
Phil
the
Collins.
story ends. Look like. Oh yes, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Oh my
Here's
god.
where the story ends.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah,
That was the Sundays, and it was
Yeah.
a version done by Tintin Out.
Tintin Out. I've got that actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is a great version.
That I didn't remember it from the Sundays.
No.
But I remembered it from Tintin Out.
Yeah. Yeah, good little band. So yeah, the 90s kind of. I didn't. It's one of those decades that because I got married. I got engaged 91, married 93.
I was a bit earlier. 89 married. 91 first child.
Yeah.
You know.
But the 90s, it was just like, because it was, without going into great detail about my first marriage, it was all just very boring, basically. Right. She wanted to have the sort of perfect career, and she was very much about social climbing, that kind of thing, and I was just like, nah, I don't want to do that. So in the end, it was just like my music. I mean, I did hospital radio a lot during the 90s and other bits and bobs, but I kind of ended up missing the buzz. I didn't sort of get it all.
Because I must have stopped gigging professionally in 91 when Matt was born, because he was born in September. So a few months probably before, while Jane was pregnant, I would have stopped gigging, because up until that point, the first 2-3 years of our marriage and relationship, Jane was working and I was out gigging most nights, and she would try and arrange days off so that we spend the day together.
Yeah.
Or I was working. I did have a little part-time job to make sure some money was coming in, but we did spend the first few years of our life on the phone to each other. We'd miss each other. I'd ring her from the gig. We'd do the sound check, and I'd then ring her and have a half-hour phone conversation early evening before, and do all that sort of stuff. Really,
Yeah, my first wife didn't like the fact that I was playing in a band. I think she thought, oh yeah, he'll be off out with the groupies or whatever. And no, that wasn't ever the case really.
No.
But, she didn't like that, so it kind of all got knocked on the head. And then she didn't make me sell my drum kit, but she kind of persuaded me to sell my drums, because once I'd left the band, they were just sort of sat there taking up space. But yeah, so the 90s. I mean, I it's weird because I'm probably learning more about 90s. I've probably learned more about 90s music in the last 20 years than I did in the 90s itself. Because I just kind of, everything just got very sort of bland and wishy-washy, and she liked things like K.D. Lang, and
I did like in that for the Breakthrough album by K.D. Lang, which was a great album actually.
Yeah, it was all right.
But I didn't listen to anything else apart from that actually.
Yeah. No, she's but yeah. So the 90s are kind of not. Yeah, I think I appreciate them more now, and I hear stuff, and it clearly I was listening, but wasn't hearing, or was hearing and not listening, back in the day. But it kind of, oh yeah, I remember that. There were moments, because I think towards the end of the 90s, I ended up working in video store. So we would play music 12 hours a day. Yeah,
because
everyone would bring their favourite stuff in, and we'd play it.
Yeah, I was running the audio. I had my own business and running the audio clinic by then, so we had MTV on all day. I was just running MTV, which was great, really.
Back when MTV
was exactly
was
when
a
it was
music
great.
television channel.
Yeah, and they had.
What MTV was about music?
Do you remember The Real World? The first.
No.
It was a reality documentary series set in New York. It's just on MTV. It might even be on YouTube now. And we were absolutely hooked, because there was nothing before that. You didn't have any of these sort of reality TV shows. And it was just these creatives a couple of them were actors, a couple of them into music, all living in this loft in New York. You know,
Sounds like Friends.
it does, and actually, it's not a million miles away from that,
No.
really. You know, because you got into the characters. You know, I think it might have run for a couple of seasons. Maybe it was only the one. But yeah, and me and the two guys that worked for me. I think it was on like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we would literally just sit there on the sofa watching MTV for half an hour, you know. Or if we were really busy, we'd tape it and then watch it at closing time, you know.
Yeah. I remember. I think it was when I was working at Powerhouse. We used to have all the tellies on, and I think we'd never put it on MTV. We'd always put it on. I think back then there was a few music channels, weren't there? Sort of early noughties on satellite. There was a few. There was one that used to play things like Soundgarden and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there was. I can't remember. I mean, I remember when
I think
Paul
Kerrang
King,
was
Paul King. Yeah, the Kerrang was a channel, but when Paul King became a VJ from King, you know, with his bloody mullet and his boots.
Whatever happened to Paul King?
VH1s, yeah.
Yeah.
Ray Cox. I've got a Ray Cox compilation CD of tracks that he used to play somewhere. Unless I've sold it. Happy days.
Indeed.
Yeah, Matt's Paul King was lovely, and I liked that first album actually. Love and Pride, wasn't it? Was the hit single, because the covers band that I played in, we did actually play it at one point. I remember that.
I thought their other stuff was really good as well. Because obviously Love and Pride was the big one, but things like even the second album was quite good.
I never heard
And
the
they just
second
kind
album.
of vanished after that, didn't they? I always remember that there was this kid in our village. He was the same age as me, but he was like the village. He was the hard nut. You didn't mess with him. It was a rough family, and he would kick your head in as much as look at you. And he loved King, but he would never want to kind of publicly admit it, because they dressed up in very outfits,
exactly.
and that wasn't him.
Painted Doc Martens,
But and I remember having a conversation with him once and coming away thinking, God, this boy is so he's really pushing it all down because he doesn't want to break the facade of him being an absolute hard nut. And I was just like, embrace it, man. Go out and paint your Doc Martens if you want to, grow a mullet, wear a multicoloured suit, fucking go for it. But no, he wouldn't do that. Owen Ager, there he is. That's his name. On my first day at the school,
You've outed him now.
Yeah. No, he's probably fine now. But I remember on the first day when I started at that school, because I'd moved to the area after my mum got remarried, and I didn't know who he was. And when you're the new kid at school, you either shut the hell up and you don't talk to anyone, or you try and be the cocky one, try and make people like you so you get accepted. Well, that's what I was doing. And he seemed like an easy target. I had no idea. No idea. And I was taking the piss out of him in class, and they were going, "What the fuck are you doing? Don't, not him, not him." And I'm like, "Oh." And I literally got like 1 foot out of the classroom, and I felt this massive punch on the back of my head. Ooh. I went down like a sack of shit. And he said something like, "You ever talk to me like that again?" And then after that, we were good friends.
Yeah.
Just like, okay. Our positions in the grand scheme of things are now sorted.
Yeah.
We're good.
Oh.
So I was trying to catch up with the chat. Back in the 90s when Native VS was 2.
Yeah.
Oh, bless him.
A little baby of a group.
Yes. When interest rates were 15%.
Shut up.
Yeah. Wasn't VAT about 8%?
Yeah. My first mortgage was in 1993. and interest was about 15%.
Yeah. And our first mortgage was slightly earlier. I think we bought the house before we married, so it would be 88.
Mm-hmm.
Married in 89. 95% mortgage at that time.
Mm.
You know.
I can't remember what percentage we had. I think it probably was 95%.
Mm. And we scraped together to get the deposit.
We were really lucky because my ex-wife had a godmother who doted on her. Absolutely, she'd never had children of her own. Excuse me. And she used to work for my father-in-law many years ago, and they asked her if she'd be, my first wife's godmother when she was a kid. And so when it came to, settling down with me, she offered to pay our deposit.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember
we were on the ladder.
we had there was some, I don't know, it was some shady deal that the mortgage guy did, but we ended up having to. We couldn't have our mortgage with the company in York. We had to go to Selby. Yeah, exactly. And the house was in York, but we had to go to Selby to sign the paperwork. And I never remember that guy's. I never forget that guy's name. A guy called. And he was all linked to the insurances and all that bollocks,
Yeah.
But
Well, I think our first mortgage was an endowment mortgage.
yeah, ours was. Yeah.
Eventually, I think we eventually got off to a.
We
ended up.
We did. Yeah.
The last mortgage I ever had, which was with my first wife, before we divorced, was that Virgin One account.
All right.
Where you literally had one account. All your wages were paid into that, and then your mortgage was taken out of that account. So you had a, £200,000 overdraft, and but it was good. It was a really good rate. It made sense. It was quite a clever thing to do, and we got even better deal because my ex-wife worked there, so she got a little bit of a discount as well. And that was my biggest mistake when we divorced, was that she just rejigged the mortgage. I was off it, and she just rejigged it, went and bought another place, and I went and rented because I thought I'd be okay, and then about a month later I lost my job. So it was so that money that I'd made from the sale of a house, because back then house prices were just going up and up, and I bought the house that we ended up selling, the marital home. I'd bought it 2 years previous for 64,000. It was a 3-bed detached house on the outskirts of Norwich, and I sold it at the end of when was it? No, it was spring of 2001. So it's about 3 years old. Sold it for 100,000.
Yeah.
So it'd gone up, 30,000.
I know that I can't remember when we actually moved, because we bought our first house, which was just like a terrace house. We moved to a semi in Dringhouses in York, and we moved because obviously Jane was pregnant, and we were going to have a bigger house. Simple as that, really. And we moved literally just before prices went through this. House prices went absolutely through the roof before the crash.
Yeah.
And our house that we bought it, it literally doubled in price in a year.
Wow.
And I remember thinking, we've sat on this property for just a year. We didn't have much furniture and stuff. We had no money, but actually we've just and of course the reality is there was a stock market crash not that far off after that, and it did drop down quite considerably. But we did buy luckily at the right time, because you hit all these people with negative equity and all the rest of it. It was
although with everything that's been going on these last couple of months, I'm kind of glad in a way that I don't have a mortgage.
Oh God, me too.
And haven't had one for 20 odd years.
Josh has just they've just signed their first house this week.
Right.
And they're moving in. They're actually meant to move in this month, but next month. But because of the people, they're actually moving in on the 16th of December, so we're going to go down and help them. You know, but their mortgage is eye-watering. And I know they're a young couple and all the rest of it, but it is eye-watering.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, luckily they've both got good jobs, so, you know, but think like you said, things happen with jobs,
Yeah.
you know.
You just don't know what's going to happen.
You just hope that everything's going to be all right for them, really, you know. Because I think it's something needs to happen. You know, we were able to help them because what happened, the boys bought a flat together and we were able to help them. It has turned out to be a long-term loan that they're gradually paying us back, but there's no rush for it. And then obviously the girls came along, so that they actually, you know, and that's been split up now because one couple live in what was the flat, and the other couple are buying their first house. But you know, had we not been able to help them a little bit with it in London, you know, it's just scary.
I mean, what is this owning a house you're talking about? Would you care to explain this concept?
The concept is that you rent it for 60 years, and then suddenly you own it. Yeah, it's basically what happens, isn't it?
And then you give it to your children.
Because I've said to them, I said, you know, I said, don't put us in old people's home, just kill us off. If we're that senile, we've both said this. If we're that senile, and we have a really poor quality of life, we don't want to be here.
Sell the house for money and make your own old people's home, and then make profit.
We would probably do something like hand it over to them before we were, you know. I don't want that money to go into some, you know, care home rent. You know, I want the boys to have that house that they can then split and sell or do whatever they want with it, because we won't be around, hopefully, you know. But I don't want it to just, you know, we worked for all these years to be able to pay off the mortgage, and I want them, you know, we've said that there won't be any money left because we'll have spent it, whatever little bit we've got, you know. Although maybe a bit, but generally there won't be. There'll be enough to pay for funerals. But the house, I want to go to them. You know, that's the plan anyway. Yeah. But that's quite hard to do, isn't it? Even if I do it now, there's extra things you have to pay, and it's all, you know. There's no easy way.
No.
You know.
No, it's like, you know, my mother-in-law. You know, she's comfortable, very comfortable. You know, she gets her pension, MOD pension. Yeah. She gets her late husband's MOD pension. They bought their house many years ago and paid off the mortgage, and then continued to live in that house for many years since. Then she sold it, you know, a few years ago for a huge amount of money compared to what they paid for it, because it's, you know, it's Surrey, it's, you know, 20 minutes from Heathrow.
Right, yeah.
10 minutes from Woking, so it's, you know, down into Waterloo. So it's prime sort of thing. She sold it, and she, you know, then just took that, bought her house that she lives here in, which cost about half of what she sold the other one for, and just put the rest in the savings account. So she's very comfortable. She doesn't, you know, she'll never want for anything. And she's already told us that she's going to leave the bulk of her will to me and Jackie, mainly because of all the thing. You know, we're her carers. Yeah. So, you know, she's already, and she's got a solicitor, and she's, you know, we have nothing to do with that. But she said to us, was it last year or the year before, can I help you buy a house, and so that you don't have to rent anymore? And we were like, well, we'd love you to, but, you know, can you do it? And we looked into it, and because I'm now 52 years old, so I've got 15 years left before I legally have to retire, or, you know, certainly, you know, the government, the mortgage lenders won't lend to anybody beyond that. Whilst she could pay a deposit, the monthly payments on the mortgage are more than twice what I'm paying in rent.
Yeah,
I just can't afford it.
it's just ridiculous,
I
isn't it?
can't afford it.
I mean, like I say, we were lucky in fact we were able to pay our mortgage off. Actually, it was part of it was when just after I was made redundant from the university. So, but it's a real. I mean, it was we paid into this thing for all of these decades. We first started a mortgage in, like say, 89, 88, 89. So we paid in all that time. It was such an anticlimax because we were quite naive because we were having to move. We were moving out from York out to Pocklington, and we just thought, oh well, there's not much left on the mortgage, but we'll just pay it. We'll take out another mortgage and just pay it off for the next 3 or 4 years, because that was sort of the plan. No, you have to have a whole new mortgage. So Jane went into, and they went. So she said, well, how much would it cost if we pay it off? And the money was still in the bank. It was actually sat in the bank. And she rang me up. She said, well, it'll cost us this to pay it off. I said, well, let's just pay it off then.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely such an anticlimax, and you expect something or somebody to say, well done, you've paid your mortgage off, but there's none of that. It's just like, okay, you've paid your mortgage off,
Yeah.
That was it, really,
Yes. But no, it is a very British thing, isn't it, to own one's own house?
It
When you
is.
go to the continent, and it's
I
completely.
mean, no, it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not what. But I think, I think that's. I mean, my mother, my grandmother never owned their own house. They could never afford to have a mortgage. Jack was a railway driver, and my grandmother was a cleaner, and she was a cleaner right up until her 80s.
Yeah.
And they never owned their own house. My mother was the first person to own their own house. And sort of that generation post-war, a lot of people probably couldn't have mortgages. So that we've gone from that renting mentality to aspiring to own your own house, I think, to some extent.
Yeah.
And we, the younger generation now, and I'm including Robert here, really don't necessarily think like that, because it seems almost ridiculous to be able to afford to have a mortgage.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, you almost have to have a couple. I mean, Josh has already said that they're gonna have to have a lodger to help pay for the mortgage.
Yeah.
So here's a young couple. They're in the first house, but there's going to be somebody else living in the house for a while, because purely and simply because they need to make to pay the bills.
I mean, but the reason I'm basically have been living here now for 6 years is because I went to uni with my landlord. That's literally that's the only way I could possibly afford to be
as a friend,
to be this central in London and pay this little. I mean, that's really the only way. And,
I mean,
anything reasonably nice around for one person, I'd at least be looking, if I'm lucky, twice what I'm paying a month, but more realistically, 4 times.
Yeah. I think I probably told you because Josh's flat that they're renting is, I think they were paying $1,800 a month. It's near Hackney. Actually, I think it's Hackney Wick. And the landlord is putting it up to $2,500, and they'll get it.
Yeah.
And actually, it is the coldest. It's sort of converted school, and it's basically one big room with a couple of bathrooms, a main bathroom downstairs and a smaller, ensuite. But there's a mezzanine where the bedroom bits are. So it's all really one room, very high ceiling. It's really cold.
Yeah.
It was I mean, last they've only been in there a year. We went to stay with them. I think it was in September, October time, and it was bloody freezing. And they've admitted to us, to me, when I went to stay with them for Gearfest, that some nights they've gone and sat in the loo downstairs with the heater on, because it's the only place that's been really warm, because they couldn't have, they couldn't have the heating on it because it wouldn't heat up.
No.
And when they converted it, they didn't put double glazing in. So it was a bit of a cheapskate
Yeah.
landlord to some extent,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And somebody's going to move into that. I think it's already rented out, £2,500 a month, you know, and it's going to be, they're going to be paying probably that as well in electricity bills,
Yeah.
you know.
Bonkers. No, I mean, I can't see how my kids. I mean, you know, Sophia's just got she's had a little part-time job now. She's going to start her sort of first full-time job next week, and you know, it's good, it's reasonable pay, but everything is just so far. You know,
So expensive, yeah.
We're looking at, you know, the first thing she wants to do is get a car so that she can be, you know,
Yeah,
be
exactly.
independent. But even if you buy, you know, a £1,000 car, you know, a cheap car, and you're able to keep that on the road, the insurance is just incredible. I mean,
Yeah, I
just
know.
even for the most
Yeah.
rubbish car in the world, the insurance is prohibitive. Everything is prohibitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when the boys were 18, 19, they bought, I can't remember whether we bought, I think we bought them a cheap car for them to learn, first of all, learning, and then for them, because we thought it was quite important once they passed the test, just to have a run around, because you need that first few months of actually
Yes.
regularly driving.
Yeah.
And then they went off to university where they didn't, the car still stayed here. It was, they eventually sold it, I think. But in London, obviously, there's no point in them having a car.
No.
And when they want,
What,
the rent,
can you afford the 80 quid a week for a garage?
exactly. I mean, they rent a car for a weekend if they're going to go somewhere. You know, it's much cheaper and more efficient for them to do that.
Yeah.
You know, 2 or 3 times a year or however many times it is, than actually, you know.
That's like my sister, when she left uni, she went to live in London, was working in London, never had a car, never bothered learning to drive, and she never will now. She's just said, "Oh, I've got so used to it." And of course, she's now married, so you know her husband's got a car, and he'll chauffeur her around wherever she wants to go. Yeah, she's never bothered because she didn't have to for so many years. So.
Yeah.
Which I think is kind of sad in a way, because I like the fact that I can just walk out my front door and jump in my car and go anywhere I want, basically. The independence that it gives you, especially living out here in the country.
Yeah,
You
that's
have
it.
to
Living out
have
in the
it.
country, yeah, you do.
have to have
Yeah,
it.
I mean, it's probably the same for you, Rob. But the buses here aren't great. The last bus out of York, if we don't go into York that often, but if we went into the theatre or to something, the last bus out is 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you now, if you go to the theatre, you're going to miss the bus.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So you do need to have a car for that sort of stuff. You know.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, the job that she's got is going to have some shifts at the start of 5:30.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
And of course, now the missus' car is on the wonk because Sophia starts next week. I think luckily her first week or two is just going to be like a regular
Yeah.
shift. But after that, she's going to be doing 5:30 starts. Oh God, one of us is going to have to get up.
Yeah. Well, I remember doing that when Josh was doing a paper round. He used to do a paper round, and when he was ill, Jen and I would do it for him in the car.
Yeah.
Because he I mean, he was always pretty. He'd do 2 paper rounds. He'd do a morning one. He'd get up and do a morning paper round, and then he'd do an evening one.
Right.
So he had that sort of mentality too.
Yeah.
But I do remember on occasion in the middle of winter, either doing it for him because he was literally so ill that he couldn't do it, or and he didn't want to let anybody down. He didn't,
Yeah.
Whereas some people would just turn around and say, "I'm too ill to do the round today,"
Yeah. My son is just he recently got a job at the local, the village shop.
Yeah.
Which is one of these is it Premier, branded.
Yeah.
But it's run by a couple that run a couple of shops in the villages around here. and I didn't realise how little he was on. He's on basic minimum wage, which is like £4. Yeah, for a 17-year-old boy, it's about £4 something.
Yeah,
an
it's
hour.
not much, is it? Yeah.
And he has to do 5 till 7 on a Monday, Wednesday, and a Friday evening. So he gets home from school, has a
Yeah.
bit to eat, and off he goes. And then he has to do Saturday mornings 8 till 1 or something. And my daughter has been doing this part-time cleaning job at the primary school, which is where my wife's the cleaner at the school, so she's she does however many hours a week there. And Sophia does. They've got like a special educational needs unit. She just does that. She does 1.5 hours a day, but she get paid £9.70, whatever it is. It's twice what the boy's on for an hour and a half a day, 5 days a week.
Wow.
That's it. No weekend work. Of course, now Sophia's left that job. She's about to start the co-op. That they said to my missus, oh, does your boy want a job? And she said, well, he's got one, but how much? You know, I was the same as Sophia was on. So he's going to quit the job at the shop
Good on him.
and get a job at half the
Bloody
hours,
right.
twice the money.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, too bloody right.
So he can do that, and it doesn't interfere so much because obviously, you know, like 5 to 7 in the evenings, especially when he's getting next year when he's, you know, he's got his mock A levels and then
Right,
A-levels.
yeah.
That would have been a pain, but all he has to do with this one is get off the school bus, go into work, and then he's home by 5:30. Have
Great.
some tea. Then
He's got the rest of
his
the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much better for him. And the school that he's cleaning at is owned by the school academy that he studies at as well. So it's all everybody
Yeah.
knows each other. And if he needs to go in and see someone, the academy's office is like just across the road from the sixth form box. So yeah, it's all very convenient.
It's almost perfect then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go to bed.
I think I'm going to go to bed now. It's just 3 o'clock.
It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
So,
So early.
Yeah, nearly done another 6-hour stream.
some of us need our beauty sleep, Robert. You know,
And enough hours in the day.
yeah. We already know that you're better in real life than you are on camera. We know that. But we're not actually. What you see with us is what you get.
Yeah. Very
Well,
rough around the
there's a
edges.
reason I normally butt up the lens on my laptop camera.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Oh, the
Have
other
a
way
wonderful
around.
weekend.
Yeah.
See you on Ramsey's show if I'm
I'll
away.
see you tomorrow on Ramsey's show. Yeah. Yeah.
That requires getting up early.
Not that early.
I've got to be up because I've got to take my missus out now that she can't
Actually,
drive
I can have a
herself.
lie-in tomorrow. So I will have a lie-in and probably just get up and do Ramsey's show.
Yeah.
Get up.
I woke up at 9 this morning and went to bed at about 5. So I don't think I'm going to be that ready for Rand's show.
No. You can always watch it on catch up. We'll see you towards the end then. We'll see you about 3 o'clock.
But no, I probably just have breakfast, turn on the computer and realise, Rand's show is up.
Okay, night,
All right,
guys.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
See you soon.
See you today.
Nice as always.
Yeah.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you in 10 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye.
See ya.